Hey, Bastish B here for 64K and welcome to my new documentary special. This video is a celebration of the Mega Drive's 35th anniversary. So in this video I'm going to be jumping from year to year, giving you a brief history of the system, but the focus here is really 90% on the games. This video serves three purposes. It's for archiving video games for future people to have a look at. It's obviously here for nostalgia purposes, but the number one reason for making this is pure entertainment value. And this is part one of a two-part series. This one covers 1988 right up to the end of 1992, and will be followed later in the year with part two, which covers 1993 all the way up to the end in 1997. So look out for that one later in the year. And in order not to give this video a one-sided perspective, I've gathered guests from all over the world who experienced the Mega Drive and Genesis from their own points of view, and they'll be chiming in with their own experiences along the way. But before we get going here, let's put everything into perspective and take a brief look at the history of Sega. In order to understand where the Mega Drive came from, we need to go all the way back to 1945 and the end of World War II, when American businessman Irving Bromberg and his son Marty created a coin-op company in Hawaii to provide various games to US military bases in the Pacific region. Seeing the massive business potential in post-war Japan around 1951 to 1952, the company moved and set up shop in the newly emerging Japanese marketplace and renamed themselves Service Games of Japan. Another American businessman at the time, David Rosen, was also very invested in the Japanese marketplace and had managed to import hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of electromechanical machines from Chicago into the Japanese system. Rosen Enterprises, as he named it, and Service Games became really popular, and both opened arcades all over Japan. Fast forward a decade or so to 1965, when both companies decided to join forces and merge into one, rebranding themselves Sega Enterprises, made up from the first two letters of Service and Games, to make the iconic new brand, with David Rosen becoming president of the company. They developed their first original game in 1965, electromechanical arcade game called Periscope. It was a smash in Japan and was exported worldwide and kicked off Sega as a game manufacturer. Fast forward another decade or so to the mid-70s, or 1976 to be precise, as they released their first video game in the arcades called Blockade, a game by Gremlin that they helped publish. The partnership with Gremlin would last a few more years until the Sega brand took center stage with massive hits like 1981's Turbo and 1982's Zaxxon, to name a few. They decided at this point to start expanding the game brand and decided to release their first home console, the SG-1000 in 1983 and the SG-1000 Mark II in 1984, both for the Japanese home markets only.
Sega,
But in 1985 they released the Sega Mark III and decided to export this one internationally, where it was renamed the Sega Master System. It became particularly successful in Europe and South America.
Sega challenges you with the ultimate video game, the Sega Master System.
Hang on.
With more accurate control, more detailed graphics, more levels of play.
Awesome.
The Sega Master System comes with power-based 2 control pads, light phaser, and 2 great video games, Hang On and Safari Hunt.
Gotcha.
And with other games like Rambo, Outrun, and Choplifter, the excitement never stops. The Sega Master System. The challenge will always be there.
In 1988, David Rosen approached Michael Katz, who had previously worked at Mattel and Epix and was still at the time working at Atari, about licensing their new 16-bit console to the US market. Michael talked to then Atari president and the ever-lovable Jack Tramiel about the deal. As per Jack's style, he agreed, and as per usual Tramiel's style, the whole deal broke down over money, and then David just decided to go ahead and release it on the Sega brand themselves. Thus, in October of 1988 saw the launch of the Sega Mega Drive in Japan, with the US launch in 1989 under the Sega Genesis moniker, and Europe in 1990 with the original Sega Mega Drive name. Sega! And now I'll hand it over to my guests to introduce themselves, and after that we'll get on with the show.
Hi, I'm Bob, the founder of RetroRGB.com, and I've been playing a lot of these old retro games since they were just brand new modern games.
Hello, I'm the Top Loader, and here are my impressions of the Sega Mega Drive, not Genesis. That's something else that people call it for some reason, but it's the Mega Drive to me. It will always be the Mega Drive to me.
Hello, my name's Gemma, aka the Gebs24 online, and I'm from the United Kingdom.
Hey guys, it's Saturn Dave from Sega Saturn Shiro, a podcast, website, and magazine completely dedicated to Sega Saturn.
Hello everybody, Jim here from a channel here on YouTube called Mad Panic Gaming, where I do a whole lot of retro gaming related stuff right here in Japan.
As you guessed it, I'm a huge Saturn fan, but I'm also a big time Sega fan.
And I've been a gamer my entire life. Literally some of my first memories from my early childhood are playing video games, and I haven't stopped since then.
And while I stepped away from the scene for a little while, it's always been kind of a big part of my life. I had a website dedicated to software emulation all the way back in the 90s when that stuff was first happening.
Hey, if you're new here, I'm Bastish B. I run the 64K YouTube channel dedicated to the Commodore 64 and all other retro gaming goodness.
I've been playing Sega my whole life, and thanks to Bastish B for having me on this video to talk to you guys about my memories of the Sega Mega Drive, or Sega Genesis, where I grew up.
So retro, modern, whatever the case may be, I am a lifelong gamer and really cut my teeth in the 16-bit generation.
I grew up in South Africa, that's where all my Mega Drive experience comes from, but currently I live in Canada.
And RetroRGB has been going on for over 10 years, kind of bridging the gap between playing on CRTs, playing on flat panels, how to connect those old consoles to modern stuff, and most importantly, focusing on the people and the products that are always being created in the retro scene.
And one final note just before I start, just to eliminate repetition, from now on I'll be referring to the system as the Mega Drive, its original name, unless I'm specifically talking about a Genesis game that was only released in the US. Now let's jump on back to the beginning of the system in 1988. On October 29, 1988, the Sega Mega Drive was released in Japan, with only 2 games at launch and a third coming 1 month later. It wasn't the start everyone had hoped for. Nintendo's iron grip on the home console market and having companies sign exclusivity deals meant that Sega would need to carry their own home console exclusively by themselves, at least in the beginning. On top of that, the PC Engine already came out 1 year earlier in Japan and proved very successful, putting Sega into a distant third on the Japanese home console scene, with its slick modern design aimed at an adult crowd and Sega incorporating a modified System 16 arcade board as its base, therefore focusing on arcade conversions of their top games. They had something both NEC and Nintendo didn't, but it would be an uphill battle to secure their spot in the ever-evolving market. The system sold 400,000 units in 1988, a good start, but it still fell short of their initial goals. But their ultimate goal was always to take the system internationally, where they felt their accurate arcade ports would make the system break through the lucrative US and European gaming markets. So let's turn our attention now to the sole 3 games released in 1988. First up is a sequel to one of Sega's best arcades from 1985, Space Harrier, designed originally by Yu Suzuki. It was one of Sega's biggest hits of that year and hadn't seen a sequel yet until Space Harrier's 2 debut on the Mega Drive. The game was put together by Sega's Research and Development Department No. 2, which was established in 1984, with a specific goal to help produce home console games only. They were responsible for all 4 Japanese releases in 1988, although we'll only be looking at the main 3 arcade-related titles. The game was fast-paced, sprite scaling, shoot-'em-up action. Even though the Mega Drive was faking the scaling, it was still very impressive for 1988. As the Harrier, you receive a call for help and have to go and rescue Fantasyland once again from the forces of evil. This time though, you get to choose which stage you want to go to, with 12 in total, not including the boss rush mode before the end bad guy, which is really number 13. It's all about dodging the landscape, blasting incoming aliens, as well as avoiding incoming fire, and at the end of each stage is some monstrous boss to contend with. There are also bonus stages after completing 4 levels that slap you onto a hoverboard and make you invincible, much like the dragon sequences from the first game, that are pretty much here for bonus points and a bit of a break from that relentless dodging. It's a good sequel that doesn't quite match up to the original's classic status, but it did show Sega's focus on bringing that arcade experience home. And a much more direct, straightforward conversion was next with Altered Beast, based on one of Sega's brand new arcade releases that had only been out 6 months earlier. It was a side-scrolling beat-em-up with heavy gothic and horror overtones, where you get resurrected by Zeus to go rescue his daughter Athena from the dark god Neph. The home version was headed up by the late great Reiko Kodama on design, based on Makoto Uchida's original System 16 arcade game. In the adventure, which takes place over 5 levels going from graveyards to undead lairs and purgatory itself, with nods to Greek mythology and pretty much everything else in between, you have basic punches and kicks, but if you manage to collect a few orbs from killing the White Wolves, they'll give you the power to transform into an altered beast and take on their special powers, which could be anything from being able to fly and shoot electricity or arrow boost around a stage killing anything in your path. It all depended on the creature. The gameplay, even the arcade version, was always a little bit chunky, and so is this version. But with the 2-player option intact, plus the wonderfully cheesy speech samples and fun visual design of the creatures and stages, it was still a game that caught your attention, and ended up becoming Sega's pack-in game for the Genesis release in 1989, and exposing it to the masses even more as Europe's pack-in game as well in 1990.
Welcome to your doom. Oh!
And Japan's last major launch title we'll look at here is Super Thunderblade, a sequel to 1987's sprite-scaler helicopter shoot-'em-up arcade game that was a big hit at that time, delivering that huge old 80s Taikan experience. Like Space Harrier 2, this was a sequel to the arcade game, which I thought was a pretty smart move, giving console sequels to popular games, ensuring a built-in audience from the get-go. Even though it is a sequel, it's basically more of a remix of sorts, with 4 stages, and most of them flipping like the arcade from third-person views to overhead sections, with one particular level over an ocean being completely new to this version of the game, and they also added mid-level bosses for you to destroy. Like Space Harrier 2, it's a relentless blast fest as you unleash machine gun fire and unlimited rockets at a guerrilla militia who is trying to take over the world. Like most launch games for any console, it's pretty rough around the edges, graphically and sound-wise, and is way too short in retrospect. Still, it helped lay the groundwork for everything that was about to come.
My first impressions of the Mega Drive were really quite good. Does that surprise you? I don't think it really would surprise you, because the very first time that I ever saw a Mega Drive was at my friend's house down the road. I walked in there and I knew of Sega, like the Master System, but I didn't know about the Mega Drive. The Mega Drive was this new console that came out, but I didn't even know it came out. I walked into the lounge room and they're playing this game that came bundled with it. Altered Beast was the very first game that I ever saw for the Mega Drive, and it absolutely blew this mind right out the door that I just walked in from. Because I didn't believe what I was watching, because I'd never seen games like this at home. That was the key point of the Mega Drive, bringing the arcade home. And that's exactly what it did, because it felt like the arcade was at home. That was the point of it, and it worked for me. But Altered Beast, of course, has really aged not the best, but that first impression for me really did stand out, because on here, 30 years later, talking about the Mega Drive and Altered Beast, like every person in this video, I am sure, is going to say Altered Beast at least 100 times. And now with me saying it, that's 101 times.
The system was now out, and both domestic and foreign reviews were positive, and seeing these games in my local gaming magazine at the time was absolutely mind-blowing. Seeing arcade games represented in this 16-bit glory and so closely resembling their arcade counterparts was truly amazing. Unless you lived through that time in gaming, it's hard to really fully convey that sense that the next level had just begun.
Sega! We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
Sega always planned to tap the lucrative international market that Nintendo had sewn up in its pockets, with Europe and North America being its main targets, with massive potential if they could just disrupt Nintendo's iron grip on the console market. I mean, they had nothing to lose. David Rosen needed a strong Sega of America president to head the charge. He again turned to his friend in the industry, Michael Katz, who at this point had just departed Atari, and asked him to take up the challenge, now named the Genesis for North America's launch. Michael put his plans in motion immediately.
But as our consumer editor Paula Lyons shows us this year, Nintendo may be up against some serious competition.
These factors were all going to not only play an important part of the launch, but would all be key factors in the Mega Drive's success outside of Japan. Michael's experience in the industry meant that he knew a lot of major Western developers and managed to get Trip Hawkins, the then president of Electronic Arts, to join the third-party bandwagon with their unique, mostly adult-style games that would prove to be, in retrospect, the perfect yin to Sega's arcade yang to deliver exactly what the Mega Drive needed to break North America. Electronic Arts games would hit the Mega Drive market in 1990, so for now, Sega was still mostly on their own. The rebranded Sega Genesis hit the US markets on August 14th, 1989, with 8 games at launch, and more hitting the shelves by the end of the year.
Now Sega has introduced Genesis, a revolutionary 16-bit system that improves gameplay opportunities, graphics, memory, and sound.
It was a diverse mix of arcade action, celebrity-endorsed games, and sports titles, everything they had aimed for, and even though Sega of Japan were not fans of the advertising campaign, with Sega's Genesis does what Nintendo don't, this bold in-your-face attack and 16-bit technology made the system instantly cooler than Nintendo's aging 8-bit.
The 16-bit microprocessor allows for enhanced graphics, more memory capability, stereo sound, depth perception, simulated 3D. You now have a game that is richly enhanced, a game that is very, very similar to that you would find in the arcade.
The first 6 months of sales of the console were just over 500,000 units in North America. Like Japan, a good start, but not quite what Nakayama, the then president of Sega of Japan, had in mind. Michael's contributions were truly underappreciated, and he would be replaced by Tom Kalinske in the following year. And now let's turn our attention to game releases with the US launch titles and continued Japanese releases with just over 20 titles hitting the system this year. Let's first check out the arcade conversions and sequels to popular arcades of that time. Sega themselves gave us their conversion of Golden Axe, their super popular hack and slash arcade that was only released roughly 10 months before this home conversion. Something unheard of in those days, having the arcade and home port debut in the same year, especially if you consider it was a top-of-the-line Sega System 16 release. The game lets you select 3 different characters, a barbarian, an Amazon, and a dwarf, each with their own moveset, strengths, and magic abilities. Makoto Uchida headed up the arcade version, and also oversaw and approved this home conversion, which after the success of his Altered Beast, Sega wanted to take on the beat-em-up genre, after seeing Technos' massive arcade hit Double Dragon in action. Makoto felt that he couldn't beat the kings at their own game, so why not add weapons into the gameplay, and change the drab urban setting, which was already a bit of a cliche by 1989, for some something more visually vibrant. Makoto is quoted as saying about the inspiration for the game: "I watched the film Conan starring the ex-Californian state governor, researched Boris Vallejo's illustrations, and read Lord of the Rings to the point that it infiltrated my dreams." The high fantasy setting was definitely something that drew me and my friends to the arcade to play this gem. The Mega Drive conversion is pretty fantastic, not only including almost everything from the arcade, just scaled back a little bit in size, but also adding in a whole new level and an extra boss character. It retains the arcade's two-player action, includes the midget bashing minigame, and is visually very close to the arcade with great renditions of that version's excellent music score. It's a really impressive feat, and that you could play this at home set the bar really high for all the other conversions to follow in later years. Makoto Uchido, who did the 80s holy trinity of scrolling action games, being Altered Beast, Golden Axe, and of course Alien Storm, was asked his favorite of his classic creations, which he responded with, "Definitely Golden Axe. The game is the result of a high level of perfectionism," which translated over fully to this 1989 conversion. Next was Revenge of Shinobi, or Super Shinobi in Japan, a direct sequel to 1987 Shinobi arcade by Sega. This sequel was headed up by Noriyoshi Oba as director. He joined Sega a few years earlier and worked as a planner on the Master System classic Wonder Boy and Monsterland. Later he directed all three Streets of Rage games, worked on Sakura Taisen for the Saturn, and founded Sega Overworks Studio, which produced my personal favorite Dreamcast RPG, Skies of Arcadia. This man is a legend. For this sequel they wanted to expand the basic gameplay and give you much more of a story, with you again as Joe Musashi, going against the criminal organization Zed, who this time kills your master and kidnaps your fiancé, hence the title, Revenge of Shinobi. When asked how the project got started, Oba said, "The arcade game Shinobi was very popular. It was developed by another team, but we were tasked with developing the home console version. I was the game designer and director of a small development team, 1 planner, 3 full-time programmers, 4 full-time designers, and Yuzo Koshiro for the sound. Although we kept the ninja theme of the arcade version, we completely altered the game design and game system to highlight the features of the home console. That was what made the game so successful. Gone was the hostage rescuing in place of more precise action, with a variety of weapons such as a katana for close attacks, limited shurikens for long range, but still keeping the screen-killing ninja magic effects, which was kept to help inexperienced players clear harder sections. As the game's difficulty was amped up, we called games like Super Shinobi athletic action. Actions like the double jump and wall jump exemplified the high athletic characteristics of the protagonist. To make it more interesting, we try to create variations in the action depending on the situation the player was in. One of the game's key features was that the levels were designed to gradually improve the player's skills, maximizing their satisfaction upon clearing a level. The game, like the original arcade, which featured a cheeky unlicensed appearance by Spider-Man, is chock full of pop culture characters, all unlicensed again, which led to many revisions and re-released versions of this game, each one changing more and more characteristics of their appearances. I made some rough sketches of characters from my mind and from some photos due to my lack of drawing ability. They were meant to be used as a rough example. Unfortunately, the designer of the sprites reproduced my drawings a bit too faithfully, and you know the end result. The music is also of special mention, done by Yuzo Koshiro, who'd later go on to make the immortal Streets of Rage soundtracks. He was working freelance at the time, and this would mark his first working experience with Sega, and is an excellent mix of atmospheric techno and traditional Japanese stylings for something that complements this game absolutely perfectly. Graphically, it is superb, multi-layered scrolling, great big boss encounters, and cool looking levels. It truly is an excellent continuation of what the arcade started back in 1987. With a short 6-month development cycle, it was another killer app for the system, bringing arcade vibes with much more depth straight to your home. Next was Super Hang-On, also by Sega, which was the sequel to Yu Suzuki's 1986 motorbike racing classic. The arcade received a sequel also called Super Hang-On in 1987, but this Mega Drive version is greatly enhanced with a lot more features to better suit home gaming as opposed to quick arcade bursts of gameplay. You had the choice of arcade or career mode. Arcade was simply pick a continent to race on with 4 choices, with Africa, America, Asia, and Europe, and speed along using Outrun's checkpoint timed gameplay to make it to the next leg of the race. But The Mega Drive exclusive mode Original allowed you now to take on a whole racing career, from getting a sponsor to earning money in races and buying upgrades for your bike to the nifty turbo boost. The choice of music Outrun style was also very cool with some great tunes. The graphics also delivered a great sense of speed, and especially once you hit those turbo buttons. It was another solid arcade enhanced package and the first racing game to hit the system. Capcom made their double dose debut on the Mega Drive with Ghouls and Ghosts and Forgotten Worlds, both based on hit Capcom arcades from 1988. Ghouls and Ghosts, the sequel to 1985's Ghosts and Goblins, was much more of a straight port of the arcade as opposed to an enhanced or pseudo-sequel. Curiously, the conversion was done by Sega themselves in-house, with lead programmer being Yuji Naka, who joined Sega in 1984 and worked on many Master System games, and this year's best RPG release, Phantasy Star 2. And we'll be hearing more from him later. It's an excellent conversion where you again play as Arthur, battling his way through 6 levels of action platforming bliss. It's as hard as the arcade, but pretty satisfying when you master its ins and outs. The graphics again are excellent, replicating the arcade extremely well with tons of detail and graphical effects, and good renditions of its iconic music and sound effects. And bear in mind, this was available for you to play at home almost 3 years before the Super Nintendo's Super Ghouls and Ghosts, which came out at the end of 1991, which was like a lifetime in gaming years back then, especially with the advances being made. It ended up winning the Electronic Gaming Monthly's award for Game of the Year in 1989 and a host of other acclaim, with Megatech magazine saying, "A truly superb game of the classic coin-op, combining stunning graphics and sound with very challenging gameplay." The other Capcom conversion was Forgotten Worlds, a side-scrolling 1 or 2 player shoot-'em-up based on the '88 arcade game of the same name, and again converted by Sega. It's another ambitious and pretty successful conversion of a CPS arcade game, and even though it is cut back a bit due to cartridge memory reasons at the time, featuring 7 of the arcade's 9 levels, it's still a great version. An evil god, Bios, basically destroys Earth with the help of his fellow gods. Humanity then decides to make 2 80s muscleheads, equipping them with jetpacks and guns and sending them off to kill all the gods. Good luck, guys. The game retains its 2-player shoot-'em-up action with weapon pickups, cool shops to visit and items to buy, and massive boss encounters. It retains the look and feel of the arcade really well, with 2 of your 3 buttons used to rotate your gun and the other to shoot. It does a pretty good job of replicating the unorthodox controls of the arcade. The game does feature a curious bug though. If you have a 6-button controller connected, the game will instantly game over if started, which I actually encountered while trying to capture footage for this video. I guess I played it originally back in the day with a 3-button controller. And the last arcade conversion here was Truxton, also known as Tatsujin in Japan, a vertically scrolling shoot-'em-up, first released in the arcades in 1988 by Toplan, who'd already delivered classics like Slap Fight and Twin Cobra, with Toplan themselves converting it to the Mega Drive for its 1989 debut. Original designer and music composer Masahiro Yuge oversaw the project and helped deliver this excellent version of the arcade, with 5 massive stages to blast through and huge power-ups that could be upgraded, and of course a smart bomb for when things go south. It was an absolute riot. The game's slower pace, much in the Slap Fight mold, and the way it makes you feel powerful and invincible really quick, drags you into the shooter's crazy world. As a bunch of aliens threaten your homeworld, they send you a one-man against an invasion fleet to kill them all. That seems pretty reasonable, I guess. The Mega Drive home version was received really well in the press, with high scores including a 94% overall in C+VG issue number 100, with them saying, "If you're on the lookout for a top-class shooter, Tatsujin's the one for you." Its great graphics, rocking tunes, and slower-paced gameplay make it an easy 16-bit shooter to get into, and was also re-released in 2020 by Retrobit, and that's the awesome physical version you're seeing here, which I managed to pick up about a year ago.
Genesis brings you the 16-bit arcade challenge with Ghostbusters. 16-bit thrills in Ghouls and Ghosts, and 16-bit arcade action with Forgotten Worlds. Gruesome ghosts, ferocious foes, battles of power, of magic and might. Ghouls and Ghosts, Ghostbusters, and Forgotten Worlds are for the Genesis system.
The sports games kicked into gear with a couple of celebrity-endorsed releases. First up was Tommy Lasorda Baseball, the first baseball game on the system.
Baseball is my life.
Featuring manager Lasorda, who took the LA Dodgers to a 2 World Series win and was a player for the Dodgers in the 1950s.
Game time, Tommy. On my way.
The game itself is a great arcade-style baseball sim. Very easy to play and get into even if you don't know anything about the sport, with just enough stats and management for serious baseball fans to enjoy. All the teams are unlicensed, and Lasorda is basically just a figurehead appearing in the title screen.
Game's over, Tommy. Ain't over till it's over.
As the game was a slight modification of the Japanese release Super League. It was also released as Super League in Europe, as Lasorda would have been unknown to European audiences. It features good presentation and very easy controls, and has exhibition games as well as a World Series tournament which uses a password system to save your progress. The other game was a golf title called Arnold Palmer Tournament Golf, another celebrity-endorsed game that was a slight modification of a Japanese title called Ozaki Naomichi no Supermasters, endorsed originally by Japanese golfer Ozaki Naomichi. The US and European releases, like Lasorda, featured Palmer on the title screen, but is never again seen in the game. This is a pretty good first golf game as well by Sega's R&D 2 team that has quite a lot of depth and options to please both arcade and sim fans. The presentation is pretty good. You get 3 different fantasy courses from the USA, Japan and England. The putting is a little bit difficult and takes a while to get used to, but it plays as fast or as slow as you want it to overall. And both games kicked off the sports celebrity trend that Sega would ride fully the whole Mega Drive's life cycle.
And even my friend Arnie's got a great game.
Besides the arcade conversion of Truxton, the shoot-'em-up genre had 2 other releases. Thunder Force 2 was published by Technosoft, and the game was originally released on the Sharp X68000 computer in Japan. This was the first third-party game released on the system, and Technosoft would also release the real-time strategy shoot-'em-up Herzog Zwei later that year. Technosoft were formed in 1980 and were known for their excellent shoot-'em-up releases, spanning the Mega Drive and the Sega Saturn, and was eventually bought out in 2001 by a Japanese pachinko company. Thunder Force is one of their best franchises, with this version known as Thunder Force MD in Japan, featuring 2 distinct gameplay styles with both overhead open level action similar to the arcade game Last Mission, and traditional horizontal shoot-'em-up stages complete with complementary boss encounters. The top few sections have you seek out and destroying a series of bases to continue before flipping to horizontal to finish off a level. You can collect lots of power-ups and drones which can be cycled through and used on the fly for different situations. The graphics are really good, a nice variety in looks, especially jumping from perspectives keeps the gameplay interesting, and the music is fast-paced and addictive with very precise gameplay, and is another great early shoot-'em-up release for the system. The other release was called Curse by Micronet, a Japanese exclusive game that was supposed to get an international release, and was even advertised but never materialized. It was a fairly slow-paced horizontal shooter that's a bit of a mixed bag, with 5 stages overall to blast your way through, and all the cliches intact with drone support and smart bombs. The stages all look a little bit drab, and there's nothing that really stands out. There's also a lot of slowdown when things get hectic, but it's not as bad as reviews would have you believe, and it does sport some really fast-paced tunes. While no Thunder Force quality, are still pretty memorable. Micronet themselves would later go on and make the cool Warriors of Rome series, which we'll look at later. Overall, it's just okay. Micronet would definitely make up for that later though with their 1991 Ride and Trad release for the system. Now let's rapid fire our way through a few action platform games. First up was Alex Kidd in the Enchanted Castle, a continuation of Sega's mascot character from the Master System. It's a decent action platformer that doesn't really show off anything the Mega Drive can do, but still has plenty of variety in its gameplay for a good little bit of fun. Mystic Defender was next, an action platformer and a heavily modified R&D 2 game that was based on the Peacock King manga series from Japan. It had 8 very diverse stages, tons of enemies and magic to try out. It's a bit of a forgotten gem of an early platformer for the system. And finally was Last Battle, another heavily modified Sega R&D 2 game, which was originally a Fist of the North Star title in Japan. It's a pretty mediocre game where you slap your way through a post-apocalyptic setting with a map system to make your way through to the final game's boss.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
Fox 360 シューターコレクションスペシャル。
The puzzle genre saw one release in Tetris. Well, sort of. Sega of Japan bought the rights from Tengen, and to cut a very long story short, it didn't technically include the home console versions which Sega thought it did, and the game was supposed to be released on April of '89 but was cancelled at the very last second when they realized the rights weren't legit. Roughly 10 copies of the game had already been made and ended up in the wild, making it the rarest Mega Drive game ever sort of released. A new recreation was made for the Mega Drive Mini that was a conversion of Sega's System 16 arcade version. And this would change dramatically over the years, but for now, the sole movie licensed game released this year was Rambo 3. Based on the 1988 Sylvester Stallone action flick. This was yet another version of this movie in game form. I loved back in the day when every format got a unique version of a licensed game. It was so epic. This Sega release was an overhead run and gun game with some third-person mini-games for boss encounters. You play as Rambo as he's trying to free Colonel Trotman captured by a bunch of dodgy Russians in Afghanistan. You basically kill everyone and everything, destroying all their bases and freeing Trotman. You got a knife for close quarters, an unlimited machine gun, and exploding arrows for boss vehicles, plus timed bombs for ground vehicles or structures. It's very fast-paced, almost feeling like an arcade game, and you can finish it pretty quickly if you know what you're doing, but it's still a fun, solid run and gun with good graphics, even though the music and sound effects are very grating. Still, a fun first-wave license game. And our final genre for '89 was RPG and strategy games, and we'll start with Sword of Vermilion, or simply Vermilion as it's known in Japan, was released in 1989 by Sega, with English versions hitting the Genesis and European Mega Drive in 1990 and 91 respectively. It's an action RPG developed by Sega's own AM2 Studios, headed up by arcade veteran Yu Suzuki. It was a strange game made by this team, and like nothing else they had done before, with most of their games being massive action-styled arcade games like Space Harrier, Outrun, Afterburner, and Power Drift. RPGs were a huge genre in Japan, and Sega needed an offering early in the Mega Drive's life cycle to capture that ever-growing Japanese RPG audience. And they turned to AM2, their resident arcade hitmakers, to deliver the goods, with heavyweights Yu Suzuki as producer and Hiroshi Kawaguchi on music, the man responsible for some of the best arcade soundtracks ever produced, including Space Harrier and Outrun. It was full steam ahead. The game's plot revolves around the land of Excalibria, which gets invaded by the evil bad guy, King Sarkon. The land is decimated, and before the fall of King Eric's castle, the King of Excalibria, he orders his main knight to escape with his young son. Clearly the team had just watched 1988's Willow, as the plot is exactly the same. The story then picks up 18 years later, with you finding out that you're actually the king's son, which sets you out on your quest of revenge. You need to gather the 8 rings of good and the Sword of Vermilion to ultimately defeat Sarkon. The game definitely shows its team's arcade roots, with gameplay being an almost 50-50 mix of traditional RPG tropes and fast-paced arcade-styled action, similar to the Ys series of RPG games.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
"また一つテレビゲームの神話が生まれる。メガドライブだけに許された超大型ロールプレイングゲーム、バーメリ
And now let's jump into the game itself, which is a mixture of many styles, giving it a lot of variety in terms of looks and gameplay. There's 4 main views of play, with the towns serving up the overhead view where you can chat to NPCs, gather quests and info, and most importantly, visit all those shops which run the gamut of weapons, armor, and magic, with equipment and spells to purchase, and I'd highly recommend picking up a lamp as soon as possible, as you'll need one to explore dungeons. Candles are just totally useless and don't last long. Plus there's inns, taverns, churches for dispelling curses, and where you get resurrected if you die, and the useless fortune teller who takes your money and tells you things you already know, just like the real-life charlatans of the business. When you leave towns, it switches to a first-person view as you explore the land Might and Magic style, and as you can see from this world map, it's a big place to travel around with 14 different towns, each with their own corresponding dungeon to conquer. Encounters are random in typical JRPG style, and switches to a three-quarters styled view where you either hack the beasts up or use projectile magic, and if things get really bleak, you can escape as fast as you can. Entering dungeons where most of the quests usually end up leading to, you can find items around every corner, fight many variations of the beasts, and usually face off against a boss character known as arch monsters. The view then flips one more time to a side view where dodging and hacking as quickly as possible is needed to win. Unlike most RPGs, Vermilion is fairly fast paced. Besides the town aspects, it bops along pretty briskly, so you never really get bored. The combat is a bit basic, but once you get enough money for spellbooks, it gets pretty fun and interesting to mix it up with fast hack and slash gameplay and projectile attacks. The story is also pretty engaging and interesting, without getting too convoluted like a lot of JRPGs, and the difficulty is mid, although you will die quite a bunch of times in the beginning. But fear not, you simply just lose cash as you get resurrected in the local church, so you're always progressing stat-wise anyway. Kawaguchi's music score is the real highlight here, being not only catchy and infectious, but also adding to each scenario immensely. It's one of the Mega Drive's best RPG soundtracks, hands down. This game is often disregarded in the Genesis and Mega Drive library just due to its really early release nature, and the fact that Sega's other RPG heavyweights like the Phantasy Star and Shining Force series kinda always steal the limelight. It's not going to be an RPG for everyone, with its multiple gameplay styles being either interesting for you or possibly off-putting. But I feel it's a nice, well-crafted variation on a genre that can often be a cliche of itself. Next is my personal favorite RPG this year with Phantasy Star 2, the sequel to the Master System 1987 classic. The sequel was originally designed on the Master System, but Sega changed that and decided it should be a Mega Drive release, and bumped up the cartridge size to 6 megabytes, which was the biggest use for any console game of that time. Kotaro Hayashida, who worked on the entire series in various roles, is quoted as saying, "Phantasy Star 2 was originally planned for the Sega Master System as a direct sequel to Phantasy Star. Later it was decided it would be released on the Mega Drive, so we had to rework all our plans. Despite that huge change, we only had half a year to finish the game, a real aggressive schedule. And of course we had to complete the debugging in that time frame. So when you consider the normal schedule for an RPG, Phantasy Star 2 was created in an incredibly short period. The only reason we made it is because of Yuji Naka. Naka himself was lead programmer and producer. He also worked on the original Master System version."
16ビット6メガセガファンタシースター2目を見張るリアルキャラクターツインスクロールメガドライブ対応未体験ロールプレイングゲームファンタシースター2
The game's plot has multiple planets in the Olgo star system, with 3 you can travel to in total, had been terraformed by a machine known as Mother Brain. Unfortunately, the climate control system run by the computer has gone haywire, causing an influx of monsters on all 3 planets. It's your job to go find out what's going on with the system. The game retains its overhead look for visiting towns and the map screens, and also stays in this look for dungeons as well, ditching the original's first-person view. The battles are still random encounters, with a third-person style turn-based mechanic. I played this game not long after getting my Mega Drive around 1991 and was absolutely blown away. I pulled out that massive map that came with the game and pored over the hint book for days, which came with the English version of the game. As me and a friend of mine played through the entire game in a couple of days, we were just absolutely obsessed and managed to finish it, which is no simple feat.
Phantasy Star 2. Mother Brain has taken over the star system. The bio monsters have gone mad, and so will you, after hundreds of hours of great adventure gameplay.
The characters in the story was very engaging, with a bunch of interesting twists and turns. The graphics were good without being overdone, and all the planets looked and felt unique. The combat system was really addictive, and if you didn't feel like fighting, you always had that auto mode. There were tons of weapons, monsters, and party members that could be recruited. It was a much larger and much more dense game than its predecessor. The music was also sublime, provided by Tokuhiko Uwabo, a veteran sound designer at Sega who did the first 2 games in the series. It had catchy, infectious tunes as well as massive, expansive, orchestral style pieces that were absolute joy to listen to. The game was the killer app RPG they needed early and would lead to 2 other Mega Drive sequels. Herzog's Way was a strategy RTS action game released by Technosoft and was the sequel to their 1988 PC-88 game Herzog. This was a very original and unique game, basically laying the groundwork and tropes for the entire RTS strategy genre in one game. Everything from base construction, troop distribution, resource management, and protecting your base, all the while flying out and attacking your enemies, and still remembering to protect your own base. The 8 levels all have extremely clever level design where new tactics have to be applied based on the terrain, and it also sports a fast, robust 2-player versus mode where you can take on a friend that was quite addictive. Every trope of the genre was here and is still seen and used in modern RTS games. On top of that, it has really good detailed graphics and some excellent Technosoft tunes. The learning curve is pretty steep and requires time, but if you know the genre now, jumping into this is like a real look back at the origins of it all. And we'll finish off the games of '89 with 2 more RPG strategy rapid looks with Super Hardline, an update of the MSX Hardline 3, which is a really good action RPG with fantastic music and is extremely overlooked and is well worth looking out for. And lastly was Super Daisenryaku, another PC-88 port of a turn-based war strategy game that was part of the long-running Daisenryaku series. This game was never released outside of Japan, unfortunately. Already by the end of the year, the console battleground was starting to shift in Sega's favor. The PC Engine, now rebranded the TurboGrafx 16, launched just over a week after the Genesis and had already faltered. Unlike Japan, it never managed to come close to Sega's launch, thus catapulting really only 2 companies to the top of the console heap. And if we had to believe the advertising,
Discover Genesis, and your world will never be the same.
then things were about to get real interesting.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
With Michael Katz still in the driving seat at Sega, at least until Kalinske took over as CEO in the autumn of that year, his take-no-prisoners attitude continued to prove extremely successful. In 1989, Sega of America had 35 staff members, with sales of just over $800 million. But with Nintendo's Super Famicom only getting a US release in September of 1991, and a distant 92 release in Europe, Sega had the 16-bit market all to themselves, and an increase in staff members was probably in order. Sega's international plans were in full force this year, with them partnering up with multiple companies for a massive global blitzkrieg of the system.
Sega for the 90s. The new generation. New generation system, new generation games, and a new generation of value.
Tectoy handled the Mega Drive's Brazilian launch, as they did with the Master System. Without Nintendo having an official presence in the country meant Sega owned Brazil. Australia got its launch also under the company Aussisoft, with Virgin Mastertronic releasing the system in September of 1990 throughout Europe. The gaming scene in Europe was a completely different ballgame compared to the US. Nintendo hadn't managed to entrench itself deep enough, as 8 and 16-bit microcomputers still ruled the home gaming scene, with consoles being a very distant second place. Just like the US, Europe's advertising was aimed at a much cooler, older crowd: high schoolers, college students, veteran gamers, dismissing the NES as a kid's toy and locking home the idea that Sega was cool. The strategy worked yet again, and by the end of '91, Sega had a 65% market share on the console scene. Back in the US, the second phase of games was hitting the shelves. Sega had the celebrity backings of Michael Jackson, James Buster Douglas, Joe Montana, and John Madden. They managed to tap into that market that Nintendo had never even considered. Sega's biggest third-party supporter, Electronic Arts, went into full swing this year with a slew of massive computer hits from sports, flight sims, strategy, and action, all being able to hit the Mega Drive in record time due to the fact that the system shares the same Motorola 68000 microprocessor as the 16-bit Amiga, giving the Genesis an instant library of hits available on no other console.
So my first experience playing the Genesis was November of 1991. It was actually my sister's birthday. She got an NES for her birthday.
So in the late 80s and 90s, most of the 90s, magazines, video game magazines, were the only way to get information. This one here, Computer and Video Games, this was one of my favorite publications. This was a UK magazine. In the late 80s though, they started showing Mega Drive games, and I didn't know what that was in the beginning, and then I realized it was like the 16-bit version of basically a Master System. It was Sega going to the next level. I couldn't believe my eyes when I was looking at the screenshots.
When did I first experience the Sega Mega Drive? It was Christmas 1991, and my stepsister's dad bought one round Christmas morning. My dog's also just come in. She's never played the Mega Drive though.
But there was a family friend at the party who told us that Sega had just started packing in this new game, Sonic the Hedgehog, in with their console, lowered the price, and that it was 16-bit, more fast and powerful than the NES. So we were sold. We boxed up that NES, brought it back, and got a Genesis.
The arcade games, the arcade conversions looked almost exactly the same. Blew my mind. Remember, arcades were like the premier place to play video games, so anything that even looked remotely like it was considered the coolest.
And I remember when we unboxed the Genesis, it looked like a piece of hi-fi stereo equipment. It was jet black, it had vents everywhere, and it said high definition graphics over the top, 16-bit. This thing was amazing. And then when we popped in Sonic the Hedgehog, our minds were blown. I swear, the graphics were so sharp, the colors were so saturated, the chip tunes like melted your face off. It was so sharp, you know, it had that stereo rocker on the front. You could control the audio through headphones.
In 1991, in South Africa, they released the Mega Drive officially. It got an official release. And I went to a mall one day to go to watch a movie, and there was like this massive banner in the middle of the mall, and it was just Mega Drive set up everywhere. It was like a promotional thing, I guess, campaign. And they had Sonic, Moonwalker, and a whole bunch of other games. I was just like, I couldn't believe my luck. It was just like right place at the right time kind of thing. Played all the games, barely made the movie on time.
We played Ultra Beast, Sonic and Moonwalker all Christmas, and every time I closed my eyes, all I saw were rings, the rings from Sonic.
When I got home, I decided that the Mega Drive was going to be the thing I was going to get, no matter what. Sacrifices had to be made. So I sold my entire Lego collection to fund the purchase of the Mega Drive. I got quite a bit of money for it. Lego was still, you know, expensive stuff even then. It's always remained a lucrative thing to trade. And I bought Mega Drive, the Sonic pack, the 1991 Sonic pack, and I bought Moonwalker at the same time, so I got two games. And just plugging that thing in for the first time and just hearing the sound and seeing the graphics, it was just, even though I'd already played it in the mall, it was just mind-blowing because I'd been playing 8-bit games since the early 80s, right up until then, and just that leap forward, it was shocking. And played that thing endlessly, even plugging in the headphones in the front of the first version of the Mega Drive. You could put headphones on and turn it up. The sound was just amazing.
We really bought into the blast processing hype, but I tell you, Sonic moved so fast, it was every bit as impressive as all of the 2D games that we had played in the arcade up to that point.
It was such a cool system. So much nostalgia going there, just remembering those first times playing it. And we'll start off a look at some games with some run and guns first, and start with Final Zone, developed by Wolf Team, which was a Japanese developer formed in 1986 and delivered many exclusive games to the Mega Drive and Mega CD, including Ernest Evans, Road Avenger, and Solfeus, amongst many more. They were eventually bought out and merged into Namco in 2003 and focused on making many of the Tales of RPG games for Namco. Final Zone was actually the third part in this series, with not all the titles making it out internationally. The game is an isometric run and gun as you take a giant mech suit and have to infiltrate an enemy territory to take out a weapon of mass destruction they are harboring. In each level you have to destroy a set number of enemies. Once that's done, you face off against some crazy mad boss character. You have unlimited machine gun fire and a secondary more powerful attack, which is limited by the supplies you pick up, with 14 different types of weapons you can use overall, and the levels are pretty diverse in look and style with some solid graphics. They play really well and it's really fast paced. It's definitely a bit of a forgotten gem and one of the first games released by Wolf Team on the Mega Drive. Next was Target Earth, another mech styled run and gun but from a more traditional side scroller point of view, published by Messiah, a Japanese company that delivered an amazing amount of excellent titles, most of them never leaving Japan, and are probably best known for the excellent Glay Lancer and the Cho Anarchy and Langrisser series. In the game you have to defend Earth from an incoming alien invasion. The game mixes in story elements and action really well, with you getting mission updates and objectives on the fly through your comms while battling it out, with the ability to pick your weapons layout for each mission. There are two types of levels, namely ground-based and space flight. Each one gives the game a slightly different feel as you blast all the enemies, complete objectives, and take out the alien bosses. This game is really fun with a good mixture of action and strategy, with small well-defined graphics and good music, and goes under the name Assault Suit Leinos in Japan, which ended up spawning an excellent sequel on the Sega Saturn in 1997, which remained a Japan-only release. And the last running gun here is Elemental Master by Technosoft, which would only see a US release in 1993 by Renovation. The game is a really fast-paced vertical shooter where you take the role of Layden, a wizard of sorts that can use elements such as fire, water, earth, and air as his weapons, as he attempts to take down Gyra, an evil that's been unleashed upon his kingdom. You can choose which level you want to start with each one complete giving you a new element to use, as well as a fairy companion who attacks enemies at random to help you out. After the first 4 stages are complete, the rest roll out in a preset order to advance the story. The game's graphics are really good, lots of parallax action, good looking well designed stages, with quite a bit of variety and tons of different pickups and enemies to blast the hell out of. This is another good, slightly forgotten gem from Technosoft. And now over to the complementary genre, which are shoot 'em ups. And let's first look at Darius 2, published by Taito, a sequel to their 1986 arcade hit. Just like the original, it's a horizontal shooter where you embark on a mission to save a sister planet of Darius from an evil mechanized fish invasion. You have your regular fire, plus you can drop bombs for ground targets, and both can be upgraded through power-ups. The game is a bit of a remix of the arcade, with many differences in the graphics and enemy patterns and a lot of other little details, and features mid-level bosses that weren't in the original, as well as the original's choose your own path to the final showdown, which adds tons of replayability to the mix. The graphics are pretty good variation on the arcade, with plenty of parallax action and some big boss encounters, plus great music supplied by Taito's legendary house band Zuntata, who never disappoint. And even though it lacks the arcade's 2-player mode, is still a great alternative to it, and for some reason was released outside of Japan with the name Sagaya, and was part of Taito's massive first wave selection of Mega Drive releases to hit the system. And next up was Musha, was released in 1990 by Compile exclusively for the Sega Mega Drive / Genesis. Musha was a vertically scrolling shoot 'em up that definitely looked different from the rest. But before we get into that, let's take a quick look at the company that made it. Compile was formed in 1983 and eventually shut its doors in 2003. They were formed by Masamitsu Nitani and predominantly did shoot 'em ups in the 80s and more puzzle-based games in the 90s like the Puyo Puyo games for Sega. In the early days, just like Konami, they focused on the Japanese computer, the MSX, where they created Zanuck and Aleste, two very well-received shoot-em-ups. They also formed a long-lasting relationship with Sega and ported games like Borderline and N-Sub to Sega's SG-1000 console. Sega in turn offered to make their Puyo Puyo puzzle game into an arcade machine, and proved a massive success in Japan. And back to Musha, just like all shoot-em-ups, it has a totally irrelevant plot involving a mega computer that's threatening Earth's destruction. You know, the usual nonsense. But the presentation of the story is very cool and is inspired by all the awesome anime and manga of the time, and is really well done. Musha is technically part of the Aleste shoot-em-up series that Compile started on the MSX, and was actually going to be called LS2 until they decided to give it its own identity. Though the style has been done a million times since 1990, Musha's mixture of ancient Japan and mech designs was really quite unique for the time. It may not be the first game to mix these styles, but for me it really stood out visually. You have your usual selections of upgrades like lasers, explosives and shield effects, which you can pick up during the levels. And if you pick up the same weapon twice in a row, it upgrades it. There's also these weird Coke can things that are flying about, and if you shoot a bunch of them, you acquire mini drones which come and help you, and they can be moved around on screen to different formations to suit the current action. And just like the Super NES classic Axelay, every time you get hit you lose a piece of your weaponry until the final kill shot. Another cool aspect of this game is the music by Toshiaki Sakoda, which are these really fast-paced, almost metal-inspired tunes that really sync up well with the action. Sometimes with shooters I feel the soundtrack gets a little bit lost in all the destruction, but in this one it's very much the heart of the action in every way. If you like his music, you should also check out his great soundtracks to Spree Gun and Treasure Hunter G for more musical goodness. Next was Gyares, a horizontal shooter developed by Telenet Japan and published by Renovation. Telenet Japan was a video game developer formed in 1983, and within them were many divisions such as Wolf Team we looked at earlier, and Renovation, and so much more. They were eventually bought out by Sega in 1993. The game's story is told using an excellent manga-style story sequence where we see space pirates threaten to harvest Earth of all its toxic resources to make a mega weapon. You as Dan Dare have to stop them. Clearly these guys were either ignorant or unaware that the character Dan Dare already exists. He's the British Flash Gordon, but somehow they managed to get away with it. Yay 90s. The game itself is an excellent, much more slow-paced horizontal shooter that has a very unique weapon system, which is a device you shoot out at an enemy and it absorbs or learns their skills, so you can harvest any enemy you come across. The more you take from the same enemy, the stronger you can build a single weapon, with a total of 80 different types of weapons to experiment with. Every level is a visual feast and really showed what the Mega Drive was capable of, even in these early days. Levels had mid-bosses and main bosses, as well as some subtle branching paths to take. This was one of the first games to make that big jump to an 8MB cartridge alongside Technosoft's Thunder Force 3, and it definitely shows in the graphics, presentation, scrolling effects, and the music, which is super catchy, with tons of epic tunes you'll be humming long after the game's been turned off. The game's advertising campaign in the US especially is classic as well, with Renovation choosing to simply use one of their game testers as the face of the game, giving the advert a genuine sense of a friend at the time recommending a game to you, which worked really well. The tester, Jamie Bunker, got to actually recreate his iconic pose in 2022's re-release of the game by Retrobit. Next was Heavy Unit Mega Drive Special, a Japan-only release by Toho based on a really obscure 1988 Kaneko arcade. It's a horizontal mech shooter where you have to take your transforming mech and defend a planet from an alien attack. You can collect power-ups including ground bombs and have the ability to transform from a spaceship which specializes in spread shots to a mech which has more power and guided missiles by collecting a transforming icon. This is a very well made and fun game that has every level from the arcade plus added graphical effects and features all 6 stages and is definitely on the low-end difficulty scale for this genre. It's quite surprising it never got an international release. Next was a port of the 1989 Toplan arcade game called Hellfire, another horizontal shooter where you take the role of a hero, taking your ship and the Hellfire weapon to stop a robot super mech from taking over the galaxy. Hellfire's main gimmick is the fact that it's very slow-paced and tactical, requiring you to switch your weapon setup on the fly based on your situation, with different directions from front, back, diagonal, and up and down, all used used to take out different enemy patterns and ground targets, plus the ability to use a limited Hellfire shot, a powerful forward blast that cuts through everything. The levels are nothing to write home about and are pretty bland, but the sound effects and especially the music, which are some of Toplan's most memorable aspects of the games, is pretty rocking. But gameplay is paramount here, with its clever switching mechanic that encourages you to make quick choices to get yourself out of tight situations, and is recommended to anyone that wants to try a different spin on a regular genre. And next was another Toplan game, Fire Shark. This one actually developed by Toplan themselves for a Mega Drive release based on their 1989 arcade game, which itself was a sequel to Flying Shark, one of my favorite 1980s shoot-em-ups. Taking place in an alternate-styled World War II Earth, you pilot a dodgy weaponized biplane in this vertical blaster as you take out an invading army, featuring 6 stages in total for this version, with ability to change out weapons from pickups, which there are 3 main types, plus the ability to drop a smart bomb. There's a host of difficulty settings also, which all lead to multiple different endings. The game has your usual cool Toplan music by Masahiro Yuge, one of Toplan's original founders, and loud sound effects, which makes everything very satisfying. Like the original Flying Shark, it's pretty tough, but if you manage to get your weapons built up a bit, you can become an almost invincible killing machine. Get that flamethrower and you'll feel like you're playing Truxton in a biplane. It's really fantastic stuff. Phelios was next, the first of 2 shooters by Namco this year, based on the 1988 vertical shoot-em-up arcade of the same name. The game is steeped in Greek mythology, giving it a completely fresh vibe over the usual spaceship and alien invasions. You as Apollo take the Pegasus, the flying horse, and have to go and rescue Artemis, who's been turned into stone by Medusa. Each level is presented in typical shooter style, blasting tons of henchmen. You've got regular shots that can be upgraded and a charge shot from your sword that does major damage. At the end of each level, you enter a temple to take out a boss character from Greek mythology. The stages are varied with nice uses of color and an abundance of unique enemies with good complementary music. The game isn't a simple direct port either and can be seen as a bit of a remix. Mostly the same structure, but enough differences everywhere to make it not a standard port, probably due to the arcade sprite scaling effects, which would have been a challenge at the time to pull off. It doesn't affect the gameplay at all though, and is a great ROM, blasting mythology in the face point blank. Granada was up next, another shooter from Wolf Team based on an already existing X68000 version. It's a top-down shooter where you control a tank and is a multi-directional blaster, where you have a map and objectives to destroy before a massive boss encounter. It's open-ended without much restrictions, letting you take out what you want in any order. There's a multitude of control setups and difficulty levels, making it a pretty accessible game. You have regular fire and a kind of cannon shot used effectively to take out main objectives, and regular cannon fodder if you desire. It's a really fun game that bops along at a fast pace with good graphics and parallax scrolling in many stages. The boss encounters are all very unique, and just overall it's just a well-made game. And back to more familiar settings with Arrow Flash, published by Renovation, a horizontal space shooter where you take the role of a girl who uses her grandfather's transformable mech to stop an alien invasion. In the game you have the ability to transform on the fly, with a spaceship having the concentrated forward shots and being very maneuverable, and the mech form being much slower but having a wide shot and guided missiles. Pickups include a shield and multiple drones to amplify your firepower. You can also use the Arrow Flash ability, which makes you invincible for a short period of time as you smash through enemies. The intro sequence is amazing, and it has a nice variety of levels, although they all seem to go on a little bit too long. It's also a pretty easy game, so if you're not good at this genre, it's another fairly easy one to play, with a ton of options with your weapons and different forms to play with. And one of the last big looks at shoot 'em ups this year goes to Thunder Force 3, a much beloved shooter, again from the masters at Technosoft. You have to destroy the Orn Empire's 5 major bases, all located on different planets, to reveal the location of their main headquarters. You get to choose any of them to tackle, in any order you choose. Once they've all been destroyed, it goes into the final 3 stages, which are preset. The game ditches the top-down stages of previous entries and is all just straight-up horizontal shmup action. Your weapons can be switched on the fly for different situations, as well as your speed. Plus you can gain more drone assistance, which act as shields and extra firepower. The levels themselves are absolutely gorgeous pixel art from start to finish, with jungles, lava levels, underwater stages, and so much more, each using multi-parallax action and having a wide variety of things to blast, each unique to the planets. There are instances of vertically scrolling in certain levels, with with the environments also playing an important part trying to kill you, just as much as the regular aliens themselves. It requires quick thinking because the right weapon in the right situation makes a massive difference, and is accompanied by a great pumping soundtrack that never lets up. A real gem of a shoot 'em up on the system. And we'll finish off shooters with a quick rapid fire look at the rest, starting with Namco's other shooter, Dangerous Seed, an enhanced version of their 1989 vertical shooter with pretty good graphics and sound that improves on its arcade original, even if the game is a bit generic for the genre. XDR was another generic entry which never left Japan, a horizontal shooter that seems to go out of its way to be as unoriginal as humanly possible, with by-the-numbers graphics and music, and some of the most annoying sound effects ever heard in a shooter. Twin Hawk is another toe plan release in an alternate World War II setting. It's a vertical shooter that's very similar to Fireshark, just not as good overall. It's still well made and worth playing, and features some cool original things like the fact that the whole game is just one single scrolling stage, and you can summon a formation of planes to help you, and you only ever get to fight ground targets, much like Toeplan's original Targa Heli arcade. It only received a Japan and European release. Darwin 4081 was another obscure release based on a 1987 Data East arcade that absolutely nobody played. Your ship basically evolves through pickups, getting bigger and more powerful as it evolves. It plays a bit like Slapfight with its top-down methodical approach and being able to bomb ground targets and flying enemies. Battle Squadron was a port of a much-loved vertical scrolling shooter from the Amiga. It can be played with 2 players simultaneously, which is one of its best features, and is a pretty good version of the Amiga original that feels a lot different than your usual console shooter, and features some good Mega Drive interpretations of the Amiga's excellent score done by Commodore 64 music legend Rob Hubbard, and was one of the first Electronic Arts games to be released on the system. Insector X was another interesting shooter thematically, and a port of a 1989 arcade game, as you blast your way through tons of bugs and insect worlds. It's pretty fun, and a real challenge later, but a nice break from alien invasions. Whip Rush was a horizontal alien blaster from Vic Tokai, and published by Renovation. It's a pretty fun and forgotten shooter reminiscent of R-Type, and has a nice mixture of horizontal and vertical action to vary up the gameplay, and some good tunes as well. And the last shmup for this year was Air Diver, a first-person style G-Lock clone by Asmec. You fly around the world in your stealth fighter trying to take out a rogue terrorist organization. This game always wowed me when I saw screenshots of it in magazines, but after playing it, it's not as much fun as it looks. It's not quite a shooter, and it's not quite a flight simulator, but still a bold attempt nevertheless, and doesn't quite hit the mark unfortunately, even though it looks fantastic as a demo for what the Mega Drive could deliver. And next up, we'll check out some arcade conversions and pseudo-sequels, and start with Afterburner 2, based on Sega's 1987 arcade flight shooter by Yu Suzuki. This version is based on the updated re-release of the arcade, hence Afterburner 2, which added some light tweaks and a few extra levels. This Mega Drive version is not a one-on-one conversion and mixes things up a bit, but captures the essence of the arcade game very well in terms of the fast, addictive gameplay and the fake sprite scrolling effects. Keeps the integrity and speed of the arcade intact, and is a really fantastic home experience. It's got refueling sequences, the takeoffs, the bonus ground blasting sections, and pretty good renditions of the arcade soundtrack. It's not arcade perfect, but damn, when I looked at this in one of my issues of C plus VG, which I actually still have here, with its graphics, I was in absolute awe. To see a massive super sprite scaler in your home and of this quality was just shocking, and was the game that definitely made me decide that the Mega Drive would be the next system I wanted above anything else. Next was Super Monaco GP, a sort of sequel to the 1989 racing game by Sega. The original arcade, as awesome as it was, only had one track, so this obviously wasn't going to cut it for a home version. They took the basic racing structure of the arcade and viewpoint and made a full World Championship mode available, including 16 full tracks to race on, with the ability to challenge other rivals, rank up in your teams, and get access to much faster cars. The racing visuals are definitely dialed back because it could never replicate the detail of the arcade, but with all the extras added, it makes it a much better game in the long term and much more suited obviously for home play. It's visually got a good sense of speed, good sound effects, and plays really well, and is another great choice by Sega to do a pseudo sequel instead of a basic straight port, and was followed in 1992 by Ayrton Senna's Super Monaco Grand Prix, which we'll look at later in the video. And another remix or sequel of sorts was eSWAT City Under Siege, based loosely loosely on Sega's own eSWAT arcade from 1989. It was a side-scrolling action platformer that has you as a rookie cop joining the force, and after completing a couple of levels as a regular cop, you get promoted to the eSWAT division and get equipped out with a mechanized armor suit, which has machine gun, charge shot, and a host of Robocop-styled abilities. The Mega Drive version takes the basic structure of the arcade's gameplay and makes something new with it, with more expansive levels and a new futuristic-styled setting. Sega again wisely chose to play to the Mega Drive's strengths and build this game from the ground up, and delivers a new experience while still linking it to the arcade in every single way. If you like the Shinobi series, it plays very much the same, with some cool boss encounters and rocking tunes, and a progressive difficulty level that ramps up for the end in a really satisfying manner. And over to arcade developer kings Taito themselves, who hit up the Mega Drive in a big way in 1990. So let's rapid fire through a bunch of their ports to the system, starting with Rainbow Islands Extra, a Japan-only release, an arcade sequel to Bubble Bobble. It has original mode and extra, one being a straight port of the arcade, and extra, which is a remixed version of the arcade, with rearranged stages and bosses, and is made for definitely the more veteran player. I've never been a massive fan of this arcade, but if you like its dose of timed platforming action, then you'll definitely enjoy it. Space Invaders 90 was next, titled 91 in the US, as it was only released the following year. It was an updated version of Taito's classic 1979 arcade single-screen shooter that adds new backgrounds, a variety of different aliens and weapon pickups, and the use of a shield which can take a couple hits before you get wasted, which is a fun game but just needs a few more basic options in the menus to be fully recommended. New Zealand Story was another Japan-only release based sort of on the 1988 arcade game, as instead of doing a straight port, they instead ported a prototype version that had different level designs and only featured 13 out of the 20 arcade levels. Why they did that is kind of unclear, maybe memory constraints, but it's still a pretty fun game that mixes action and platforming in a really fun and challenging way. And lastly was Rastan Saga 2, a port of the 1988 sequel to the original arcade, and is a straight up port of sorts. With its side-scrolling hack and slash fantasy setting, it captures the arcade pretty well. Unfortunately, the arcade wasn't very good in the first place, which makes it a Taito port you definitely want to avoid.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
Another Namco release was Burning Force, based on the 1989 arcade hoverbike Space Harrier styled shooter. You play a girl called Hiromi who's trying to pass her 6-day flight exams to become a space pilot. It really is Namco's answer to Sega's Space Harrier, with you being able to speed up and down and have regular shots and limited missiles, which both can be upgraded through pickups. It has 6 massive stages, each broken down into multiple parts with boss encounters and the ability to switch into a jet-style craft to fight the bosses. The jet sequences are honestly a little bit more enjoyable than the regular bike parts, but still it's a good game overall, giving a variation on a very familiar gameplay and does a good job of imitating a far more powerful arcade hardware. Next, Tengen published a conversion of Atari's Hard Driving Arcade, the 1989 3D driving game, one of the first slew of 3D games to hit arcades, and the first proper 3D attempt on the Mega Drive. The game is an exact port of the arcade, no real extras. It provides 2 tracks, although it's really only one big course. The tracks are littered with loops and bridges that need to be jumped over or looped around, with a timer where you have to make it to the next checkpoint to continue. It retains the arcade's cool instant replay mode, showing your death from a third-person view, but I gotta agree with the majority of the reviews from back in the day, in the fact that the game loses a lot of its cabinet realistic controls vibe when played on a controller, even though the 3D is pretty good for a 1990 console game, and it portrays the arcade quite well, it just feels a little bit underwhelming to play as a home game. And let's look at a few rapid fire quick shots here. And first up is DJ Boy, based on a 1989 Kaneko arcade. It's a side-scrolling beat 'em up on roller skates. It's a pretty simplistic game where you have to save your girlfriend from a bunch of dodgy thugs by punching and kicking the street scum to death. I played this a lot in the arcades, and it's decent, although kind of forgettable. Columns was a port of Sega's own 1990 arcade release. It's a puzzle game in the Tetris style with a bit more flashy graphics, but very similar block matching mechanics. If you like this type of game, then it does a good job with it. Columns 3 also hit the Mega Drive in 1993, and Atomic RoboKid also hit the system, being a port of a 1988 arcade, which never ended up seeing a European release. It's a pretty accurate version of the multi-directional shooter. You as Atomic RoboKid have to save a space colony from an alien assault, in this combination of flying and blasting action. I honestly always found this game way too hard to enjoy, or maybe it's just I'm completely useless at it, which is more likely. And next was Dynamite Duke, a conversion of a third-person style shooter from Raiden makers Saibu Kaihatsu. This was a straight-up port, no frills, just jump in and shoot a bunch of dudes and blow stuff up. In this Operation Wolf style game, even though it was from a third-person view, it still felt a lot like that Taito classic. Levels are quick and frantic, followed by punch-out sequences, where you go hand-to-hand against the main boss characters. The Japanese release featured a Dolph Lundgren knockoff on the cover, with the US and European versions featuring this hilarious out-of-place guy that doesn't resemble the character in any way, shape or form. And now you know why I'm trying to show as many of the original Japanese version covers as possible in this video. Strider was next, another game based on a Capcom CPS-1 arcade, this one from 1989, and again with conversion duties done completely by Sega themselves. The game itself is a side-scrolling hack and slash. You're a ninja in a group known as the Striders and have to assassinate a crazy dictator known as the Grand Master who rules over the world. Your character is extremely versatile and can jump around in all directions, climb up walls and roofs, and use your plasma sword to take out enemy soldiers and robots. This was another one of those big 8 meg cartridges released at the time, and again it shows in the final product as it's a very good conversion of the arcade, better than Sega's own job they did on Forgotten Worlds, which sacrificed quite a few little elements due to the smaller cartridge used. This was also another one of those games like Afterburner 2 that helped sell the system as the best console available for these types of arcade games back then. The fact that Strider was only made by a team of 3 guys at Sega of Japan is pretty amazing, and they even had to borrow testers from other teams so they can iron out the bugs. The final result though was the best home version this game could get at the time. Small alterations were done here and there in the game, but all the levels are present, plus they even added an end sequence which wasn't in the arcade original. The magazine EGM voted it as their Game of the Year in 1990. Crackdown was next, a conversion of a Sega System 24 arcade, which was a top-down action game that emphasized 2-player gameplay. The game has you infiltrating a bunch of enemy bases where you have to take out the soldiers and plant bombs all over the area as indicated on your map. Once the first one is planted though, the countdown starts and you'll have to leave the level before the first one detonates. The game lets you lean against walls to avoid detection, and you have a smart bomb that kills everyone in an area, plus you can pick up machine guns and use hand-to-hand combat to take out the guards. This is a really well-made game, especially in the 2-player mode, but it's still great in 1-player, and it has really unique gameplay, good well-defined graphics even though they're really small, and it's a really great interpretation of the arcade original. And my personal favorite Wonder Boy game was next, Wonder Boy 3 Monster Lair, a straight-up port of the Sega System 16 game from 1988. It was a colorful, bubbly throwback to the original game with side-scrolling platform-styled action mixed in with more traditional style shoot-'em-up sequences, which leads to the level's boss encounter. I really loved this game back in the day in the arcades, and I played it a ton with my friends. And the Mega Drive version keeps its co-op 2-player gameplay and sports really colorful graphics and some of my favorite Wonder Boy tunes as well, done by veteran music and sound effects designer himself, Shinichi Sakamoto, who did this version as well as almost every Wonder Boy game put out at that time and beyond. It's easy, addictive arcade action at its best. And the final arcade conversion we're going to have a look at this year was Shadow Dancer, The Secret of Shinobi by Sega's R&D 2 team, which was another expanded remix of the 1989 arcade release. Tomohiro Kondo was assigned as director of the Mega Drive version. He would later be part of Team Andromeda and work on several of the Panzer Dragoon games on the Sega Saturn. It was his first game as director for Sega, and his group of 7 employees set about bringing the game to life. You again play as Joe Musashi as he goes on a revenge spree for the death of one of his students in New York City. Tomohiro is quoted as saying about the conversion process: "The first thing I had to decide was whether I would attempt to replicate the game exactly or redesign it to better suit the Mega Drive hardware. Since I was permitted to do whatever I liked, and there were technical barriers to making an exact replica, I decided to tailor the game to the Mega Drive and also to introduce original elements. However, I was careful to preserve the fundamentals, the style of play, the atmosphere, and of course, Yamato, the Ninkin or Ninja Dog. Rather than any processing concerns, our biggest challenge was the cartridge 4 megabit capacity. We wanted to include as many art assets as we possibly could without compromising the length of the game. Taking the eSWAT route and using elements and set pieces from the arcade, but more importantly adding to the gameplay, was a great move with the 5 stages in total to tackle. The main gameplay was very much in the mold of the original Shinobi, with you rescuing hostages, having a screen-killing ninjutsu magic for desperate times, shurikens for long-range attacks, and swords for close-quarters combat, but also the use of your dog assistant Yamato was always the highlight of the arcade game, and he can still stun enemies with an added charge system for the Mega Drive version. And what would a Shinobi game be without some sort of crazy bonus stage to rack up the body count like some sort of demented canon film ninja movie? Tomohiro also said about adding more to this Mega Drive release: "I wanted to add more complexity to the Mega Drive version. An arcade game needs to be quick to pick up, but with a home console game you can include aspects that take time to master. In the case of Yamato, I wanted to better communicate his speed and agility when he attacks. We also made it possible for players to move and tackle other enemies while Yamato is attacking, which was down to my desire to increase the speed of the gameplay. Finding ways to make the dog more useful and integral was one of the things that I most cared about in developing the home version. Overall, it's another great entry in the Shinobi series, giving you a taste of the arcade but ramping it up to further heights." And let's move over to a couple of quick rapid-fire reviews with another Electronic Arts release based on another game from the Amiga by Enterprise named Sword of Sodan. It's a bit of a remix of the original. Unfortunately, the original was all flash with zero substance, and that all comes along for the ride in this clunky mess of a side-scrolling action game. And another port of a 1988 computer game was Technocop, which only saw a Genesis US release. It was a combo driving and side-scrolling action game. I always had a soft spot for this game's concept, having played it originally on my Commodore 64, but overall it just doesn't come together. It's just a bit of a big mess in terms of gameplay and design. There's just so much wasted potential here. And now let's flip our attention over to RPG and strategy games, which saw some interesting releases. So let's take a few quick looks first before my highlighted choices. With the release of the strategy god game Populous, another Amiga port by Electronic Arts based on Bullfrog and Peter Molyneux's unique meddle with people's lives strategy hybrid. It's a pretty good port, but I'd still highly recommend a computer version instead due to its quicker, easy to handle mouse support. Populous 2 also got a Mega Drive release in 1993. Sorcerian was next, a Japan-only RPG released by Sega's R&D2 team and was part of RPG strategy makers Falcom's Dragon Slayer series. This was an update or remix of another Japanese computer game. It's unique in the fact that there's no big overarching story, but the game is broken down into 10 scenarios, each self-contained adventures that can be chosen and played, and are all unique to this Mega Drive version. It's unfortunate that it never saw an English release, and is directly the reason why Phantasy Star 3, which we'll be having a look at shortly, was such a great departure from the rest of the series, as all the original members who worked on 1 and 2 were making this, hence a new team undertook Part 3. And the last of the quick looks was Sio Blade, released by Sigma, a sort of visual novel, adventure, point-and-click, science fiction hybrid that again was based on a Japanese computer game from 1988 on the MSX and PC-88. There's really nothing quite like it on the system, and it's a really well-made game. Fortunately, this game has received a full English fan translation, so there's no excuse not to try out this great adventure game. And now onto a very cool Japan-only release called Star Cruiser, a mixture of RPG and first-person shooter with a combination of anime and 3D polygon graphics. It's one hell of a unique hybrid for the time, and also based on X68000 and PC-88 versions. This game was published by Masaya on the Mega Drive. You have to embark on a galaxy-hopping adventure to defend your bases against the Void, who are waging war on the galaxy. There are multiple solar systems to fly to, over 30 planets to explore, space flight, battles, as well as first-person planets and cities to explore, characters to talk to, and weapons to upgrade. Battles all take place in real-time 3D affairs with cool anime-style graphics for characters and menus. This game was actually set to get an English release in 1994 by Namco, but ultimately cancelled. But again, fortunately, there is an English fan translation available and is highly recommended, as this is yet another game unlike anything else the system ever saw and is well worth exploring further for the adventurous mind. The big RPG for this year though was definitely Phantasy Star 3: Generations of Doom.
時を司るのは神か悪魔か一本で4つのエンディングキングオブ RPG 時の継承者ファンタシースター3
This was a very different playing game from the previous entries, as I mentioned earlier, with a new team taking on this third chapter, with the game taking place on a massive spaceship modeled after the planet Palm, which was trashed at the end of part 2. You play descendants of the people of that planet. The game features all your usual RPG tropes, with now a much more fantasy medieval look, but obviously still sci-fi. An overworld map, towns and shops to explore, quests to undertake, turn-based random battles, but the big difference is you play through 3 generations of characters, and at the end of each you choose a female to marry and carry on your lineage. Who you choose will ultimately affect the story ending and even the next character you play, plus their traits, making for one of the most versatile and unique RPGs of its time. Most other aspects are fairly traditional, as mentioned earlier, with your party limit being up to 5 and plenty of dungeons to explore and treasure to loot. Music was done by Uzuho Numata. She not only did this game but also the excellent Part 4, and brings something new, a little more classical to the soundtrack style. Dark Wizard is another great soundtrack of hers. The presentation is also good, not quite as engaging as Part 2, at least in my opinion, but the generation system and multiple paths really made it stand out from the crowded RPG market that had emerged in the late 80s, and definitely deserves a lot more respect than it generally gets.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
Welcome, fellow adventurers, and join me, Bastish B, as I'll be exploring classic RPGs from the 8 and 16-bit generations, both console and computer, whether it be high fantasy or lo-fi sci-fi. All roads will eventually lead to Tales of a Dungeon Basher. And now let's check out a couple of action platformers, starting with Magical Hat by Vic Tokai, which was a pretty fun action platformer based on the Magical Hat anime series. You have to stop a demon from being released and destroying your world. There are 4 huge stages, each divided into multiple parts for you to explore and punch enemies, and use your hat as a floating device. And you need to find a special treasure in each level to restore part of your land, and then face off against the boss character. Plus there's a whole multitude of bonus games, and it sports a wonderfully colourful, cute vibe, and some pretty decent tunes as well. It remained a Japan exclusive, well, sort of. The game was basically reskinned and modified for Western audiences and re-released in 1991 under the name Decap Attack, and we'll take a look at that a little bit later. The other action platformer was called Shadow Blasters by Sigma. You get to use 4 different characters which you can switch to on the fly as you attempt to defeat the Dark Lord Ashura and his demon horde. All the characters can be upgraded and have unique abilities and screen killing magic, with a total of 9 levels to tackle. The first 6 you can choose to go in any order, with the last 3 being fixed. It's a pretty early platformer with very average graphics and so-so level design. It's not going to win any awards, but the light RPG upgrading system and the fact that you can play it in 2-player simultaneous mode definitely help it out. And if this genre is your jam, then you may find lots to like here. And now let's go on over to a bunch of awesome licensed games. And let's start with Castle of Illusion starring Mickey Mouse, Sega's first collaboration in a long line of upcoming Disney games that Sega would make together, and part of their grand licensing plan to give as much exclusives to the system as possible. The game is a perfect example of an action platformer taking the best elements of classic NES games and infusing it with a massive dose of 16-bit power in visuals and music. You play as Mickey as he has to rescue Minnie from the Castle of Illusion as she's been taken by Miserable. The goal of each of the 7 levels is to collect a piece of the Gem of the Rainbow, which once all collected opens a path to take on Miserable and save Minnie. You can pick up and throw objects as weapons and jump on and butt stomp enemies to death. It's visually gorgeous, especially for such an early release, as each level has its own distinct look and style and usually focuses more on a certain gameplay element. Enemies are also positioned perfectly for you to kind of form a chain stomping effect from one enemy to another, really keeping the flow of the game going. Music and sound effects is also quite excellent as well, both done again by Sega legend Takahiko Iwabo of Phantasy Star 2 fame. It was extremely popular at the time, raking in some great reviews in the press, and led to the co-op 2-player Gem sequel called World of Illusion in 1992. Next up was Ghostbusters, developed in collaboration between Compile and Sega's R&D2 team, based on the 1984 classic comedy. The game itself, though, takes place a few years after the original movie, where New York has had a massive earthquake that has unleashed a huge ghost infestation into the city. It's a multi-directional action platformer with you getting to choose between Peter, Ray, and Egon, each with their own specific abilities. You can choose any of the first 4 stages to go with the last 2 being fixed. You can visit a shop and equip out before each level with items and weapons, and you can earn money from completing levels and bonus money if you happen to capture the mid-level boss. Your main weapon is your proton pack, which shoots more like a regular gun than a stream, and bombs to clear out all enemies on the screen. Every level is a visual treat with a host of unique ghosts and monsters, as well as some pretty tricky and challenging boss encounters. The music is good as well, lots of great tunes, as well as a variation on the classic Ghostbusters theme tune. I remember seeing this game as a demo in a computer store in about 1991 and wanting it so bad. I didn't have a Mega Drive yet, but I was busy saving up for one and went back about a week later to go buy it, and it was sold out already. I guess it's just as well though, I needed the money to buy the actual console. And next up was another version of the biggest hit movie of 1989, Batman, based on the Tim Burton movie that was an absolute cultural phenomenon at the time, and produced more original versions for each system based on a single movie than I can think of. This Mega Drive version was made by Sunsoft. They did multiple different Batman the movie games at this time, all top quality games and different from each other completely. This Mega Drive version is mostly a side-scrolling action platformer with you as Batman, taking out the Joker's thugs with punches, kicks, batarangs, and the ability to use a grappling hook to get to new areas, much like Ocean's computer game version. It follows the movie fairly closely in terms of locations, with the streets of Gotham, the chemical factory, and of course the cathedral finale, all taken straight from the movie. Over the 6 stages, my favorites are honestly the bonus vehicle stages, where you get to drive the Batmobile and the Batwing. Both play out like horizontal shoot-'em-ups as you take out the Joker's goons and all their demented vehicles. The platformer sections are pretty damn tough, so expect a stiff challenge, and I really love the music in this one. It's just pumping with track after track full of memorable toe-tapping music. Overall, it's another great version of this movie in game form. And lastly, for licensed games, was one of 2 games I got for my Mega Drive in late 91 when I got the system, called Moonwalker, based on the 1988 movie starring Michael Jackson.
Must kill zombies, rescue prisoners, and call the Sega hotline for help. Michael Jackson Moonwalker is dancing now on Sega Mega Drive.
And another movie that had multiple completely different versions released across computers, and even an excellent isometric arcade game by Sega themselves that is an absolute must play. This is another action platformer where you have to save a bunch of kids kidnapped by Mr. Big, a dodgy gangster, and the game takes most of its inspiration from the smooth criminal section of the movie. As Michael, you can shoot stars at enemy and charge up and throw your hat of death, and if you max out your charge, you can pull off a special where you basically dance people to death death, accompanied by Jackson tunes such as Bad, Thriller, and Another Part of Me. The stages are a mixture of places from the film such as the Gangster nightclub, and even stuff from Michael music videos such as the Graveyard from Thriller, and so much more. Also, if you save a certain kid first on a level, you gain the ability to transform into a mechanized Michael where you can fly around and shoot lasers for a short amount of time, just like in the movie. This was another cool licensed action platformer with good graphics, fantastic animation, and great tunes, and a really cool rendition of Smooth Criminal, and was another celebrity license exclusive in this form anyway on the Mega Drive.
Michael Jackson's Moonwalker.
And the last genre for 1990 goes to sports, and was the genre that completely turned the tables for not only Sega, but also on the console monopoly that Nintendo had lorded over in the US, and soon to be the Mega Drive's biggest marketplace in the world. Two quick looks first with Zany Golf, up first by Electronic Arts based on the Apple II game, though this was a port of the Amiga version. It's a fun mini golf or mini putt-putt game featuring 9 wacky holes from an isometric point of view, and can be played with up to 4 players. It was designed by Will Harvey, who also did another EA game called The Immortal. It got a US and European release. Cyberball was a port of a futuristic American football arcade game by Atari. It was completely ported by Sega themselves. It's basically American football with robots, and is a pretty fun variation on something familiar. The Japanese version even supported online modem play, but the US and Europe were not quite there yet, so those options were not available in those versions. James Buster Douglas Knockout Boxing was another celebrity-endorsed game based on the boxer who managed to knock out Mike Tyson and become world champion, at least very briefly. The game itself was a modification of a Taito 1988 arcade game called Final Blow, which was released in Japan as Final Blow on the Mega Drive without the Douglas endorsement. Besides Douglas being put into the selectable characters in the US and European version, it's basically the arcade game Final Blow, which was a pretty good, graphically impressive boxing game, with simple left-right punches mapped to the buttons and a third for the blocking. Basically wear out each character and take the final blow as you make your way to becoming world champion. The irony about the endorsement is that Douglas was defeated in his next major fight by Evander Holyfield. Sega then decided to sign Evander as the figurehead for their next big boxing game in 1992. And next was Budokan, the Martial Spirit, another Electronic Arts release and a port of the 1988 Amiga version, which itself was a martial arts simulator. You could call it a versus fighter, but the action is a lot slower and more tactical, like a real-life tournament fight. The game puts you in the role of a student who enters a massive martial arts tournament taking place at the Budokan Stadium in Tokyo. The game features a whole range of martial arts to train in and compete in, including karate, bow, kendo, and nunchucks. You can train and practice everything before entering the massive tournament and going up against the 12 opponents. It's definitely not a button masher. The more you mash, the quicker you lose stamina, and then one good hit and you're done for. You have to execute well-timed strategic hits. That's what it's all about. And it's a very different style of versus game. The game can also be played in versus mode simply against a friend, but tournament is the real highlight here, and the excellent presentation and really loud, crunchy digitized sound effects bring it to life. Music again is by Rob Hubbard and is pretty awesome, but I still like the C64's version of the main theme, which sounds just a little bit better than this one. Overall though, it's still a pretty good and fun game to play. Cutie Suzuki Ringside Angel was a Japan-only release and a celebrity-endorsed one featuring Japanese female wrestler Cutie Suzuki, and was published by Asmik. It's a wrestling game with a typical versus look and feel. It emphasizes its special moves by the non-female wrestlers in the game, and has a host of different modes from tournaments, 2-player versus, and even a spectator mode, letting you select 2 different wrestlers and watching the CPU beat each other up. It's pretty fast-paced, and I like it when the screen splits in 2 when you're far away from your opponent. It gives the whole game this kind of TV broadcast feel. It has some decent fast music and some okay sound effects. It's definitely not going to win anybody over, but if you're a wrestling fan, it's actually got a pretty unique look and feel to it. Next was Lakers vs Celtics, the NBA playoffs by Electronic Arts, their first basketball game on the system, and an updated port of their 1989 DOS release, and also one of the first basketball games to actually have licensed teams in the roster. This was the start of the NBA playoff series that would see multiple entries over the next few years. It sports a side view approach, with exhibition games and of course the full tournament mode. The enhancements over the DOS version are many, including updating the team rosters, extra moves, TV-style presentation, a full halftime show, tons of voice samples, and much more. It's a really good basketball game and set the bar pretty high right from the start. The European version of this game is ultra rare because EA ran into issues getting the NBA license for Europe secured and had to recall the game immediately. A reported roughly 190 or so copies made it out onto store shelves, making it one of the rarest games in the entire European Mega Drive library. And now on to the two games which helped Sega win its first of many holiday game season sales, with Joe Montana Football and John Madden Football. Both made essentially by Electronic Arts and both released within weeks of each other, which seems kinda odd. But each take on American football was unique, with Joe Montana, a celebrity-endorsed product favoring arcade-style gameplay, and John Madden Football, the first console version of this franchise, favoring strategy. The story behind the two biggest sellers of Christmas 1990 was that Sega hired a company called Mediagenic to make Joe Montana for its holiday release, and Electronic Arts already had Madden in the works and would be ready around the same time. Mediagenic unfortunately failed to deliver anything, which forced Michael Katz to call Trip Hawkins at Electronic Arts and ask if they would develop the Montana game for its December release and put Madden aside for later. Hawkins obviously refused to abandon Madden and told Katz to write them a $2 million check and they would get a game within 6 weeks. Trip Hawkins delivered, with Montana coming out merely weeks after Madden, and both of them dominating the sales charts, giving gamers exactly what Sega was trying to accomplish: some arcade action with also a dose of strategy for the older crowd, a double dose of sports hits. Joe Montana Football itself didn't have the NFL license, so teams were simply named after US cities. Electronic Arts also specifically downgraded the options in Joe Montana as to make Madden the better game, according to inside sources at EA, but also ramped up its arcade stylings, much like a Sega arcade game would play. Montana's celebrity status meant that the game sold like hotcakes, with Joe being signed by Sega for $1.7 million for a 5-game deal, one of the biggest celebrity endorsements during that time.
Time out. I'm quarterbacking another super game this season, Joe Montana Football for Sega Genesis. And since I don't like being rushed, we're taking extra time to perfect my game. It'll be ready by the Super Bowl, so don't pass this up. It may be my best game of the season.
John Madden Football was actually the second Madden game and not based on the 1988 computer version, but was Electronic Arts' first Mega Drive game built from the ground up, as opposed to all the Amiga port they initially released this year. The teams were also unofficial in this first version, but it was packed with production values in sound by Rob Hubbard, giving us a very cool Skate or Die style theme tune, and graphically it was extremely impressive with that excellent 3D look of the field and jam-packed with excellent animation. A lot of Cinemaware employees actually worked on this game and used their experience producing the excellent TV Sports Football into this game. EA had projected the game to sell around 75,000 units, but were not expecting the massive over 400,000 units sold, and pushed them into Sega's most important third-party publisher position almost overnight. So as far as regions go, for me in South Africa, it was pretty unique.
Here in Australia, we got the PAL versions of the games, but it didn't start here. We're at the bottom, right? Australia's here right at the bottom, the PAL version. Because I call this the trickle effect that starts at the top but trickles all the way down to us. The Japanese at the top, they start off as trickle effect because they get all the game releases. They got everything known to mankind, all the best stuff came to Japan first. And then it trickled down to the North Americans. They got to choose the best games from what was doing well and that would suit the North Americans from the Japanese library of games. From that, the Europeans selected basically from the North American games, and some of the Japanese games too, I'm sure. So they got the selections a bit of both, because they would have got the translations, and then we would have got the rest of what was left over at the bottom of that pile in Australia that trickled down from the top all the way down to us.
The official stuff was actually PAL versions. The UK stuff was in the stores. That's what we got officially. That's where I would buy most of my big games like RPGs and stuff, you know, Might and Magic, Buck Rogers, Phantasy Star 2, that kind of stuff, because they came with manuals and they came with the whole battery backup thing so you could save your game.
So I actually didn't really know any different, and on top of that, I didn't actually own a Mega Drive, my friends did. So the only games that I could actually play were the ones that my friends had. because I had a Super Nintendo, so I didn't have a Mega Drive. So I was of course exposed to the Mega Drive. But later on, when I eventually did of course get my own Mega Drive, I soon realized that the libraries were vastly different.
The other stuff that I used to buy was all bootlegs. South Africa had a massive bootleg kind of situation going on there.
And on top of that, and Europeans didn't miss out on the censored versions. From all of that we got to choose from all of those versions, we still got censored versions from games that were right at the top here.
A lot of my games were Genesis versions and Japanese versions. Lots of stuff that wasn't officially released in different regions. So basically I had access to anything goes. It was pretty cool. The quality of the bootlegs was excellent. They looked exactly the same. It's not like modern bootlegs now where they, you try to buy something on AliExpress, some Mega Drive game, and it's absolute garbage. It looks like it was put together by a 3-year-old, but back then they really took their pride in their bootlegs.
Castlevania Bloodlines, for example, was called the New Generations here in the PAL region. Cut down with the blood, and I'm sure plenty of stuff taken out just to annoy us even more.
The Genesis and Mega Drive Japanese stuff, they stuck mainly to arcadey kind of games. They never went into the RPG realms. I'm guessing it was because of the complexity of putting a battery in and going through all that bother to try and bootleg that, so they kind of stayed away from those kind of games.
But at the same time, we did get the best, I guess, from what was up there already from the very top, but still we got so many games that never even made it here that I'm sure we would have loved. Luckily, this day and age, we can actually get translation patches. We can get ROMs to actually play on our Mega Drives on a physical form if you've got a EverDrive of some sort. But, to go to those lengths now isn't that big a deal. Back then was much a bigger deal than it is now.
So it's more like the Streets of Rage kind of variety stuff, which was super cool. I was really lucky because I could look at any game in a magazine and I knew I could get it, I could play it. I didn't have to wait for official releases on different countries, like PAL versions or ones that didn't actually get released. I could just play anything. So in that sense, I was really lucky living there, and I just had access to everything.
But in saying that, it's great to find all these new games because it's like playing brand new games again. So even though we missed out on it the first time, we get it the second time round. And it's like playing brand new Mega Drive games because we never ever saw them released in the first place. Still, I'm finding games now in 2023 that are still new to me. And that's pretty cool. I didn't get all of them at the time, but I'll tell you what, I'm finding my way now through time to get some games that I should have played, but I never got to play, but eventually now I get to play.
With Genesis sales of over 1 million in the US alone in 1990, and Electronic Arts saving Joe Montana and both Madden and Montana dominating the US Christmas sales charts, it felt like Sega had the perfect balance of strategy and arcade gaming sewn up. Katz had set up Sega of America as best he could as Kalinske stepped in and took over. Both Katz and Kalinske both agreed on one key note. Sega needed a mascot, something that could finally rival Nintendo's Italian plumber.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
The Mega Drive was on fire, not only in the US, but in Europe as well. The games library was growing exponentially, with every genre getting attention from RPGs, racing, action, platformers, strategy, and sports. Plus many third parties were coming on board as the sales climbed. Big companies such as Namco, Accolade, Probe, and so many more. The system may not have dominated Japan, but globally by year's end, Mega Drive's hardware sales were at 2.24 million units sold. Sega's mascot was also about to make his debut in June of this year, giving him a big enough window to build an audience before the September release of the Super Nintendo. Tom Kalinske knew Nintendo system was coming and ramped up Sega's marketing budget, much to Sega of Japan's dismay. But he also had another plan for year's end to help secure Sega's 1991 Christmas dominance and slap Nintendo in the face with their new launch. Over on the European side, Sega bought out software publishers Virgin Mastertronic, who helped them launch the Mega Drive in Europe, and effectively rebranded the company Sega of Europe, thus cementing their commitment to the system, but also getting the gap between them and Nintendo as wide as possible. Unlike the US, they still had about a year and a half before the European June 92 release. And Brazil still continued to be Sega's second home, and they themselves wouldn't see an official Super Nintendo release until August of 93.
So, my first experience with the Genesis is kinda twofold. I first heard a neighbor talking about it, and for some reason, he picked up a controller and a game before he was able to afford the whole console. Because I guess when he got it all home, he wanted to make sure he had 2 controllers and all of that.
My first time ever playing a Sega Genesis was at a sleepover at my cousin's house.
So I distinctly remember him being in his living room like, look at this controller. It's so much better than all the rest. It's like curved to fit the size of your hand and so much more comfortable. And he got me fired up for it before I even really knew what it was.
I don't remember if they owned a Genesis or if they had just rented one, but I remember they had rented a whole bunch of games for it.
And then maybe a couple years later, so probably 91, 92, probably 92 I would think. Mid to late 92 is when I actually saw one. And I just thought it was awesome. It felt so modern. And even the cases, right? Like if you kept the full case for them, they looked like awesome books in a library, not just cartridges being flopped around.
So we were playing, I think, Mortal Kombat, because someone had rented Mortal Kombat and knew the blood code. So that was my first time to see excessive violence in a video game, and I think like some of the other games weren't really that great. I think we were playing like Chester Cheetah, like the Cheetos mascot, stuff like that, but Mortal Kombat really left an impression on me.
I was just so impressed with the whole thing, and it really made me want to own one, and especially just the look of the Genesis. I mean, that's gotta be one of the most, if not the most, badass looking console ever invented. Just high definition graphics right on the top, and a headphone jack with a volume knob that just screamed like, screw your parents, put your headphones in and play it as loud as you want. Like, I don't know, I loved it. I just loved the whole aura around it before I even actually sat down to play it.
The console itself, though, I thought was like super cool because I'd only ever played Nintendo hardware, and then it was a Genesis, I think it was a Model 2, and it was just this cool, sleek, all black console, and of course, if it's all black, it's really cool. It's like the console was wearing a black leather jacket or something.
But once I played it, it really held up, especially for its time. It actually absolutely held up to all the hype.
So I thought it was really cool looking, and it had the most violent game on it I'd ever seen in my life. So my initial impressions of the Sega Genesis was that it was pretty badass.
Let's first start with the real mixed bag that was licensed games, and begin with Super Airwolf, based on the Airwolf TV series of the same name, which was basically Knight Rider in a helicopter, with less jokes. I really enjoyed this as a kid. Well, at least the first 2 seasons anyway. Due to licensing issues, it was only Super Airwolf in Japan, and was renamed and reskinned as Crossfire for the US. The game by publisher Kugo was a sequel to their mediocre 1987 arcade game, this time taking the form of a vertically scrolling shoot-'em-up with 3 variations, with some classic top-down vertical action, with your usual assortment of upgrades and smart bombs. The second sequence has you flying over a base that you're gonna destroy in a close-up fashion, as you shoot the hell out of everything before landing and going to the third style, which is an on-foot running gun style commando action sequences. I like the fact that you can choose your mission from the map, letting you try out multiple levels, but overall it's a fairly shallow shooter with okay graphics and sound, and slightly boring gameplay. It's almost the same as their previous arcade attempt. Even though both games are different, the end result is still a completely forgettable experience. Next was Dick Tracy, based on the Disney 1990 movie, which was based on the 1931 comic book series, and was developed by the Sega Technical Institute, who would later give us classics such as Sonic 2, Kid Chameleon, Comic Zone, and a ton more. The game doesn't really follow the movie's plot beat for beat, but just takes the overall approach that you're trying to take down Big Boy Caprice, the ultimate gangster, and his main henchman. Gameplay-wise, it's mostly a side-scrolling run-and-gun, although at a slower pace, and feels a lot like Sega's own Shinobi in a sense. You blast thugs left and right, and can also pull out your Tommy gun and waste henchmen in the background, which is a really nice touch. Levels do switch themselves up as well, with certain stages where you just use your fists to slap dudes up, and the occasional boss fight, plus the pretty fun car chase sequences where you get to hang out the side of the police car and shoot everybody, and some bonus stages that require you to shoot targets at a police station. Overall, it's a short but fun game that really doesn't overstay its welcome, and if you like quick arcade style games, then this will be right up your alley. Two quick looks next with Fantasia, developed by Infogrames, based on the 1940 Disney animated movie starring Mickey Mouse. It's a generic platformer with decent graphics but very sluggish and mindless gameplay, and was rushed out the door to meet the 50th anniversary of the movie. It's nowhere near on the same level as the other great Mickey games on the system, and to add insult to injury, someone over at Disney messed up big time and wasn't supposed to license this property to Sega, and after realizing it was on sale for 3 months already and got recalled, and all those copies were destroyed, leaving about 5,000 copies out in the wild. No doubt somebody at Disney got axed, and Sega still got to keep the Disney license for further games. Back to the Future 3 was released based on the third Back movie, which came out a year earlier, developed by Probe, who had hit their stride later with licensed games, but yeah, they just make a kind of a big mess of the whole thing with a ridiculously difficult and annoying interpretation of an awesome movie. The multiple gameplay switches don't help at all, as it's unlikely you'll ever get past level 1. I had this on my Commodore 64 as well, and both these versions are ridiculously difficult on all levels, which completely ruined the whole experience. Next was the first Spider-Man to hit the Mega Drive this year, simply titled Spider-Man, but on the title screen it's called Spider-Man vs. the Kingpin. This was one of the first games I actually bought on the system, probably third after Sonic and Moonwalker, and played it to death and completed it, which is really no easy task. The plot has the Kingpin framing Spider-Man, claiming he stole a nuke and plans to set it off, when in fact the Kingpin plans to do this himself, and sets the whole city against you as you try and stop him, which is actually quite a good plan. Action is your side-scroller variety, allowing you to climb and swing around stages, blast thugs with your web, and beat dudes up close quarters style. The game has an overall timer though that you have to be aware of. 24 hours is all you get, but you can return to your apartment and regain health. But the catch is time moves faster here, so keep that in mind. You also got to deal with a rogues gallery of Spidey bad guys to take out before the Kingpin, such as Venom, Sandman, Doc Ock, and a few more. The graphics and sound are nothing special, but once you get the gameplay down, it's pretty enjoyable and challenging, and was a huge seller on the system, leading to Marvel giving Sega further rights to the X-Men franchise, which we'll look at later. And our final licensed game is a favorite of one of my guests, and I'll let Todd take it away.
Well, the first game that I'm going to recommend is Quackshot. I went to Kmart when I was a little kid and I saw Quackshot on the shelf. I love Disney, I love Donald Duck, and it looked awesome. The box art sold it for me. It looks like a Disney game on a cartridge. It looks like you're actually playing as Donald Duck. It was one of the very first games that I got for it, and it did not disappoint. When I first played it, you got the plunger, you go through and you shoot and you stun all the enemies. It's great, but the great thing about it is I didn't know when I first played it, you can backtrack. You actually have to backtrack. You call a plane at the flag, you backtrack and you get the items to progress through different parts of the level. So you do parts of the level, then you go to another level, then you backtrack to the other level to finish off the level that you started in the first place, because that's what the whole backtracking element of the game does. I still love it now at 40. Is there something wrong with me? No, of course, because the game's so good. It brings the kid out of you. This game brings the kid out of you. So Quackshot is a game that I would highly recommend.
Sega introduces Spider-Man with real web-slinging action. Genesis! New Streets of Rage. You control 40 incredible moves.
Gotta get Genesis like nothing ever before. Genesis is so much more.
Sega Genesis gives you more real villains, hot graphics, and killer two-player action.
Genesis.
It's a whole lot more.
Genesis. Gotta get
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
Incendiary.
Next up was simulators, a genre that never caught on with consoles in this generation, but were massive on PCs at this time. The Mega Drive this year saw 3 games in this genre: M1 Abrams Battle Tank, 688 Attack Sub, and F-22 Interceptor, a tank, submarine, and flight simulator. M1 Abrams was based on the 1988 PC game by Dynamics and published by Electronic Arts, which slaps you in an M1A1 Abrams tank at the start of World War III and throws 8 missions at you, as you have to try and stop a Russian invasion of Europe. 688 Attack Sub was based on a submarine simulator released on DOS by Electronic Arts, where you can choose either between a Los Angeles-class submarine or a Soviet Alpha sub, and have to take on a series of missions based around Cold War scenarios. F-22 Interceptor was the only original console game made from the ground up for the Mega Drive by Electronic Arts, and came out roughly 14 years before the real F-22 was actually released as a real fighter plane, and features combat scenarios in Korea, Russia, Iraq, and the US. M1 Abrams' diverse set of missions range from destroying enemy supply chains, disrupting communications, and all-out tank-on-tank action, and features multiple camera angles, maps, stats, and pretty decent 3D effects. 688 features 10 diverse missions overall, involving sneaking around to gather intelligence, sinking oil tanker ships, and escort-style scenarios with tons of detail, maps, and stats, but has a really big learning curve and is definitely the hardest of the 3 to get into initially. F-22 throws 100 missions at you with both air and ground targets to destroy, equipping out your plane. It has great 3D graphics and excellent use of multiple camera angles and cinematic kill shots, making it feel very arcadey at the time, with a decent chunk of depth thrown on top of it, and is the easiest of the 3 to play and get to grips with very quickly. All 3 of these games are pretty good in their own right, but will definitely only appeal to a certain type of gamer, and definitely isn't for everyone, with my personal favorite being F-22, a game I had back in the day and played to death. I also love the inclusion of the mission editor to make your own crazy missions, which was always fun to mess around with on a lazy Saturday afternoon. And now let's check out the scrolling beat-em-up genre that was becoming everyone's favorite style of game at that time, and start with a sequel to an arcade classic called Golden Axe 2.
プレイする者も汗をかけ超過激アクションゲームゴールデンアクス2メガドライブから
It was a direct Mega Drive exclusive sequel to the arcade hit from 1989 and featured all your favorite characters back again, including Axe Battler, Tyrus Flare, and Gilius Thunderhead in more side-scrolling hack-and-slash styled action over 7 massive stages of fantasy landscapes. Visually, the game is really cool, with a large variety of scenarios and a much-needed boost in enemy variety this time that all have their own fighting style. You can't simply button mash your way through this one. This time you have to defeat Dark Gold, who has found the Golden Axe and is wreaking havoc across the land. On the surface, Axe 2 looks like a remix, but it's a lot more than that. The moveset for the characters are a lot more diverse, including a back attack, and being able to determine the amount of magic used each time so you don't have to unleash your entire cachet, which is pretty cool. Bonus stages return, letting you stab these dodgy little orco-looking monk dudes for magic, and riding creatures as well are back in various varieties to help you slay the scum. Special note must go to the music though, which I think is extremely good, by Naofumi Hataya, who'd later go on to do Burning Rangers and Space Channel 5 soundtrack soundtracks. Here's what he had to say about composing for the game. I didn't especially care about adding my own style. I was more interested in taking influence from movies that had a similar worldview of the game, more so than just following in the previous title's footsteps. Of course, I did reference some of the original soundtrack at points, such as the thief scenes and on the map screen. I personally think it's really great and has that nostalgic tone of the original, but still gives some unique fantasy riffs to the game. It was received generally pretty well by the press, the only negative being overall that it was just more of the same without much variation. For me though, that is exactly what I wanted, so check it out if you never have. You'll be pleasantly surprised. And if you don't want to be pleasantly surprised, then check out the combination of Mystical Fighter and Heavy Nova, two games that maybe should have remained Japan exclusives indefinitely. Mystical Fighter is side-scrolling mediocrity, with you taking on the role of a kabuki warrior who travels back in time to kill an evil shogun. It has really simplistic presentation and action, bland graphics, although the music is actually quite good, and make it a game that's only really worth checking out if you're a hardcore fan of the genre. Heavy Nova, on the other hand, by Micronet, is something to avoid at all costs, and even rivals Rise of the Robots in the trash heap department. It's a robot beat 'em up which employs a scrolling style to the levels and a one-on-one versus style for boss encounters. It is complete and utter garbage with zero gameplay, and how this even got released is an absolute mystery for the ages.
The largest and hottest library of 16-bit games plays on Sega Genesis, featuring Streets of Rage, the fighting game that'll knock your socks off, with 40 individually controllable attack moves, and a neighborhood crawling with punks, muggers, and urban slime.
Thankfully, the genre was saved, as this year we saw the release of the first installment of Sega's brilliant genre-defining series, Streets of Rage, or Bare Knuckle as it's known in Japan. A scrolling beat-em-up that played and sounded every bit as good as the ones at your local arcade, and in most respects it was even better. Directed again by Noriyoshi Oba, who we saw earlier tackle the brilliant Revenge of Shinobi, with music by legend Yuzo Koshiro. It was a team that would go on to create one of the most beloved scrolling beat-em-up series ever. Here's Oba on the origins of the game. After the development of Super Shinobi was complete, I discussed with Yuzo Koshiro some ideas for making a street karate game. We looked at titles such as Double Dragon and Final Fight, and used the detective TV shows like Starsky and Hutch and The A-Team for reference. Then we proceeded to create the concept for Bare Knuckle. The game, which can be played in 1 or 2 player simultaneous mode, sets you as a group of undercover cops, Axel, Blaze, and Adam, as you attempt to clean up the streets of Mr. X's rampaging, mindless goons, and restore peace to the city. It took the best elements of the arcade game's inspiration and ran with it, delivering the same exciting experience at home like nothing else before. Yuzo Koshiro was once asked what influenced the sound of the game. In the early 90s, I often visited clubs around the US military base in Yokota. I was very much inspired by soul, house, and R&B. The soundtrack and action go hand in hand, with a large moveset for each character with multiple quick button combos, and a nifty power move which acts like a screen killer from a shoot 'em up, bringing in a police car that blasts a bazooka shell, taking out all the thugs on screen. And without a doubt the first button that you're going to press when starting stage 1 guaranteed. Oba explains what sets Streets of Rage apart from its competitors. It was popular because it was very exhilarating to play and also offered a multiplayer mode. But we felt other games in the genre were lacking something, so we designed Bare Knuckle to include more cooperative elements, so satisfaction was derived from achievement and strategic play, rather than from exhilaration alone. The graphics and animation are simply fantastic, with its neon lights and that dilapidated cityscape making each stage feel lived in. Yuzo's soundtrack is simply epic. Here's my vinyl copy released by Data Discs, which is well worth owning, with its jazzy house beats bringing the sleazy 90s punk vibe to life. Here's Yuzo on the inspiration for these tracks. I didn't start out with any particular concepts in mind. However, one of my aims was to avoid conventional game music styles such as rock and fusion. House and industrial music wasn't often used in games at that time, and likewise, the drum machines and breakbeats in UK and US house and techno music had yet to be adopted in Japanese pop. I found this music innovative and exciting, so it found its way into my soundtracks. Also, since Sega's games were being well received in North America, I thought the style of the music might increase the appeal of bare knuckle out there. The game's varied levels, attention to detail, tight gameplay, and two-player action, as well as an absolutely killer soundtrack, made it go on to become an instant classic. The game strangely received a lot of average scores in Japan, but was extremely well received by the press in the West, where it sold very well and became another killer app on the Mega Drive and Genesis. And now onto the video pinball genre, which never really gets much respect back then, or even now for that matter. But if done right, it could be just as good as their physical counterparts. Two Japanese companies, Wolf Team and Technosoft, gave us the great combination of Dino Land and Devil Crash, which is known as Dragon's Fury in the West. One, Dino Land, taking a cute dinosaur prehistoric vibe for its table, and the other, Dragon's Fury, giving us a much darker horror gothic vibe, both being pretty fantastic in themselves. Dino Land has you trying to save your girlfriend, with you blasting other dinosaurs and multiple parts to the table, which can be accessed from the main screen, as well as a boss fight, and has really nice graphics and catchy music with solid gameplay. Dragon's Fury has you battle dark forces of evil such as demons, skeletons, bats, and skulls, with 6 bonus stages which again can be accessed from the main multi-tiered table. It has a pretty rocking soundtrack like all Technosoft games, and got an exclusive Western sequel called Dragon's Revenge by Tengen, the publisher of the game in the United States and Europe.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
Ghostbusters!
Well, there's something you don't see every day.
We came, we saw, we kicked it.
And the arcade conversions came fast and furious this year, like every company was trying to get some sort of conversion in on the Mega Drive. First up is Growl, a port of Taito's 1990 scrolling beat-em-up arcade game. In this one it lets you choose from 4 animal protectors, each with their own stats, as you have to protect the African wildlife from poachers and animal abusers by murdering them in cold blood, naturally. Sounds like modern day PETA members. Taito definitely saw the future. The game is an Indiana Jones style beat 'em up as you make your way through villages, train stations, jungles, etc., beating up everybody with punch and kick combos as well as special moves that drain your health. The best part of the game though is the weapons. There are 8 in total: machine guns, rocket launchers, swords, grenades, whips, and more. And each are really fun to use against those poacher scumbags. As a conversion though, Growl is just okay. There's a lot of downgrades from the arcade. It's now only a 1-player game, so there's no more co-op. Tons of stuff is missing from each level and is very noticeable, and the graphics have an almost 8-bit look to them. It feels like another rushed Taito arcade conversion release that we're gonna see a lot this year. They were just pumping them out every second back then. Overall though, it's still quite enjoyable despite the downgrades if you really like the genre though. Another arcade scrolling beat 'em up that fared even worse though was the port of Technos' 1989 arcade game Double Dragon 2, published by Palsoft in Japan only. I think they were basically too embarrassed to even attempt to sell this anywhere else. It's a pretty abysmal version of the arcade, with small poorly animated sprites, really dark and drab colors, and heavily downgraded sound effects, which is one of the highlights of Techno's arcade games in my opinion. The on-screen enemies have been reduced drastically, and the slowdown happens for literally anything that happens in this game, with another hilarious effect that if you have a 6-button controller plugged in, the game goes into slow motion mode, which I actually experienced while trying to capture footage for this game. It's basically a huge mess and should be avoided at all costs. And 2 more quick arcade beat 'em up looks here, including Kaigeki, a decent port or really a remix of Taito's 1988 arcade arena beat 'em up. It only got a US and Japan release, and changes up the gameplay a bit, having you now have to fight your way up a gang's 9-level tower to rescue your girlfriend. as opposed to the arcade dockside setting. Just like the arcade though, it's fun but pretty limited and is only for huge fans of the arcade. Street Smart was a port of SNK's 1989 arcade one-on-one versus beat 'em up. 2 selectable characters, very limited movesets, although the gameplay aspect about letting you bet cash on yourself or your opponent to make money and therefore can upgrade your character is pretty interesting. It was a very average arcade to start with and ends up being the same result as a conversion. Run and Gun's got 2 arcade conversions in Caliber 50 and Mercs. Caliber 50 was a conversion of the top-down SATA military arcade game and received a US release only, with Mercs being a conversion of Capcom's 1990 Run and Gun and a sequel to their 80s hit Commando. Caliber 50 puts you in the role of a military renegade who returns to Vietnam in 1972 and gets his plane shot down when he goes to rescue a bunch of POWs. It's a very downgraded version of the arcade with basic graphics and sound. Mercs on the other hand is a how you do an arcade conversion, with the process done again by Sega themselves for the Mega Drive release. It sports the original arcade version with the need to rescue the US president from an African nation after he's been taken hostage. It also has original mode giving a whole new mission involving stopping a fictional island country from launching a bunch of ballistic missiles. Graphics are obviously downgraded from the arcade but are still really good and capture the look and sounds of the original really well. Due to Caliber 50 having a rotating control scheme in the arcade, the controller uses buttons to rotate left and right and are actually pretty easy to get to grips with, and I like the variety and the pace of the game. But if you're a hardcore fan of the arcade, you're actually going to be very disappointed with its amateur level 8-bit looking graphics, even though it plays fairly decently. Mercs on the other hand only loses the 2-player mode but gives you 2 games in one, which more than makes up for it in my opinion, with big bosses, lots of vehicles to jump into, and tons of additions in original mode such as shops and other mercs you can hire and use, and it's really how an arcade conversion should be done, and Sega I think did a fantastic job of it. Publisher Tengen gave us a pile of conversions in quick succession. If you're not aware, Tengen is basically Atari. It's a division set up to convert their arcade games to home systems, and some Sega, Namco, and even toe-playing games as well. They hit the Mega Drive up with 2 Pac-Man games. First was a conversion of Miss Pac-Man, Namco's classic from 1981. It's a remix of that game with lots of extra modes and maze setups, 2-player simultaneous mode, upgraded graphics that still keep the original style intact, and other fun additions. I think it's a really well done game, and a great game in the Pac-Man franchise that deserves a lot more respect. They also gave us a conversion of Pac-Mania, the 1987 isometric version of Pac-Man. It's a bit more of a straightforward port with little tweaks, but the arcade was pretty cool, so I'm perfectly fine with that. Pac-Man can now jump, adding a layer of depth to the chaos, with the screen scrolling and following you as opposed to the fixed screen approach of the original game. The graphics again have been upgraded slightly, with lots of fun references to other Namco games in the levels, such as the music from Rally X and a lot of other games. I love this arcade, and this version is excellent if you're a fan of that. They also converted 1987's Atari racer Road Blasters, the racer/shooter where you drive from checkpoint to checkpoint, picking up fuel to keep your car going and blasting other cars and enemies for bonus points. It's pretty much a straight conversion with no extra modes and features that 80s Atari high-res graphics look and plays pretty well. I've always been a bit iffy on the arcade, to be honest. It's weird slidey car mechanic of the original, but if you like that, it's here on Mega Drive and it's a pretty good version. And lastly from Tengen is a port of Atari's 1990 arena beat-em up, Pit Fighter. The love it or hate it FMV digitized arcade fighter, where you choose one of 3 80s action hero knockoffs and face off against 10 different street thugs in an underground fighting tournament before facing off against the masked warrior, the ultimate bad guy. Visually and sound wise, it's heavily compromised, like all the home versions really. The crazy sprite scaling is gone and a lot of the digitized voices are missing. The graphics have also been scaled down in size, making the whole experience pretty underwhelming. I actually like the arcade, despite the fact that it is kind of trash, but this, like all the other home versions, just crashes and burns, unfortunately.
What the heck was that? Forgot what I was gonna say.
Welcome to the next level.
And now over to a bunch of rapid-fire random reviews, with Thunder Fox first, another bland Taito port of a 1990 side-scrolling run-and-gun beat-em-up. It's part Shinobi, part Ninja Warriors, with the downgrade being that the Mega Drive version has all the cool vehicle stages removed, which is a huge shame, as that is what makes the original arcade game so cool. Taking this part out makes it another in a long line of quick and dirty Taito arcade conversions. Flicky was next by Sega, based on their early 1984 arcade platformer, where you have to rescue little birds and escort them to exits while avoiding enemies. It was always a fun game, a bit of an odd choice for a Mega Drive conversion, with Japan only getting a downloadable version and everyone else getting physical releases of the game. Marvel Land is a port of an extremely obscure 1989 Namco game. It's an action platformer that feels like a cross between Alex Kidd and Wonder Boy. It's a pretty good conversion and a real hidden gem Mega Drive platformer. Galaxy Force 2 by Sega was based on the 1988 Afterburner in Space game, which is an on-rail shooter. The Mega Drive version, unfortunately, like many of the other home computer versions, is pretty terrible. It really struggles to play, it's really hard to even see what's going on in this game. The arcade's hardware was a real powerhouse, and the Mega Drive just can't keep up with it. And lastly was Ultimate Kicks, also known as Volfield. It was based on Taito's 1989 arcade game, one of those paint-the-screen kind of games while avoiding the enemies, a really weird arcade genre that you usually found in sleazy bars where the background you were trying to reveal got very R-rated quickly. If you like this kind of game, it's actually quite good. It received a US and Japanese release, but was never released in Europe. 91 saw a massive slew of arcade shoot-'em-up ports invade the system, starting with Twin Cobra, a conversion of Toplan's 1987 helicopter shooter. It's a typical arcade in the vertical scroller mold, multiple upgrades and massive smart bombs. It's a straight-up port, no frills. Just multiple difficulty settings and some enemy pattern changes. The arcade was ultra cool, and this version is very good and has a lot of game with 10 levels in total to shoot your way through. It got a Japanese release by Traco, and Sega themselves published it in the US with no European release for some reason. Next was another well-known shooter in Raiden Trad, part of Seibu Kaihatsu's Raiden shoot-'em-up franchise. This is an enhanced remix of 1990s Raiden. It's one of the best home versions of the original game for the time, infusing that addictive vertical styled action with an awesome complement of memorable weapons and some good music as well. This was always a favorite of mine to play in the arcades, and what makes it so close to the original is that Seibu Kaihatsu themselves did the port to the Mega Drive. Many of the other home versions were handled by third parties and are nowhere near as good. It features the 8 arcade stages plus a bonus 9th stage, which is completely unique to this version at the time. It's another game that only received a US and Japanese release. Next was a horizontal World War II shooter called Fire Mustang, published by Taito, based on the 1990 arcade called USAAF Mustang. It has you battling not only the Germans but the Japanese as well in your American P-51 Mustang plane. Your weapons include your regular shots and ground bombs being launched at the same time. As like a UN squadron, you get attacked from both ground and air. Lots of upgrades as per usual, and a limited beam shot called the Forcer that destroys everything in its path. It's a pretty fun shooter, and I always enjoyed the arcade version quite a lot. Overall, it's a good port that only received a Japanese release. Another Japan-only shoot-'em-up was Bioship Paladin, or Uchu Senkan Gomorrah, as it's known there, and is a port of a 1990 arcade by UPL. This is a strange and unique horizontal shooter, putting you in the role of a huge, slow space battleship, as opposed to the fast-paced ships of pretty much everything else. It has a cool control setup allowing you to change and control a beam weapon and target other ships, and plays at a very slow, methodical pace. I really like it. It's also a very good port, including everything from the arcade intact. I'd highly recommend checking it out, as it offers something completely different from your run-of-the-mill shooters. And over to a few quick looks before my favorites, starting with Vapor Trail, developed by Data East, based on their 1989 vertical shooter, and was another US-Japan only release with no European version. If you were a shoot-'em-up fan there, you really got denied a massive library of shmup classics. You can select multiple planes, 3 in total, with different speeds and firepower, features a 2-player co-op mode, and has very satisfying action, and was followed by 2 arcade sequels called Wolffang and Skullfang, which both received pretty good Sega Saturn ports. Master of Weapon was another Japan-only release shoot-'em-up based on a Taito 1989 arcade. It's a vertical affair that to me always felt like a Foster upgrade of its Xevious, with the need to bomb ground targets as well as flying enemies, and features 9 stages overall. Task Force Harrier EX is another US and Japan only release based on an obscure 89 arcade by NMK. It's another standard vertical shooter and is basically a slower version of Master of Weapon with a very similar Exhibia style gameplay. It's very generic and has some really bland looking graphics, but still offers some decent shooting action if you're a mega fan of the genre. But my favorite arcade shooter port was definitely Airbuster, or Aeroblasters as it's also known, burst onto the arcade scene in 1990 by Kaneko, a Japanese arcade developer founded in 1980 who had many of their early games published through Taito. But by 1990, and with the release of Airbuster, they were publishing their own games made under the Kaneko label. They were a pretty obscure company outside of Japan, with notable games you may have played being Airbuster, DJ Boy, and my not so guilty pleasure game, the Kung Fu Master Jackie Chan, until finally officially filing for bankruptcy in 2004. Their back catalogue is filled with strange forgotten games, so if you're looking for something new in the retro realm to play, then check them out. Airbuster was another game in a long line of horizontal shooters hitting the arcades at the time. It didn't offer anything new to the genre, but what it did really well. In 1991, the Sega Genesis and Mega Drive versions were released, and were extremely faithful renditions of the arcade, with the graphics being particularly close to their arcade counterpart. During my original Mega Drive days, I never came across many shoot-em-ups in shops. It's quite bizarre actually, maybe living in South Africa made them obscure to come across. But after moving to Canada in the late 90s, I remember finding this game in a bargain bin with many other awesome 16-bit classics discarded due to everyone's infatuation with the new 3D technology. So naturally I bought it and didn't regret the purchase one little bit.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
Now back to Airbuster, the Genesis conversion, giving us 6 extremely varied horizontal levels. You control one of the blaster ships if played solo, with the game supporting an excellent 2-player mode as well. You attempt to defend Earth from a full-on mechanized alien attack on Earth. As per usual, Earth only sends one ship to defeat an army, which seems pretty logical to me. You can pick up a whole range of weapons, 7 in total, with homing missiles and a cool spread shot being particularly useful. It's also one of those shooters where you will need to pay attention to the pickups, because some weapons are much more useful than others in certain levels, so be warned. You can also collect items that boost your overall firepower, making each weapon essentially upgradable. This game is mid-difficulty, with only the fast-paced escape stage and several bosses being the real challenges. But once you get their patterns down, it's not too hard. 2-player mode obviously makes this way easier. I really love the music. It's fast, solid rocking beats, each one tailored to the diverse looking set of levels that are all completely different from one another. And the graphics are really impressive for such an early Mega Drive title, with nice parallax action and impressive boss encounters. So if you missed this early 90s Mega Drive / Genesis release, now's the time to strap on in and give those aliens a bit of photon blasting hell. And the arcade conversions continued with a port of Marble Madness by Electronic Arts, based on Atari's 1984 arcade, an asymmetric maze-style game where you have to guide your fragile marble through deadly courses to reach an exit under a very strict time limit. The game captures the vibe and look of the arcade pretty well, and controls surprisingly good on a gamepad. What's really interesting is that there were 2 different versions of the game on the system, with Tengen making another version in 1993 exclusively for the Japanese market, which is even more arcade accurate and features Sega mouse support. We'll have a look at that version later in more detail, but as it stands though, this first version is pretty good in my opinion. It harkens back to pure gameplay, and sometimes the simplest concepts are the ones you keep coming back to time and time again. Namco decided to skip the original Rolling Thunder game and port its sequel, Rolling Thunder 2 instead, based on their 1990 arcade. The game, an action platformer, has you either choosing Albatross or Layla, or or can play it in 2-player co-op as you attempt to take down Neo-Galdra, the leftover remnants of the terrorist organization from the original game. The action is run-and-gun platformer style, with the original serving as the inspiration for Sega's Shinobi. Blast enemies, check behind every door for bonuses and weapons, and expect a really stiff challenge because it's not easy. The Mega Drive version is enhanced, with extra stages and boss characters not in the arcade, plus cutscenes between stages to flesh out the story elements. Like Sega, they took their arcade original and improved on it for the home console market. Graphics and sound are good, and besides the difficulty, it's a great action platformer that would see one more exclusive sequel on the Mega Drive in 1993 for the US market only, and we'll look at that one later as well. Midnight Resistance is a run-and-gun action platformer based on Daddy East's arcade game of the same name, and received a Japanese and US release only. You, as a member of a strike force that takes down drug cartels, has to rescue your entire family that's been taken hostage by the ultimate drug lord, King Crimson. You shoot your way through 7 levels, picking up keys as you go along, used to buy special weapons at the end of each stage. Your character can fire in all directions, making for very diverse enemy patterns, stage design, and action. And the Mega Drive version has multiple different control setups that you can use and see what works for you. Besides the missing 2-player option, the graphics and sound are pretty close to the arcade, and it's by far one of the best home ports of that era. It's a straight port, no extras, but the game is very large and challenging, so you got plenty of game for your buck. Wardener is also an action platformer based on an arcade from 1987 by Toplan. It's another remix of sorts, not exactly the same as the arcade, with stages and bosses mixed around. There are a lot of details missing from the arcade, with its 6 stages in total. It's a typical platform actioner with good old one-hit kills, which is always fun, and shops to buy goods and upgrades. I always played this when I came across in the arcade and usually died very quickly. The port is decent, but the game is just kind of a bit forgettable, as it was a 1987 game released in 1991, and the cliches were already there, with it only receiving a US and Japanese release. And the final slew of arcade conversions for 91 were all Sega arcades gracing the Mega Drive, with Bonanza Brothers, Game Ground, Outrun, and Alien Storm. Power Up! Outrun is first, based on the Sega classic point-to-point arcade racer by Yu Suzuki, released originally in 1986. This Mega Drive port was pretty good, and considering all the dodgy home versions that had preceded it, I think Mega Drive owners were pretty lucky. Is it arcade perfect? Not by a long shot. I'd reserve that title for 1996's Sega Saturn release, which felt to me anyway the first time an arcade game had been put on a home system and looked and felt 100% like the arcade counterpart. But back to this 16-bit version, which is a straight port with the exception of one extra music track being selectable on the radio, and everything else is here. The point-to-point checkpoint racing, the big old crashes, and the very good renditions of Kawaguchi's Immortal soundtrack. Graphically, the frame rate is a bit choppy at times, and the traffic feels even more murdery than the arcade, but it's still a very good interpretation, and if you're a fan of the original, you should enjoy this slice of arcade racing bliss. Bonanza Brothers was a port of the Sega System 24 arcade. This was a very fun 2-player game, where you play a bunch of thieves hired by a company to test out their new security systems. You have to break into all the buildings, steal a set number of items, and make your escape. In the arcade version, they were actually thieves, so they lightened the game up a little bit for the home, but besides that, it's pretty much the arcade. You can play the game in single player, but the screen is always split in 2. It's unique, with a cool pre-rendered look that was way ahead of its time, and the Mega Drive version is very faithful, with some really funky tunes that remind me of the music from Toe Jam and Earl, and the 2-player gameplay is the icing on the cake. Game Ground was another System 24 arcade port to the Mega Drive based on the 1988 arcade. The game is a 1 or 2 player affair, just like the arcade, a top-down action game, where you have to eliminate all the enemies on screen, or escort a bunch of people out to move on. It's very much an action game, but is also very strategic at the very same time in how you tackle each level. You have multiple characters, all with their own traits and weapons, which you can use to your advantage, as you have to destroy a supercomputer that set up a war simulation for your people to train train them in combat, but it's now gone haywire. That old chestnut. It has small detailed graphics and a really excellent music score as you fight through multiple time periods. It's still a very underrated arcade and hence a very underrated Mega Drive game. And the last arcade conversion was Alien Storm, a port of Sega's 1990 System 18 arcade, the side-scrolling shooter beat-em up. It's basically a science fiction version of Golden Axe in its basic form, with side-scrolling hack and slash and beat-em up gameplay as you play a member of a team of alien busters that have to stop an alien invasion on Earth. It also sprinkles in big boss fights, side-scrolling run and gun action, and awesome first-person bonus rounds where you get to lay waste to an interior of a building with your proton packs. There's also 3 characters to choose from, just like Golden Axe. You got Gordon, Carla, and Scooter. The names of these characters are completely different in almost every version of the game for no apparent reason, and they each have their own movesets and smart bombs to destroy everything on screen. This Mega Drive version is a massive remix of the arcade, so much so that it's basically its own new game. Lots of completely different levels and locations, with this having 8 levels in total as opposed to the arcade 6. This is still one of my favorite early 90s arcades, and I got this Mega Drive version very early, probably my 4th game after Spider-Man, and it was played endlessly, especially in the 2-player mode with my brother. Excellent graphics and attention to detail, loud chunky music that's very memorable, and it's just fun from start to finish. It's another underappreciated Sega classic.
Of course, Alien Storm doesn't have horrible little graphics, just horrible big ones.
And here are the rest of the non-arcade conversion shoot-em-ups on the Mega Drive for 91. Battlemania, which was released in 1991 by Vic Tokai. Mega Drive was a scrolling shoot-em-up fan's dream system at the time, with it being blessed with a massive collection of the genre and top quality stuff to boot. Battlemania, which is the Japanese name, in the English version it's called Troubleshooter. Yeah, you know the game with that really awful cover that you should really just ignore, because the game is pretty fantastic. It plays a lot like the Capcom classic Forgotten Worlds, just with a much simpler and easy to use control scheme. Story-wise, you play as the Troubleshooter girls, Mania and Maria, who solve problems by shooting the hell out of everything. And in this case, you have to rescue the prince that has been taken hostage. And if you don't already know, this is definitely a parody of sorts of the whole shoot-em-up genre, and it's quite hilarious in its own way. The characters too are definitely paying homage to the anime classic girls Kei and Yuri from the excellent Dirty Pair anime series. At the beginning of each stage, you can select one special weapon that you can use for that stage only, and acts as a kind of rechargeable smart bomb that can either blow everything up on the screen or can be used as a shield, etc, etc. You also control both girls, and with the press of the C button you can flip one of them to the back to shoot the stuff from behind, and then flip them back for the double fire when the bosses come out. It's a fun and easy to use system that works quite well gameplay wise, but memorizing the stages is definitely key to success in this game. The bosses are also fun and interesting, and are not that difficult, so I'd definitely say this is a pretty good entry level shoot 'em up to people new to the genre. The graphics are good with lots of colourful, cool parallax scrolling effects. The music is also pretty decent, but nothing amazing, but it does suit the game well. If you're looking for a bit of an off-kilter anime parody of a shoot 'em up, then look no further than this. It was also followed up by the Japanese-only sequel called Battlemania Daigenjo. Take a chance on this wacky game, there's a lot to like here. Next was Wings of War, also known as Garnog, and published originally by Messiah in Japan. It's a fantasy-themed horizontal shoot-'em-up with you playing an angel who returns to heaven to help defend it against an invasion of demons. This game has a lot going on, with 6 very cool-looking stages, multiple shot types, being attacked from every single angle humanly possible. You can also pick up magic scrolls that you can save up to 3 of them and use them whenever you want for offensive and defensive means. Plus you can pick up speed upgrades like a Gradius game. It also features pretty impressive enemy variations with mid and end level bosses, and feels a lot like playing a Mega Drive Thunder Force game. Director Manabu Takasugi was involved with a lot of hidden gems on the system in its early years, also working on Target Earth, which we looked at earlier, and the excellent War Song, also known as Langrissa, which we'll be getting to shortly, both released by Messiah. It has nice parallax effects in the graphics, very memorable orchestral tunes, and solid gameplay gameplay make it another Mega Drive shooter that's worth playing. Another fantasy-style shoot-'em-up in a different style was Undead Line, a top-down vertical running gun that was based originally on a MSX2 game by TNE Soft and was published by Palsoft in Japan only for the Mega Drive. You have the option to choose any of the first 6 levels to start with, which is always something I love in shooters. It's fast, it's frantic, and it's as hard as nails. You got regular fire, a magic shield to activate, which is limited, and a regular shield you can use at your discretion. Different weapons and upgrades can be picked up from treasure chests as you get relentlessly attacked from all angles. The game also sports a light RPG style mechanic, with you being able to upgrade at the end of levels, plus finding hidden fairies on each level boost your stats. Once all 6 levels are complete, the final 7th one is open, but good luck with that. You'll be lucky completing any one. Graphics are generally pretty good, they much improved over the original, and some toe-tapping tunes. The brutal difficulty will probably put most people off though, but if that was modified somehow and got an international release, I think it'll probably be remembered as a classic shoot-'em-up on the system. And the last one, is Veritex, another Japan-only release, published by Asmec. This is a traditional vertically scrolling space shoot-'em-up that feels a lot like a mid-80s arcade game. It ticks all the shooter boxes with the ability to change your ship speed, 3 different fire patterns, and smart bombs. It also seems like it was designed in 1986 and forgotten for 5 years before being put into production. Overall, it's likable without being memorable at all. If you die though, it's all the way back to the beginning of a level in a typical mid-80s style, which is super annoying.
Sega. Genesis. Yo, it's Sega's Toe Jam and Earl. The hippiness, hoppiness party that's kicking around the world. Genesis. Giving it to you like it. Toe Jam and Earl is so funky, it'll make you scream like nothing ever before. Genesis is so much more. Toe Jam and Earl, 2 homeboys can play a different gig every time. Go get your one and you'll be in the hand. Genesis. You gotta get it. Genesis. It's a whole lot more. Genesis. Peace.
Racing games never got much love on the system in the early days, but in '91 they finally started appearing in some sort of capacity. And let's start with a trio of Japan-only Formula 1 games that all came out in rapid succession, with F1 Circus MD, Fastest One, and the mouthful that is Nakajima Satoru Kanshu F1 Grand Prix, all never getting international releases. All 3 games are arcade-style affairs with a decent dose of modifying and managerial-style options, which all make them a bit difficult to fully appreciate being in Japanese only. Nakajima Satoru F1 fully recreates the 1991 Formula 1 season, starring Nakajima, the first Japanese racer to complete in a full season of the sport. It's a top-down racer like an old arcade game that features tons of car mods and setups, but is extremely difficult to play with its very sensitive control setup. Fastest One was originally a PC Engine game ported across and enhanced and published by Human. It features 16 tracks in total, a split-screen 2-player type viewpoint similar to the C64 classic Pit Stop 2, with tons of car customizations as well. It's also very difficult to get to grips with control-wise, as the angle feels a little bit odd and makes it really hard to judge the corners very well. It was supposed to get a US release by Renovation as Speedway Pro Challenge with a fully translated version complete, but it got cancelled at the last minute. The best of the 3 though is definitely F1 Circus MD, published by Nihon Busan, another PC Engine enhanced port. This game also reportedly was going to get a US release, but was cancelled for unknown reasons. It's a super fast-paced top-down racer with a healthy dose of options as well, including a full world championship mode. It's a really exhilarating game to play because the speed is so insanely fast, but it controls pretty well, unlike F1 Grand Prix. There's lots that you'll be missing in all 3 of these games, unfortunately, due to the non-translated nature, but if you want to try one of them, I'd suggest giving F1 Circus MD a go. It also had an exclusive sequel on the Mega CD in Japan, known as F1 Circus CD. And a quick look next with Quad Challenge, released by Namco, a really mediocre quad bike racer that's extremely forgettable. It features amateur hour graphics and feels really chunky to play, and I'm not sure how this got a US release and F1 Circus MD got overlooked. It's sort of a remix of a mediocre arcade game, and it's honestly not even worth a second look. The biggest racer though of 1991 was the start of Electronic Arts' Road Rash motorbike trilogy on the Mega Drive with the original Road Rash. It was the first in a trilogy of motorbike combat races to appear on the system and helped define it, with a more in-your-face teenage style than Nintendo's cutesy Excitebike. Ironically, the game started development originally on the NES in the late 80s before Electronic Arts decided to jump ship and focus on the upcoming Mega Drive full force. Randy Breen, designer and producer of the entire Mega Drive series, is quoted as saying, "I felt there was an opportunity to make driving games more fun and reach a wider audience. I was big into motorcycles and thought they could add more entertainment value with characters you could see rather than with cars only visible from the rear or a view from inside the cockpit that occupied most of the screen." The game puts you in the role of a biker competing in an illegal street race through California with 5 different courses in total, plus the fact that each one of those tracks becomes much larger and more dangerous with new hazards the further you get into the game. The races earn you money to buy new bikes. As long as you finish within the top 4, you can continue. Randy also explains another reason for choosing bikes over cars. There was a sprite limitation on the Genesis. More than 7 sprites on a line and the sprites would start flickering and disappear randomly. A car on screen at reasonable size could take 3 or 4. A bike could be shown with 1 or 2, so we could effectively get more action on screen with motorcycles. Being on motorbikes also allowed for one of the game's best aspects, that being the melee combat. Smashing your opponent in the head or punching him into an oncoming car is way more satisfying than you realize. You also have to be wary of road obstacles, cars wanting to suicide themselves into you, and of course the police, who will pursue you and smash you in the head with a nightstick. What I also love is all the personality of the characters, their banter between races and the little end animations to each race. It all adds to the flavor of the game. EA were also unable to secure the real licenses for the motorbikes due to the violence in the game, so we got all the colorful variations like shurikens, kamikazes, and the Diablos. The game took just over a year and a half to develop on the system before its extremely successful launch. The graphics are excellent, especially the speed and the road effects with well implemented action, which made every race feel very fresh and unpredictable. The music was composed by Rob Hubbard, giving us these massive, sometimes almost 10 minutes long music tracks like the epic ones you used to do on the Commodore 64. Big chunky rock tracks with attitude that help make the game what it is. It's a brilliant start to a series, a massive hit for EA, and another game that helped sell Mega Drives in the early years. And over now to the Mega Drive sports games, with a genre that just got bigger every year. And we'll start with a trilogy of Electronic Arts games, including classic franchise starters with PGA Golf Tour, NHL Hockey, and the sequel to the previous Christmas's smash hit, John Madden Football 92. And let's first take a look at PGA Golf Tour, the first in a long-running series on the Mega Drive, and an enhanced port of EA's 1990 DOS golf game. This really puts 16-bit golf games on the map with its attention to detail and the ease of play for even non-golfing fanatics. Using the computer Windows-styled menu system and the massive amount of options, you could tailor-make the game to your liking. It featured 3 real-life courses from the actual PGA Tour and 1 made-up bonus course. More features include a host of options that made it look and feel like watching golf on TV, with instant replays, 3D camera swoops of the hole before each level, with commentary from one of the 60 real-life PGA Tour golfers giving advice on the hole, crisp atmospheric sound effects, and a battery backup system making playing massive tournaments possible, with tons of cool stats to keep track of. The putting is spot on, the ball physics are really realistic. It was the gold standard, at least on consoles at the time, for what a golf simulation should be. And not to be outdone by themselves, Electronic Arts also gave us NHL Hockey, a full ice hockey simulation featuring the real NHL license. Although for international releases outside the US, it's known as EA Hockey, minus the license. It took a top-down approach to the action with excellent animations and gameplay, making every match feel unique. Again, the combination of mountains of options, including all 24 NHL teams and players, TV-style presentation, really diverse shot types and ease of play for non-hockey fans, and these excellent atmospheric sound effects just sold the action completely. And lastly was the sequel to their previous sports hit, John Madden Football 92, bringing a host of updates, expansions, and tweaks to the already best American football game on the console. It still wasn't officially licensed like the original, although now featured all 28 US teams. There was updates to the graphics engine and animations, plus TV-style presentation was everywhere. It featured over 100 plays now, instant replays, multiple weather effects, and many other additions. It's essentially an updated version of the original rather than a full new game, but really set up the series for the long haul with, again, the attention to detail in full effect. You could really tell the people that were working on all three of these games really cared about the sport and what they were able to bring to the game. The Madden series continued on for another 6 titles on the Genesis, ending with Madden NFL 98, released in 1997 and one of the last games to be released for the system overall, with the series spanning 8 titles in total overall for this console series. A special note for all 3 of these games was again the brilliance and very underrated Rob Hubbard music and sound effects, which usually gets overlooked simply because these are sports games, but his big chunky rock tunes and fantastic sound effects in all of these games really bring all the atmosphere to the forefront of the action. The man did some amazing work in the early Mega Drive days. And a few rapid fire reviews next with Hardball, developed by Accolade, a continuation of their classic baseball series that originated on the Commodore 64. It's a decent game with tons of options, lots of digitized speech, and like all games in the series, it's a pretty good mix between strategy and arcade action. Super Volleyball by Video System and Arcade Port is a side-viewed volleyball game with a surprising amount of depth and nuances to its gameplay, and it's a pretty good arcade conversion as well. It gets a bit monotonous after a while, but still, there aren't really much volleyball game options out there game-wise. And lastly was Wrestle War, a wrestling game and arcade conversion by Sega. It got a Japanese and European release only, and is a very bare-bones wrestling game that doesn't offer much in terms of options and feels like a rushed port without any real extras. There's much better wrestling games to play on the system instead. And lastly was a trio of futuristic sports games with Speedball 2, Powerball, and Battle Golfer Yui. Speedball 2 is an excellent conversion of the 1990 Amiga game, which is basically a video game version of the 1970s movie Rollerball. It has lots of management options for teams and characters as you attempt to get the metal ball into the opponent's goal by any means necessary, including punching other players and ricocheting the ball all over the place for goals. It's, in my opinion, the fastest and most fluid version of this game I've ever played. The music, though, just isn't anywhere near as good as the Amiga or the C64 version in the original US release. But in 1992, Europe and Japan got an enhanced version with updated music, which is really good, so those are definitely the versions you should play. Overall, though, it's a really great version of the Bitmap Brothers classic game. Powerball, also known as Wrestleball, is basically Speedball with a slight NFL twist. Clearly somebody at Namco was a fan of the Speedball series. It's futuristic American football, it's fast-paced, fighting is included, and has pretty decent graphics, but lacks a lot of depth and that addictive quality of Speedball, making it quite forgettable overall. It never received a European release. And lastly is the absolute bizarre Battle Golfer Yui by Sega, released exclusively for Japan only. It's a combination of golf game, RPG, and visual novel, as the story takes center stage with a demented mad professor who is attempting to take over the world and using this international golf tournament as cover. You can talk to characters, play golf, and even use special abilities like powers like in an RPG. I'm playing an English fan translation here, which is pretty good, making this game playable to everyone now to try out. It's not by any means a great golf game, it's just average at best, but the manga style presentation, wacky characters and story, and absolutely bizarre courses make it at least a very cool original curiosity to try out on the system.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
C'est moi, Maître Sega. Et voici Dick Tracy. Avant de dégainer ton arme, n'oublie pas, Sega, c'est plus fort que toi.
People always say the Genesis and Mega Drive have hardly any strategy or RPGs. This simply is not true. 91 was an absolute explosion of the genre in every way, shape and form. And let's start off with a trio of science fiction, strategy and RPG games and begin with Star Control by Accolade, published still under their Ballistics label. This version was a port to the 1990 Amiga version. The game is part turn-based strategy and arcade-style one-on-one versus spaceship battles, with the story about humans and aliens in a massive intergalactic war to take over the galaxy. You can choose to play either side, with each having up to 7 unique spaceships, each with their own designs and weapons. You can also choose to play just one-on-one versus combat to practice, or jump into the full campaign mode where you choose a war scenario, which the Mega Drive version has 6 extra ones over the DOS and Amiga versions, and play out the conquering, taking over planets, setting up bases, and engaging in one-on-one versus space battles. It's a combination of arcade action and strategy that comes together extremely well, which is no surprise coming from designer Paul Reich III, who worked on some 80s classics like Archer and Mail Order Monsters for Electronic Arts on the Commodore 64. In fact, the working title for Star Control was StarCon, a riff on Archon, which has similar gameplay if you really break it all down. Amiga ports were a really hot property then because of the ease of the conversion, and this one only took 4 months to convert, with a pretty hefty for the time 12 megabit cartridge used for the game. It's a great combination of genres, not quite as slick as the Amiga or the DOS versions due to a whole bunch of slowdown in the combat, but still completely playable and fun, and went on to spawn a few sequels which expanded the game greatly. And I'd highly recommend checking out the sequel Star Control 2 on DOS or the 3DO version. None of those were converted to any Sega systems after this. Next was another epic space exploration strategy game called Starflight, released by Electronic Arts, based on the original 1986 game. I actually played the 1989 Commodore 64 version to death, and it featured highly on my top 10 space trading games video on the C64 if you're interested in checking that out. The game was designed by Greg Johnson, who went on to make the crazy Toe Jam and Earl, which we'll be looking at pretty shortly. The game also has a lot of ties to Star Control through its production, as Greg and Paul Reich both worked at Electronic Arts during the original version's making. Paul helped out with a bunch of design ideas, and Greg returned the favor years later by doing some additional graphics in Star Control. The game itself requires a whole video unto itself to explain it, but in a nutshell, it's the original Star Trek TV series in game form. You explore the galaxy with 270 star systems and 800 planets in-game. Make first contact with a whole variety of alien races, 9 in total, survey different planets, mine for resources in your terrain vehicle, sell found goods at space stations, gather data on new planets, fight in real-time space battles, Star Control style, and so much more. Your ship can be upgraded, your crew can be hired or created, and it came on an 8 megabit cart with a battery backup, and a manual big enough to kill a horse if you whacked it on the head. This version is honestly the best version of this game you can play. It's refined, it has excellent sound design, something that the computer versions severely lack. The graphics are very detailed and it plays extremely well. This version also includes extra content with obviously vastly improved graphics, much more upgrades for your ship and your terrain vehicle, and a whole lot more. The list is endless. This is a must-play game on the system. And another monster of an RPG space strategy game was Buck Rogers: Countdown to Doomsday, originally made by SSI in 1990. I again played the Commodore 64 version, which is similar but had a Bard's Tale look to the main gameplay, as opposed to the Mega Drive's isometric perspective. Check out my Commodore 64 top 10 RPG videos for more details. The game itself is based rules-wise and story on TSR's Buck Rogers board game, which is basically Dungeons and Dragons in space. It takes place in the 25th century and you are Buck Rogers, part of a group called Neo, trying to stop a regime called Ram from taking over the galaxy, as well as investigate their plans for making a doomsday weapon. This is a massive space opera style traditional RPG with lots of extras. You can make a squad of up to 6 characters with multiple races and skill sets to choose from. Then it's off to this huge adventure. Exploration of towns and cities is from an isometric view, and you can do all your usual talking and buying of equipment this way. Your mission takes you all over the galaxy. You fly your ship to different planets or space stations. It includes 2 styles of combat: group, team, turn-based combat, and first-person ship-to-ship battles in space. Both extremely cool and fast-paced compared to the super slow nature of the PC originals. You can even cripple enemy ships in space combat and then board them in crew combat style and take the ship. It's super cool. It's a gigantic game in scope, and I've only really touched on a small part of it, but being a console game though, they have pared down the options a little bit to streamline things, and honestly, as a person who's played both, it's hardly noticeable and actually makes the game move at a much faster pace. The graphics and sound are vastly improved. The combat moves very quickly, but it's still turn-based, so you can take your time time. And another great addition is that your guns don't need specific ammo for every gun type, again making everything way more streamlined and move faster. As with Starflight, this is the best version of this game out there in my personal opinion. I managed to complete it back in the 90s, something I never managed to do on my Commodore 64 version, and can say it's one of the Mega Drive's best RPGs, hands down. And some quick rapid fire looks at some strategy titles, with Romance of the Three Kingdoms 2 by Koei, a traditional turn-based China conquering simulator, and a port of the PC-88 game from 1989. The original never saw release on the system, and this actually got a Japanese and US release. It's basically a managerial game where you attempt to conquer China. Lots of diplomacy, trading, and big old strategy battles. Advanced Daisen Ryaku was a Japan-only release and is a massive turn-based strategy World War II game where you take the role of the Germans as they attempt to conquer everything. You can play out some of the most divisive battles such as the invasion of Poland and the defense of Berlin. It's fairly obvious why this never got an English release, with you only being able to play the Nazis. And thirdly was Ninja Burai Densetsu, another Japan-only strategy simulator. It's traditional turn-based combat style and also features some side-scrolling elements and overall more strategy and management style gameplay. Being all in Japanese unfortunately makes this game pretty much impossible for anybody that doesn't understand the language to enjoy.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
And just like what happens with movies sometimes, two games based on the same subject matter get released in the same year. This one, Roman Empire Building. One was called Warrior of Rome, also known as Ambition of Caesar by Micronet, and the other Centurion, Defender of Rome by Electronic Arts. Both strategy games based on conquering Europe and expanding the Roman Empire, but both take a completely different approach to the subject matter. Warrior is essentially a real-time strategy game where the battles are the game, taking place on a massive map where you can zip around and select different troop types and issue orders. The battles are in real time as things are happening all over the map, but going into the menus and selecting options pauses the action, so in a sense it makes it partly turn-based. The objective of the game is to take Julius Caesar's armies from the Isle of Crete and make your way to Egypt to overthrow Alexandria. The presentation overall is extremely minimalistic, like SSI games of the 80s, and is mediocre at best, with very unbalanced gameplay over the 4 stages, and is definitely the weaker of the Roman games by far. Centurion Defender of Rome, on the other hand, was a port of a 1990 DOS game, and was designed by Kellen Beck, a former Cinemaware employee who designed and directed Defender of the Crown and Rocket Ranger. Centurion is like a Roman version of Defender of the Crown. It's essentially a turn-based strategy game as you attempt to conquer Europe, managing provinces, raising armies to use in massive ground battles, and lots of mini games like classic Cinemaware titles, with you getting to control chariot races, massive gladiator games, and even naval battles. Diplomacy is also part of the gameplay, but if all else fails, sending in the legions will take them down. Centurion is an excellent example of this style of game done well on the Mega Drive, with great presentation and sound, and fun, unpredictable gameplay, much like classic Cinemaware titles, and received pretty positive reviews, with Rave magazine saying in their August 91 issue, for the Mega Drive in particular, it's a real shot in the arm. It's refreshing to see a company like Electronic Arts not going down the familiar shoot-'em-up path, but striving to produce original and exciting products. Thumbs up all around. It received an 87% overall. If you want to play one of these games, then Centurion is the clear choice, hands down. Next was a bunch of Japan exclusive titles that have fortunately now got English fan translations available, with titles such as The Record of Bahamut War, Nadia, Secret of Blue Water, and Blue Almanac. Bahamut War, or Bahamut Senki in its Japanese name, is a turn-based strategy game where you get to pick a nation and try to conquer the 8 countries of your world. It's got your usual selection of diplomacy, recruiting soldiers, and all-out turn-based battles for you to try to take down each nation. This game is another deep and engrossing strategy game from Sega, much like the Advanced Dyson series. And this game reminds me a bit of the Saturn classic Dragon Force, although we'll see another game pretty soon that's even more like that. The music is quite good, it's very slow paced with long turn-based battles, but it's extremely satisfying, but I'd still only recommend this game for the diehards only. Nadia, Secret of Blue Water by Namco is an adaptation of an anime series of the same name from 1990. It's not really an RPG, but more of a story-based adventure, which is heavily focused on characters and plot, and has a beautiful art style similar to the Luna Silver Star story games. It basically looks like a traditional JRPG of this era, but it's really a visual novel game with you having the freedom to walk around and solve simple puzzles to advance the story. It's very nice looking with some great music and something very different to try out on the system. Blue Almanac was a Japanese only release RPG by Hot B, which was supposed to get an English release and was even reviewed in multiple magazines but was cancelled at the last minute. A company called Super Fighter Team acquired the full translation rights and released a physical version in 2011, now titled Star Odyssey, which would have been the English name. This is a pretty big, sprawling, Fantasy Star-styled sci-fi epic, and it's a pretty good one overall. Not in the same league as Phantasy Star, but engaging enough with a good translation and a pretty epic story. The graphics are a little bit weird in the battles with the proportions of the characters, but nothing is perfect overall. The soundtrack though is pretty toe-tapping and I really like it, and if you're a big fan of the Phantasy Star series, this is another great curiosity to check out. And another quick set of rapid fires with Battle Master, published by Arena exclusively for the US and based on a 1990 Amiga and DOS release. It's an action RPG with you controlling a squad, fighting orcs and other fantasy creatures in real time. You have to conquer all 4 races in the land and reunite the shards to stop the world from destructing. The frame rate is pretty chunky in this game, making it a bit hard to play at times, but if you can look past this, there's a pretty decent game hidden in here. Master of Monsters, published by Renovation, was another Japanese PC-88 port. It's a very traditional turn-based strategy game, similar to Daisen Ryaku again. The graphics are pretty basic, but the gameplay is solid overall, with there simply been better games of the genre on the system, so I'd only recommend this game, again, for the hardcores only. And Fatal Labyrinth by Sega was a downloadable only Japanese release that got expanded into a full game for an international audience. It's a randomized roguelike with you having to traverse a 30-level castle to steal a magic goblet. If you move, enemies move, making it part real-time and part turn-based depending on how you approach it. It is quite enjoyable, very basic though, but can be extremely difficult due to the random nature of creatures and the supply drops. But if you like roguelikes, you'll probably find it pretty interesting. And now back to some big RPG releases with a triple publishing dose of Electronic Arts giving us King's Bounty, Might and Magic, Gates to Another World, and Fairy Tale Adventure, all developed for the Mega Drive by New World Computing, a massive company in PC RPG gaming back at that time. King's Bounty was based on New World Computing's 1990 DOS release, Strategy RPG, which I played on my Commodore 64 to completion before getting this enhanced Mega Drive port. This is one of 2 games designed by John Van Carneghan, the founder of New World Computing and the creator of the legendary Might and Magic series, and of course King's Bounty, the precursor to the Heroes of Might and Magic series. The basics of the story are you are appointed by the king to retrieve a magic scepter from the forces of evil. The game is a mix of management, exploration, and turn-based strategy battles, with you having to retrieve 25 pieces of a map, which will ultimately lead to the location of the scepter. These can be found anywhere across all 4 continents, but most of them are found from fulfilling bounties, aka take out contracts to track down wanted criminals. Take those guys out and you retrieve a piece of the map and many other goods, with 17 of these criminals to take down in total. You can find gold randomly along the way and items, and use the king's weekly allowance to build your armies for all that turn-based combat. This Mega Drive version is a port of the enhanced Amiga version, using the much better graphics style and various other small enhancements. It's It's a deep, fun, uniquely interesting game, and having played both the DOS and C64 versions, this always felt like the best overall experience to me and is highly recommended. Might and Magic Gates to Another World was a port of New World's second Might and Magic game, originally released in 1988 on PCs of the time. It's a huge first-person grid-based RPG, basically a dungeon crawler in style, but allowing the whole world to be explored, not just dodgy dungeons. You use the gates to teleport to another world and end up in the land of Kron, where you have to stop Shelton, the bad guy from 1986's original, who's causing chaos in this new world. These games were absolutely huge in scope, and you basically just got lost in the worlds for days on end. Real time, that is. You can make your own band of heroes up, with up to 8 characters and 8 different character classes, plus multiple skill sets to choose from. The world was pretty much open to be explored, with turn-based combat against 250 different monsters, towns to explore, bar weapons, bars to talk in, and many dungeons to explore. And that was just the tip of the iceberg. They really managed to bring the full PC gaming experience across to this game very successfully on the Mega Drive. It came packed with a Bible-sized instruction manual and a built-in battery backup save feature. And if you have a hell of a lot of free time and dedication, then this is something you can get completely lost in. Unfortunately, no other versions were ported to the Mega Drive, although Japan did get an exclusive Mega CD version of Might and Magic 3, but it was never converted for an international audience. Fairy Tale Adventure was the last of the New World computing conversions. This game based on a 1987 Amiga game done originally by Micro Illusions. In the game, you have to retrieve a talisman by completing 8 massive quests to save your land. This is a real-time action-adventure RPG with quests to undertake, lots of characters to talk to, and real-time battles to take part in, plus plenty of exploration. Out of the 3 conversions, though, this one is very hard to recommend, just due to the controls not really coming together all that well. From the Amiga's slick keyboard and mouse combination, it's just very clunky and extremely slow to play, and if you have the absolute patience of a saint to play this all the way through, then well done. So having said that, I'd highly recommend you play the Amiga version instead if you're interested in checking it out. And back to some Japanese-made games, all receiving English versions, and we'll start with Ys 3, The Wanderers from Ys, which got a US and Japanese release and published by Renovation in the US, with the European version unfortunately being cancelled. It was a port of the 3rd installment in Nihon Falcom's action RPG series and a conversion from the PC-88. This game took a side-scrolling perspective instead of the overhead look of the previous games, and also due to the small scope of the game overall, it's often considered almost a side game to the main series, even though it is technically the 3rd game. Its plot is classic JRPG cliche, with a guy named Chester who's gathering artifacts to resurrect, you guessed it, an ancient god. The game is very compact. There's only one town with shops, people to talk to, and quests to gather, with an overworld map which essentially opens up new stages to go to automatically once the areas have been explored and completed. The action is still very fast-paced in the style of this game, with light platforming action thrown in as well. Fighting is based on stats, so you have to be careful in the beginning to get past that initial phase of leveling up, and it features nice, detailed, simple graphics with plenty of parallax action and a really brilliant soundtrack with head-bopping tune after head-bopping tune. I really enjoyed this game quite a lot. It's easy to get into and enjoy, and it's just a good entry-level RPG for newbies to have fun with. Another game published by Renovation called Exile got a Japanese and US release, and again another cancelled European version. It was part of Telenet's second game in the Exile series. You take control of Sadler as you have to stop an invasion of your land. It's an action RPG with an overworld perspective as you explore towns and chat to NPCs, with the action switching to real-time side-scrolling hack-and-slash segments, which can be paused at any point to select items or commands from your menu system. And you don't go it alone either, as you can gather up a group of sidekicks to assist you. Locations can be selected from an overworld map to go, and then jump in to explore in more detail. This is another enjoyable, easy to play and get into action RPG for anyone wanting a bit more of a casual RPG experience, with good anime-style graphics and some nice tunes overall that fit the game really well. And the game I alluded to earlier that reminded me a lot of Saturn's Dragon Force was Warsong, as it's known in English, but better known by its Japanese title of Langrisser, published by Messiah. It's a big old turn-based turn-based fantasy strategy RPG, and was the first in a long-running series, and one of the only versions to receive an English translation and release. The game is made up with massive story elements and plots as your characters chat it up. You get to delegate generals to command over different groups of soldiers, and set up for battle, which takes a top-down grid-based viewpoint to move around and engage with the enemies. Depending on experience, the terrain, and your army group type will result in a win or loss, with experience gained. Battles take a very long time and are pretty tough sometimes, with some employing special objectives as well, such as defeating a certain general for victory or just simply surviving a set number of rounds. The music in the game is absolutely awesome and complements the massive battles so well, with the graphics style, especially the menus and the characters, looking almost exactly like Sega's Dragon Force. Clearly Sega were fans of this game's look and style and translated that later to that Saturn classic. Overall though, Warsong or Langrisser is one of the best turn-based strategy games on the system, hands down, and is a must-play for fans of this particular genre. But the best dungeon basher for the year and the start of a massive RPG franchise for Sega was Shining in the Darkness, developed by Sega and Climax Entertainment. Climax was a brand new company set up in 1990 by Hiroyuki Takahashi and Kan Naito, who left NX to form this new company. Shining in the Darkness was their first release. They also went on and did the second Shining game, Landstalker, Dark Savior, and Time Stalkers, plus many more. Takahashi is quoted as saying about the making of this game: "Because we were on such a tight budget, apart from the programming and graphics, I did nearly all of the work on Shining in the Darkness. I suppose the basic concept behind Darkness was realism. I thought it would be exciting if the player could actually travel to a fantasy world and walk around, exploring old houses, dungeons, and other places. It was in essence a continuation of the sense of excitement you'd get from moving through the dungeons in the older games such as Wizardry. You're the son of a famous warrior that has to traverse a place called the Labyrinth to find your dad and save the princess who's been held by Dark Soul. The game itself is a first-person dungeon crawler heavily inspired by the insane popularity of the Wizardry series in Japan, but it has a whole lot more to offer than that. There's three main areas to the game: the castle, where you can go talk to the king and his main advisors and progress the story. The town is where you can visit shops, the bar, church, etc., and get equipped up and talk to the many townsfolk. And the third part is the labyrinth itself, where the turn-based combat and quests are completed. You'll end up having up to 3 members in your party: yourself, a warrior, a magician, and a cleric. The labyrinth has 5 main levels to hack and slash and use your magic through. The game gives the impression of being easy, but it's deceptively challenging, but forgiving at the same time. If you die in the labyrinth, you'll be sent back to the town and half your gold will be taken away, but all your experience gain stays, so you'll always be getting further no matter what. The most charming aspect though is the graphics and sound. It has a wonderful, almost Don Bluth cross-anime look to it, and the insides of the castles and the buildings are presented in a film-styled look as you talk to characters and go about your business. The menus are also very inventive, with animated icons that they continue to use in the entire Shining series going forward, and it has an excellent score setting the mood for each area pretty perfectly. Even though the Shining series going forward became an excellent turn-based strategy series, Sega themselves did return to this first-person style for the excellent Saturn release of Shining the Holy Ark, a completely underappreciated gem from 1997. This is just a wonderful game. Whether you like this style at all or not, it's irrelevant. It's made with such a lot of charm and attention to detail, I think anybody could possibly enjoy it. And we'll finish off the genre with some rapid-fire looks at 3 RPG light games that didn't really fit neatly anywhere else. The Immortal by Electronic Arts was an Apple II port, an action dungeon crawler with you as a wizard literally trying to survive the 8 deadly levels. The game is known for its brutal difficulty and trial and error gameplay, but nevertheless has an addictive one more try element that'll have you coming back for more even though you secretly hate it. Rent a Hero was a Japan exclusive by Sega themselves, a mixture of RPG and a fighting game where you play a kid who becomes a superhero for hire. It has a really good sense of humor, it's wacky as hell in its quest design, and it has nice graphics and sound, and actually received a full English fan translation, making it possible for anybody to now enjoy the wackiness of this game. And lastly was Arcus Odyssey by Wolf Team, part of the Arcus RPG series. Although this entry itself leans heavily into the action RPG mold, it's a pretty fast-paced affair with good visuals, and if you like Gauntlet but with a bit more substance, then you definitely want to check this one out.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
And over now to some platform action games, mostly dominated by European and Japanese releases. So let's check out some of the European games first. Almost all of these games originated on the Commodore Amiga computer, and all are extremely European platformers in nature, which means lots of stuff to collect and expect to die a lot. The first two games originally made by Houston Consultants were Stormlord and Onslaught. Both these games are ports of Amiga versions, but still vary a bit from those. Stormlord, which ironically only got a Japanese and US release, and puts you in the role of Stormlord as you set out to rescue all the princesses from certain doom in a fantasy setting. It mixes platform action and puzzle solving, and a really steep difficulty level. I played the Commodore 64 version of this a ton as a kid and really enjoyed it despite the challenge. This version though is okay. It offers 10 levels in total and has decent graphics, although I feel they didn't really take advantage of the Mega Drive in any sort of way to enhance it. Probably a lot to do with them only using a 4 megabit cart as well, which makes it just more of a curiosity than anything else. Onslaught was a port of a 1989 Amiga game also by Houston Consultants, and also has a fantasy styled action platformer setting, and is a pretty slow paced action game with tons of weapons and spells to use. It was a pretty highly rated game for the Amiga version, but none of that really made it across to the Mega Drive version, unfortunately. It's a little bit faster than Stormlord, and I mean a little bit, but considering this is mostly an action game, it feels really clunky and unresponsive. The hard difficulty doesn't help, and poor versions of the Amiga music make it a bit of a disaster, and one to definitely avoid. Electronic Arts published two James Pond games, the original Amiga 1991 and the newer sequel, both in 1991. Both games are pretty fun action platformer style affairs, with you playing James Pond, a fish secret agent protecting the ocean from Dr. Maybe, who's polluting up the place, and this is obviously a spoof of the James Bond movies. Blast bad guys with your bubble gun, collect keys, and follow the main objectives to each level. The sequel spoofs James Bond and RoboCop, with the subtitle being James Bond 2, codename RoboCod. Dr. Maybe has now taken over Santa's workshop in the North Pole, and you have to save penguins, retrieve all the children's toys, and take out Dr. Maybe again. You have the RoboCod suit this time, which makes you stronger and allows you to stretch your body to reach new areas. Both games are pretty fun, weird variations on familiar genre tropes, but are still definitely their own weird games altogether. Check them out if you're looking for something a little bit fresh. Chuck Rock was next, by Core Design, an action platformer with a prehistoric twist. You play Chuck, a caveman that can, guess it, chuck rocks, and he has to save his girlfriend who's been kidnapped. It has 5 massive levels ranging from jungle, ice, cave, water, and graveyard, with bosses at the end of each one. It's an enhanced port with lots of little extras like parallax scrolling and a completely new soundtrack. The combination of humor, nice graphics, and little puzzles make it a bit more than your standard platformer, and is a pretty fun romp with lots of charm. And on the opposite end of fun was Shadow of the Beast, published by Electronic Arts based on Psygnosis's Mega classic. It was a pretty scaled back version of the Amiga original with lots of elements missing, and feels like a real rush job of a port. The Amiga version is admittedly way more style over substance and is extremely basic in terms of gameplay, but it was still impressive with the graphics and music, and when you downgrade those significantly for the Mega Drive version, it's essentially very disappointing. And to add insult to injury, the US version wasn't optimized for NTSC machines, making the game move way too fast and compromising gameplay even more. Japan 1 year later got an enhanced version on the Mega Drive with better graphics and end sequence added on and much more balanced gameplay. And another Amiga Psygnosis port was called Fatal Rewind, better known as the Killing Game Show in its original 1990 format. I played this Amiga game very briefly before, so the comparisons are hard to make. It does have a few levels missing and the graphics have been pared down a bit, similar to Shadow of the Beast. Overall though, it's still okay. You blast enemies and make your way up a level, and water which is slowly rising to drown you if you take way too long. It's a pretty simplistic game and feels like another quick EA port job, but the big European release though definitely had to be Turrican, a port of the 1990 Commodore 64 classic action platformer by mad genius programmer himself, Manfred Trenz. It's a port based on the 16-bit Amiga version, which is the same as the C64 one with 16-bit graphics. This game was a massive platform action exploration game with huge levels and blasting action, as you attempt to defeat a bioengineered organism and take back a planet for humanity. humanity. Your character is very versatile with massive jumps and being able to transform into a deadly disc, as well as a huge multitude of weapons from triple fire to an awesome laser whip. The Mega Drive version is pretty good. The graphics are solid and varied, and it moves at a really fast pace and is a great representation of the Amiga version. Unfortunately, the same can't be said for the music, which are extremely pathetic interpretations of Chris Hulsbeck's excellent Amiga tracks and sound like utter garbage. Fortunately, the sound effects are so loud that it drowns out most of it, which was probably the intent. This was another port by Accolade, who went under their Ballistic label in their early console releases. They would later switch to the Accolade label in 1994. They would also port Turrican 2, sort of, in 1992, but we'll get to that bizarre story later. Overall, it's a good conversion, minus the abysmal music, and if you've never played this European classic, you really should. Two quick rapid-fire looks next with Decap Attack, which is an English reskin of Magical Hat we looked at earlier by Vic Tokai. It's a pretty good platformer with a full Halloween-style graphics makeover and new music and story, and almost feels like a completely different game. I feel it's actually better than the original. Another game, Dark Castle by Electronic Arts, for some reason appeared on every single system known to man and was never good on any of them, and is based on an original Macintosh version. Its abysmal control scheme, bizarre Mega Drive sound effects that'll make you scratch your head, and just plain painful gameplay make it just as useless as every other version of this game that actually exists. And now onto some pretty interesting Japanese releases, and we'll start with the combo of Valis and Valis 3, with the latter being the first release game on the system by Renovation. You play Yuko as she has to use the Sword of Valis to slay the Dark King Glamis, who attacked your world. It's a pretty standard by-the-numbers action platformer with a very slow pace. Jumping and slicing and special attacks are all here. The levels are varied visually, with some decent music, but nothing is going to blow you away. The whole series is pretty much like this, to be honest. Valis, the original, also got a release. This, however, was a complete remake of the 1986 Japanese home computer versions, where you again play Yuko and get your origin story played out in cool anime cutscenes, and get to wield the Sword of Valis for the first time, which can also shoot projectiles with pickup upgrades. Every boss defeated in the game gains you new magic, which can be used to deadly results. It's got the same slow gameplay as Valis 3 that's definitely not going to appeal to everyone, but overall both games are definitely worth a try, as I feel their very Japanese flavor and looks and sound design make them pretty interesting. And also, like Yares, both received an excellent re-release collection for original hardware in 2022 by Retrobit. Another interesting title was Jewel Master by Sega's R&D 2 team, a port of an abandoned, unfinished Sharp X6800 game that Sega enhanced, finished, and published. This is basically a Castlevania game on the system, long before Bloodlines would arrive, with some good platforming gaming action and a very interesting spell system where different rings can be worn on both hands, each with different powers of earth elements, and some combinations result in extra abilities. The levels, and especially the music, will bring on hard Castlevania vibes as you battle bosses and minions. It's a pretty decent game in a familiar style. Saint Sword is an action platformer by Taito, and is pretty much a Rastan Saga game where you have to hack and slash your way through another fantasy-filled setting, where the big difference is you can transform into different beast versions of yourself with new abilities for short periods of time to help you get past obstacles or help defeat massive bosses. It's got good graphics and music, but like the Valis games, it's pretty much just business as usual overall. El Viento was next by Wolf Team and published by Renovation, and is a very anime-inspired game in style like Valis. This time though taking place in New York in the 1920s, as you have to destroy a cult leader who's holed up in the Empire State Building. He's trying to resurrect a dark demon. As per usual, you play a net with jumping, a boomerang weapon, and spells at your disposal. The levels are pretty well designed and have multiple parts with weird boss encounters. The big chunky graphics are pretty cool, even though the colors are bland and muted. I think it's a pretty overlooked game with some really cool music and excellent anime style storytelling, and is also part of a trilogy of games by Wolf Team that also includes Ernest Evans, who has a cameo in this game, and ended with Neto Futatabi, a Mega CD Japan only release. We also got wrote Momono Hunter Yoko by Messiah, based on a Japanese anime series and a Japan exclusive game. It's a magical girl run and slice platformer with decent visuals but really not much else. The levels are really confusing and the jump is super janky. The bosses are pretty interesting though, probably more to do with their anime design, but overall it's a pretty uninspiring attempt. Another game, Dana Megami Tanjo by RGS, which was also a Japan only release, but this one is vastly superior over Momono. It's a pretty fast-paced hack and slash platformer set in a fantasy world. You can think of it as a bit of a mix of Golden Axe and Saint Sword, with you having a host of sword slicing combos, big chunky magical effects, and the ability to ride on the back of beasts. Every bad guy in this game dies in a very satisfying blood-soaked manner, gushing away, and the music is pretty memorable. Dana is nimble with precise controls and interesting levels to fight through, and I'm pretty surprised it never got an English release, but if you want to play it in its full English story style, there is an English fan translation available for you to enjoy. And over to a game that doesn't really neatly fit into any genre, and that was Toe Jam and Earl by Sega. Put together by Greg Johnson on design and Mark Versanger on programming. It was a crazy 1 or 2 player game, although much better in 2 player, that finds 2 aliens, Toe Jam and Earl, that have crash landed on Earth. The whole goal of the game is to find all the parts of your spaceship, put them together, and zip back to your home planet of Funkatron. It was a pretty strange game with randomly generated levels, and pretty odd design ideas, like finding presents lying around everywhere, which have random items in them. These become your only defense against the madness that Earth throws at them. When Greg Johnson was asked where they came up with the character names, he said, "My old video game development partner Mark had a bit of a hearing problem, and when we were first making the game I told him that the names of the characters were Flow Jam and Whirl, which seemed like good hip-hop dance names. Mark heard me wrong and coded them as Toe Jam and Earl. I only noticed it when we were showing the game to Sega, and they liked the names, so we decided to keep them."
Wake up!
Gemma, Toe Jam and Earl. Hello. Hey girl, boogie.
The game also employed a split-screen effect if played in 2-player, which let both characters search the same level but independently for ship parts and the exit, and it was a really fun addition to the multiplayer action. Sega were very confused about the game when they finally delivered it, according to Greg. Sega never really got the first game so much, recalls Greg. Their marketing department was like, this Toe Jam game is too weird. Let's just focus on the fast side-scrolling game with the angry blue hedgehog from Japan. Despite all this, the game became a cult hit and ended up selling over 250,000 units worldwide, boosted largely by plain good old word of mouth and extremely popular video game rental sales, which led them to go on to make the sequel, Panic and Funkatron, which we'll look at later. The funky humor of the characters, the absolutely wacky music score, and just plain weird gameplay make it an acquired taste game. But if you were adventurous, then Toe Jam and Earl will always be waiting. And the final game for this year was the one that took Sega to that next level, and cemented not only another #1 Christmas sales season for the company in the US, but also solidified their dominance in the 16-bit games market at that time, even if Nintendo fanboys in retrospect like to pretend that none of this actually happened. It simply did. In June 1991, Sonic the Hedgehog was released in the US, and in Japan 1 month later. It was a colossal hit almost immediately.
Sonic the Hedgehog! No fool. Come on, just show me what you got. Going fast is cool, going slow is not. Sonic the Hedgehog! No fool. Wild game, dude. 7 danger zones. You and Sonic speed through, or you are toast, son. Sonic the Hedgehog, the hot new game from Genesis Games. Systems and games sold separately. No fool.
But let's first rewind the story a little bit to just over 1 year earlier, to designer Naito Oshima, one of Sega's top designers, responsible for the first 2 Phantasy Star games. He came up with a whole cast of characters, with Eggman or Dr. Robotnik and Sonic being the most popular at Sega. Sonic was a combination of Felix the Cat and Mickey Mouse, with Sega's iconic blue color and the stripy white and red shoes. Although he was part of a band at this time and had a girlfriend named Madonna, things still needed some fine-tuning, obviously. Tom Kalinske was still looking for Sega's mascot. Former Sega US president Michael Katz had seen the early designs and hated it. Tom recounts Katz's reaction to Sonic. cats hated Sonic. I think there's some memo on a file somewhere. He didn't want anything to do with it. I was a little more pragmatic about it. I thought it showed off the attributes of 16-bit very well, the speed of movement and the colorful graphics. Then our marketing team did a bunch of revisions on the original Japanese character design so that it was acceptable for a US market. We got rid of the fangs and the aggression, and we added the red shoes, an alteration that Oshima is also credited for. He had a girlfriend named Madonna with this great cleavage. We got rid of her too. Oshima modified the character and made him more friendly and appealing. And while he was on vacation in the US, at that time he showed random people his sketches. They loved the new designs. But the game needed a team, however, to make it a reality. Yuji Naka and Hirokazu Yasuhara, Sega programmer and designer, joined Naito and formed the iconic Sonic team.
So when it comes to a personal favorite on the system, I realize this is not the best game on the system. This is just the one that means the most to me, and that's going to be Sonic the Hedgehog.
But if I had to pick a Genesis game that was my personal favorite, it would definitely be Sonic 1 because of what it represented to me at the time.
The original game, because that was the console with the pack-in and Sonic on the front of the box, and all the memories I had playing that game with my siblings, and the chip tunes, Green Hill Zone, Spring Yard Zone, Labyrinth Zone, Starlight Zone, they're all stuck in my head.
Sonic was a fast-paced action platformer that was quite different from the endless stream of platformers Nintendo and even Sega themselves had been putting out. Supersonic speed, secret areas, bonus stages, and brilliant level design put it above and beyond everything else. Yuji Naka was asked as to how he became involved with the game. Naito Oshima and I embarked on Sonic together. My first thought was that I wanted the player to traverse through the game world in a similar way to Ghouls and Ghosts, but sped up. So the very first part of the program that I finished was the smooth high-speed running action that later became the most iconic aspect of the Sonic games. Because we knew the game would move quickly, we initially chose a rabbit for the character, and then experimented with further ideas, an armadillo and a hedgehog. Oshima-san's hedgehog illustration was very stylish and best represented the speedy qualities we were looking for.
In order for me to get a Genesis in any games, I had to work my little butt off. So I spent my summer between 11 and 12 mowing the lawns and doing yard work, and that was especially tricky in the ghetto because not many people had lawns, so I had to just basically go door to door and try to get work and then try to get paid after I did it. That was another thing that a 12-year-old probably shouldn't have had to learn, but trying to go up and collect the money for the 3 lawns that you mowed that they never paid you for. So when I finally got all of that money and I finally was able to bring a Model 1 Genesis Sonic 1 home, plug it in and play it, it felt like victory. It felt like I earned it.
Sonic's development was pretty rapid and gave players 6 huge zones, not including the end stage and bonus zone, to play through, each divided up into multiple stages. Sonic speed meant levels could be tackled in any way. A massive speed boost to find the shortest way to the end. A more casual platformer approach, collecting all the rings, and if you got more than 50 collected, before the end of the stage you could get access to the psychedelic bonus stage, or you could approach it with a combination of both. Naka was also asked how Mario inspired Sonic's creation. Every time I played the first stage I wondered why I couldn't clear it faster, the better I got playing it. This feeling must have been the beginning of the idea for Sonic. As you get good at playing, you can run through the stage really fast. I think Sonic itself turned out to be a totally different concept to Super Mario Bros., but I do feel it was a game that affected me very positively. I received Sonic in the classic pack-in game way, like a lot of people when I bought my Mega Drive. The moment I turned it on and heard that Sega chant and the music kicked in, my eyes and ears were in shock. I was in another world. Plugging in the headphones and pumping up the sound was an experience. Even doing it now still brings a massive smile to my face over 30 years later.
The graphics just blew me away, that initial, and they got better with every revision, but that original game just really made such a big impression on me and made me a Sonic fan from that day forth.
And if my first Genesis game was a stinker, that might have ruined the whole experience for me. But because I had worked so hard and I finally got it, and I plugged it in, and while I'd played Sonic 1 plenty of times before, I never played through it. So I remember playing Green Hill Zone and having that awesome feeling of like, yay, I did it. But even a couple of weeks later, when I kept playing it, that's when it really hit me. Like, wow, this is an awesome game. It's not just the same couple of levels over and over.
And so yeah, I have to go with the original Sonic the Hedgehog, no question.
If I had to pick an actual Genesis cartridge, it's going to be Sonic 1.
The music itself is a massive part of Sonic's success, especially the 16-bit trilogy itself, and was created by a Japanese pop band. Naka recounts the story. It was around the time when music in games was first getting exciting, so he asked Masato Nakamura, a member of Dreams Come True, a famous pop band in Japan, to make the music for each stage sound like it was based on each stage's image. Sonic also put a lot of pressure on us, not only in regards to the music, but the sound effects and jingles. We fixed these quite a lot to allow them to make players feel good while they play the game. You can't not hear the Sonic tunes every time you see an image or screenshot of the game. The Green Hill Zone theme alone is ingrained in my mind forever. Sonic was and still is a masterclass of game design, platforming action, and visual and audio stunner that's lost none of its initial charm all these years later. Tom Kalinske knew Sonic was the one to boost the Genesis and secure Sega's 16-bit future, and wanted to bundle it together with the Genesis for the big holiday season sales, taking a loss on the hardware and game financially, but boosting the installer base tenfold.
Now, get Sonic free when you buy a Sega Genesis system at its new price of $149.99.
He had to fight Japan for permission, but they eventually relented, and the combo was released at a reduced price as well, and completely stole a massive chunk of Nintendo's Super NES launch success and boosted Genesis sales with a reported 15 million units of the Sonic bundle sold. And with the average buying rate at that time of 3 games bought with every console sold, Tom's plan was a massive success.
In terms of what I would recommend, it depends how you want to kind of play it really. I'll start off by saying go for the Mega Games collection because it's multiple games in one cartridge, and I think if you're short on space or maybe you want to save a few quid, sometimes the Mega Games collections can be really, really nice games to start off with. And of course, you've got the Sonic games, you've got the Streets of Rage trilogy. 3 is ridiculously expensive, but nonetheless, I think they're staple games and that's where I would start.
Tom's plan to package Sonic as the pack-in game for the Genesis was seen as madness by Sega of Japan, but yet again it was another bold move which helped Sega win the coveted Christmas spending season for the 2nd year in a row in the US, their biggest market, and of course stealing a lot of the Super Nintendo's thunder, at least initially, by outselling Nintendo's new system by 2-1. Over in Japan at the tail end of the year saw the release of the Mega CD, Sega's first big add-on, not including the power-based converter, for the system, giving it the ability to join the PC CD-ROM revolution and the future format for gaming in general. But this is not the story of that said system, but hopefully I'll get to explore it in this format in a future video, so look out for that. And thus ends 1991.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
That happen?
That wasn't too bad, kid.
Pretend it's a game.
Rio, can we take a picture with you? We even took a bath. Okay, everybody ready? Ready. Smile.
Sega's arcade division was burning up the arcade charts with hit after hit, but the gap had jumped yet again dramatically, with the newer arcade hardware outgunning the Mega Drive to the point where Sega couldn't rely on much more arcade ports like in the early years. Original characters, new franchises, and third-party support was the way forward.
Our sales right now are up about 50% versus a year ago at the consumer level. The market is down. I think that's an indication of where the consumer is going.
Their new advertising campaign was in full swing, bringing the cool factor and taking pot shots at Nintendo wherever possible, with the Blast Processing series of adverts highlighting the Mega Drive's faster CPU over the Super Famicom's. At least that's what the marketing department wanted you to focus on.
The Sega Genesis has blast processing. Super Nintendo doesn't. So what's blast processing do? What if you don't have blast processing?
Because faster obviously means cooler. And with the sequel to Sonic on the way, Sega were hedging their bets that this campaign would make all the difference. As per Kalinski's plan, Sonic, Sega's now flagship mascot, was becoming a household name. The Genesis Sonic pack was a smash hit, stealing a lot of the Super Nintendo's launch thunder. But Nintendo's roots in at least North America and Japan were deep, with the older generation literally referring to video games as Nintendo, as if nothing else existed. The console wars were just getting started, and Sega and Nintendo were encouraging it. After all, it gave the media a dramatic title to slap in magazines and dodgy news programs, and basically gave both companies free advertising. But the real bonus of this outlandish term was for the consumer, as each company was trying to outdo each other, which meant better quality games from both sides, price drops on systems and software, and fan bases becoming more loyal to each brand, making long-term customers for both sides. It was basically a win-win for everybody.
I only grew up with the US library, and on top of that, as a kid, I didn't even realize the games were different in other regions, where some games just weren't even available here versus there.
I never had the opportunity to play any Mega Drive games from Europe or Japan or anywhere else.
I kind of suspected, and I remember sort of talking about it with my friends, but don't forget that stuff like that is very context heavy. Back in the day, we didn't have internet to talk over. You're just talking to the people in your neighborhood.
Obviously, being from the UK, when I was growing up, there was no such thing as Japanese copies. There were no such thing as NTSC or North American copies. It was all PAL.
Looking back, I think the Genesis library I grew up on was pretty diverse, you know? We had everything from Sonic the Hedgehog to Golden Axe to Disney's Aladdin and Castle Illusion starring Mickey Mouse to Streets of Rage, Super Monaco GP for racing.
And where I grew up, on the east coast of the US, we never really talked or even heard of games from other regions, at least in the small area that I grew up in. However, I do think the US library offered something that was pretty awesome at the time, and that's sports games.
So my library was actually very, very limited to just PAL.
Now later on we would get games like Streets of Rage 2, Sonic 2, Sonic 3, Sonic & Knuckles with the lock-on cart, Vector Man 2, Sonic 3D Blast.
Now, when I say that, I think most people kind of roll their eyes because they picture 16-bit era sports games as that dollar junk bin at the retro store that's been sitting there since the store opened and never sells. But you gotta remember, even today, every year when a new sports game comes out, it's pretty exciting. And then just a year or two later, that game feels old and in the junk bin, even though it isn't. It's just kind of not up to today's standards as everything's evolved.
I think I never played like a Japanese imported game until, I think I had some on the PlayStation. But other than that, I never played anything imported until moving to Japan, which I guess it's not imported anymore. It's domestic now.
Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine, Sonic Spinball, lots of Sonic games. We were a huge Sonic fan household, but we didn't play a whole lot of RPGs back then, actually. So the Shining series wasn't something I got into until later.
I remember when Joe Montana Football 94 came out, I loved that game. I thought that was the absolute perfect blend between sports strategy, but as well as an arcade feel. So it was basically as fun as Tecmo Bowl, but light years past the complexity, but still something that anybody who just knows what American football is could pick up and start playing pretty quickly. And I think there were a ton of sports games on the platform that in that moment, in that era, were such a massively big deal and could so easily be overlooked today.
And now let's flip on over to this year's very diverse set of arcade conversions and start with T2, the arcade game, originally made by Midway in 1991 and a monster smash hit of a light gun arcade game when released. The Mega Drive port was done by Probe, and even though it's scaled back quite a bit, playing this game at home in 1992 was pretty damn epic, I'm not gonna lie. Always a favorite at the arcades with friends. This version also supports 2-player action and the use of Sega's Menacer light gun.
When I play Terminator 2 with the Sega Menacer, I'm not afraid of deadly hunter killers, the indestructible T-1000, endless endoskeletons, the evil Skynet. Nothing
If you've never played it, it's an on-rail shooter following the plot of Terminator 2 the movie, with roughly half the game set in the future and the second half in the early 90s with John Connor as a kid. You have unlimited machine gun fire, which has to be charged to maintain its strength by stopping every few seconds. There's also tons of rapid fire style pickups and rockets for those big vehicles and bosses. The graphics have all been redrawn due to the arcade's massive scaling effects that the Mega Drive just couldn't pull off in that sort of way, but it all still looks pretty good with decent music and sound effects. Playing 2-player is a heck of a lot of fun and makes the latter Revolution X conversion look like gold in comparison. There are multiple Terminator games on the Mega Drive and Mega CD, and this is a pretty good addition to the series. Captain America and the Avengers is a scrolling beat-em-up by Data East based on their 1991 arcade game. It's a pretty fun scrolling brawler featuring a version of Marvel's Avengers at the time. You can choose between 4 characters such as the Vision, Iron Man, Captain America and Hawkeye, and can be played in 1 or 2 player modes. It is obviously a scaled-back, shortened version of the arcade, but still retains the look and feel pretty well, with a mixture of side-scrolling beat-em-up action and straight-up shoot-em-up action, mixed together with tons of boss smackdowns with the Red Skull's Rogue Gallery. It's pretty decent overall, a bit repetitive, but that can be said for any game in this genre of course. And another Data East conversion was called Two Crude Dudes, also a scrolling beat-em-up, and a port of their 1990 arcade game, done by the same team that did the Captain America conversion. It is supposed to be a sequel to Dragon Ninja, although the association is pretty loose. It does keep the same side-scrolling Kung Fu Master style beat-em-up gameplay, and the plot is almost the same, but this time taking place in a post-apocalyptic future where the US government has hired 2 crude dudes to enter New York and take it back from a massive gang that has taken over. So it's basically Escape from New York with WWF wrestlers. The Mega Drive version keeps the 2-player option, and the gameplay is all there, including being able to pick up and smash giant objects like cars and chuck them at poor unsuspecting henchmen. The game also sports an additional bonus stage that isn't in the arcade versions, and overall it's pretty damn fun. Still scaled back a bit, but the Mega Drive does this style of game pretty well, so it's not that noticeable. And like almost all Data East games of this era, it has 3 different names, so you may also know it as 2 Crude or Crude Buster. And Data East's final conversion for this year was Atomic Runner from their 1988 arcade. This one is also simply known as Chelnov or Atomic Runner Chelnov. This is a really excellent remix of the original arcade game, not simply porting it but remixing and adding to it for this awesome release. The game's plot has had a complete overhaul, removing the poor taste plot and Chernobyl references of the original for a more future fantasy type setting. Gameplay is mostly the same. It's a 4 side-scrolling action platformer, with you being able to switch from front to back fire for various situations, with a heavy dose of weapon pickups, and the enemy variety and stages are really well done, and there's always surprises and light gameplay additions around every corner. The graphics are small but very detailed with some great music tracks, although Chelnov can still only take 1 shot to take him down, which initially makes the game very hard until you get the flow of the gameplay, but once you do, it's a total blast, and it actually turns out to be better than the arcade, at least for me anyway. Toki was next, also known as Juju Densetsu in Japan, a loose port of TAD Corporation's 1989 arcade. This game, like Atomic Runner, is a complete overhaul of the original, and is basically a remix with lots of additional content exclusive to this version. Toki is about a caveman who gets turned into an ape and his girlfriend gets kidnapped by some dodgy wizard, that old chestnut. It's essentially a side-scrolling action platformer with you able to pick up multiple different power-ups to blast enemies and bosses. It's also a one-hit kill game, which makes it quite difficult in the beginning, and you'll need a lot of practice to get far in this game. The levels are divided into multiple sections now, with added levels for this version specifically, plus lots of new power-ups, and a revamped story intro. The game was made by Japanese company Santos, who mainly did mahjong games like the madness that is Mahjong Cop Ryu, which is a bit of mentalness where you can play against knockoff versions of characters like Dirty Harry, Robocop and Arnold. It only got a Japanese Mega Drive release obviously, much like another cool game they co-developed called Battle Golfer Yui, which we'll have a look at later in more detail. Overall, this version of Toki is pretty damn good, and if you like the arcade and want a slight variation on it, then this is a must-get. Taito is up next with a port of their arcade hit Kadash from 1989. This game is probably more associated with the turbo graphics than even the arcade version, and is pretty well known in that respect. This Mega Drive version falls somewhere in the middle. The game itself is a fantasy action platformer with light RPG elements, where you have to rescue a princess who's been kidnapped by a demon and held in an underground castle of Kadash Smash. This version is scaled back a bit, with the most notable aspect being that you can only now choose 2 characters out of the 4 in the beginning, with the Barbarian and Wizard being playable, but the excellent 2-player mode is still intact, and is a really great way to experience it. The constant upgrading of your character levels makes killing random beasts a lot more satisfying than normal for this type of game, and if you like games like the Valor series, then you'll feel right at home here. It's a solid version of the arcade, although I'd still recommend the turbo version over this if you have a choice. And now a few rapid fires before my favorite arcade reveal. First up is Paperboy, a port of Atari's 1984 Paperboy simulator published by Tengen. It's a pretty straightforward conversion, missing some of the dodgy speech samples but having others to replace it. Deliver papers, survive the neighborhood, and go to the BMX bonus track. It's simple arcade fun action. Rampart's, also published by Tengen, is a conversion of Atari's 1990 turn-based action strategy game, a very unorthodox style of game for the arcades, but it still works pretty well. This is a no-frills conversion, but still good, if a bit simplistic. Smash TV, or Super Smash TV as it's also known, is a good conversion by Probe of the 1990 Robotron-styled arcade shooter by veteran Eugene Jarvis. It's also a no-frills port, just a straight chaotic Williams arcade action, and if you've seen the movie The Running Man, it's basically a video game version of it. Wani Wani World is a heavily edited and revamped port of Kaneko's 1991 arcade Berlin Wall. If you've ever played the early 80s arcade game Space Panic, it's basically a cute version of that, smashing creatures through holes in the floors that you make, dropping them to their death. It's fun, addictive, and it has really nice graphics, and is well worth tracking down this Japanese-South Korean exclusive. And the Double Dragon garbage train continues with a really subpar, which is putting it mildly, conversion of the 1987 beat-em-up classic by Technos, this one done by Accolade. The sound effects are absolutely pathetic, it moves way too fast, the action is super unsatisfying, and overall could have been a really accurate and easy conversion, but alas, yet again, this series just can't catch a break on the Mega Drive. And now on over to the final arcade conversion, which was Sunset Riders by Konami, based on their 1991 arcade run-and-gun western classic, which is basically Contra in the Wild West. This is another one of those remixes that we started to see a lot on the Mega Drive, mostly due to the fact that arcades were always evolving, but the Mega Drive hardware was staying the same. They had to make compromises. This one still follows the arcade mostly, but has much shortened levels that are split into different parts, and also different bonus stage. It also only has 2 of the selectable characters, but most of this is more than likely due to the cartridge size they decided to use, and not performance, as what's here is pretty damn good and accurate to the arcade flavor. This game, like all Konami's arcade hits of this era, was super popular. It's run and gun, multiple weapons, and epic boss fights set with the Old West themes, and that pumping western music was an irresistible force in the arcade, and I feel this Mega Drive version is pretty fantastic. It still retains its 2-player simultaneous mode, plus a Mega Drive exclusive versus mode, and despite not being a beat-for-beat arcade port, it's still an excellent game to play. I'm sure purists shun this game, but I still really enjoy it. Konami were again just knocking it out of the park in both the home and arcades. Like some sort of unstoppable force, Sunset Riders was another gem in their crown. The licensed game frenzy was ramping up in terms of quantity in 92, but not as much as peak 93-94, but it was almost there. Let's first check out a trio of Disney games of varying quality with Tailspin, Ariel the Little Mermaid, and World of Illusion. Let's start with the weakest of the bunch, which is unfortunately Tailspin, one of the best cartoons to come out of Disney's 90s Saturday morning fun factory. A cross between Jungle Book and Indiana Jones. Like the cartoon, it features Baloo and Kit as they try to deliver goods to various clients in their cargo plane, and of course crazy adventures ensue. You can pick either character as you attempt to pick up all the cargo in each level. It's about as generic and as bland as an action platformer could possibly get, with everything feeling like they just phoned it in on a late Sunday afternoon. The platform segments are broken up with the much better side-scrolling shooter style flying stages, but even those can't save it from mediocrity, which is a real shame as the subject matter deserved way better. Ariel the Little Mermaid fared a little better, but not that much and loosely follows the plot of the film. You get to play Ariel and King Triton as you attempt to rescue all the merpeople and take out Ursula over its very short 4 levels. I actually bought this game in the 90s with Tailspin, and I managed to complete this entire game on my first go. It's just way too short and easy for anyone with even the slightest bit of skill. And feel like with Tailspin, it was a real rushed effort just to get something out on the shelves. A bit more time, adding a few more levels, and maybe a gameplay switch or two, and this could have been really great. As it stands though, it's recommended for younger players or really die-hard fans of the movie. But the best of the bunch was definitely World of Illusion starring Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck, an excellent continuation of the Illusion series, which started with Castle of Illusion we looked at earlier. Mickey and Donald find this weird mysterious box which sends them to the land of illusion, and they basically have to escape from this weird world. It again is an action platformer with you either picking Mickey or Donald, with both having slightly altered levels to complete. But the game was really designed to be played in 2-player co-op mode, and that's where it really shines, as you each get to help each other solve puzzles and navigate to the 5 levels that are truly visually very impressive, from the Alice in Wonderland forest to the cloud-filled carpet ride and the undersea caves. It's just a total visual feast, as is the excellent animation. The 2-player gameplay is quite excellent, using a seesaw to launch to a new area, then throwing down a rope to pull up your friend, or just jumping on his shoulders to gain extra height. It's all very inventive, and it's just tons of fun to figure out all these things together, and it was probably my most played co-op game I played back then. The difficulty was also just right, being a challenge but also not that annoying in any sort of way. It almost seemed like Disney and Sega put all their effort into this one game and farmed out the other 2. Regardless, the visuals, co-op gameplay, and whimsical music make World of Illusion a fantastic game overall, and another one I would highly recommend you check out. Now a few quick rapid fires with Krusty's Super Funhouse, published by Acclaim, based on Krusty the Clown from the Simpsons cartoon show. It's an okay puzzle game that was originally a game called Rat Trap on the Amiga that got quickly altered to be a Simpsons tie-in game once Acclaim got the license. Bart vs. the Space Mutants, also by Acclaim, is another Simpsons game that has you as Bart trying to uncover an alien takeover of Springfield, and appeared on pretty much every system under the sun at the time. It's an average action platformer that people either love or hate. X-Mutants, published by Sega, based on Malibu Comics series, is a pretty good action platformer with 11 levels and multiple characters to choose from. It's not going to win any awards in the originality department, but overall it's a solid experience. Superman is an okay side-scroller by Sunsoft that's not as good as their Batman game, but better than most Superman efforts that were put out at the time, although that's not saying too much. And lastly is Mick and Mac as the Global Gladiators, a McDonald's tie-in game by Virgin, which has great production values in visuals and sound. But revisiting this action platformer, the gameplay comes across as extremely repetitive, and I was kind of disappointed as it was a 90s favorite. You're better off playing Treasure's McDonald's game instead. And now let's check out the movie license games. Let's start with Predator 2, published by Arena, based on the 1990 sequel to one of the 80s best action flicks, and a damn fine sequel of a movie in my opinion. The game puts you in the role of Lieutenant Harrigan, a cop who goes around blasting a whole bunch of local punks in downtown Los Angeles, as well as getting drugs off the streets and rescuing hostages that the gangs have kidnapped, and the Predator is trying to hunt and kill. Save all of them and it's off to the next level. It's a very quick-paced arcade-style game, which wouldn't have looked out of place at your local arcade sitting right next to Alien Syndrome. The overhead shooting action is pretty fun, with backdrops from the movie such as the streets of LA, the subway, the meat storage facility, and the Predator spaceship, all from the major movie set pieces. The game is mindless fun. The multiple weapon pickups and streams of punks to waste, and having to deal with the constant threat of the Predator trying to kill you as well. It never lets up for a second until those digitized intermission screens where your only breather comes. It's got decent if unremarkable graphics, okay music, and some pretty good sound effects, which really sell the carnage big time. A fun forgotten Mega Drive obscurity. Universal Soldier was next by Accolade, published on their Ballistic label, based on, if you can call it that, the Jean-Claude Van Damme and Dolph Lundgren movie of the same name, that I probably watched about 1 million times in the 90s. Accolade already published Turrican on the Mega Drive, and clearly had the license for Part 2 as well, and then acquired the rights to the movie and needed a quick turnaround release to cash in. Hence, with a few minor graphical tweaks, and I really mean minor, the computer classic run-and-gun platformer Turrican 2 was now Universal Soldier. This unholy mashup still messes with me. I can't really hate it, as at the end of the day, the game is still the absolutely awesome Turrican 2 in almost all its glory. But it was the only version of this game available officially on consoles in the US for a good few decades. If you can look past some alterations like sprite changes and some boss mix-ups and slightly altered levels, you're in for one hell of a good time with that excellent Manfred Trains gameplay and in-your-face action of the Amiga and Commodore 64 classic. Batman Returns, published by Sega, was an adaptation of Tim Burton's sequel to one of 1989's biggest box office movie hits. The movie was perfect fodder for games, and there were a lot of different versions of this movie in game form, an aspect like I previously mentioned I miss about those old licensing agreements. This modern one version nonsense is so lame. The game is, as you can probably guess, an action platformer, which was the 90s go-to for movie games. Batman has all his usual gadgets, from batarangs to his grappling gun and the ability to glide with outstretched wings. The game had a really dark and depressing visual look, much like the movie, and I personally found it to be a pretty good playthrough, although it's nothing special in any sort of way. The 7 stages have enough interesting elements and switch-ups to keep your interest, but the story elements are almost non-existent, so if you haven't seen the movie, then you're out of luck in that regard. Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade was next, published by US Gold and developed by those dodgy folks at Tiertex, an almost universal stamp of poor quality. Almost. Based on the last genuinely great Indiana Jones movie from 1989, it originally released with the adventure game, and this one was referred to as the action game. 2 Last Crusade games for 2 completely different audiences. A really brilliant idea. I played and completed this on my Commodore 64, so playing a 16-bit version of it in the 90s was quite a treat back then, but was it really a good version? Yeah, I guess, sort of. It's got a lot of issues, from some dodgy collision detection, and I really found that dark black outline graphic style on everything to look really ugly and dated, but still as an action platformer at the end of the day, it's still okay. The point-and-click adventure game on DOS is vastly superior if you want to play an adaptation of this movie, but overall this is the least offensive game Tiertex ever managed to make for the Mega Drive, so I guess we should all be thankful for that. Home Alone was an adaptation of the classic John Hughes comedy from 1990, another game with many rubbish published adaptations. This Sega published version though is the only one that genuinely represents the movie in any logical way, as you play Kevin defending the entire neighborhood against the wet bandits' home invasions. With 5 houses to defend overall, an interesting crafting system that allows tons of wacky gadgets to be made to slow down the bumbling criminals. Its downfall is that it becomes too samey too quickly and therefore slightly tedious, but it's still, at least from a movie plot point of view, represents the subject matter pretty well. But the best 2 movie games were both made by one company, Probe, who hit their stride in formula perfectly here to deliver 2 games from 2 different science fiction classic franchises, with The Terminator and Alien 3. The Terminator was based on the 1984 movie of the same name, with you playing Kyle Reese from the future who has to stop a Terminator from killing Sarah Connor, whose future son John will launch a resistance against the machines. Alien 3 was based on the 3rd Alien movie and directed by David Fincher, an extremely divisive movie, and it has Ripley stranded on a prison planet with a bunch of scumbag criminals and a prison filled with xenomorphs. Unlike the Terminator though, this is much looser with its story adaptation. Both these games take the form of run-and-gun styled action platformers. The Terminator is much more straightforward and represents the movie pretty well. From the future war level, the police station, disco club, it has all the movie's most iconic scenes, as you shoot your way through every level with unlimited ammo for your guns, which is totally awesome, plus limited explosives for barriers and desperate times. Dave Perry was the lead programmer on this game, and his usual animation flair and attention to detail shines through, making this a really great adaptation of the classic movie. All the levels look really cool, the sound effects are super satisfying, and the music by legend Matt Furness is the icing on the cake, delivering fast-paced tracks that hype up the action tenfold. Alien 3's approach was also frantic, with Ripley needing to run around the prison facility under a strict time limit to save trapped prisoners. The game wisely throws out some of the movie's plot points, like no weapons and only having one alien. Instead, the game is set in the movie's location, but uses all the best elements weapons from the Aliens movie, the second one, meaning the facility is teeming with thousands of xenomorphs to massacre around literally every corner. And they give you all the cool weapons from that movie as well, with a pulse rifle, flamethrower, grenade launcher, hand grenades, which makes this game simply ultra cool. Matt Furness also did the music for this one, and it's even better, with tons of excellent fast-paced numbers mixed in with really intense brooding tracks, and it really does amplify the gameplay with simply sound alone. It's a pretty tough game though, much harder than the Terminator, but the sheer atmosphere and the satisfying implementation of the weapons make it still one of my favorite games on the system. And the last bunch for licensed games are pretty random, so let's start with Batman: The Revenge of the Joker, which was published by Sunsoft, based on the DC Comics version of the character, and was a US exclusive Genesis release. It's your standard action platformer with you needing to stop the Joker, who's stolen some materials to make a bunch of bombs, and you have to travel to his demented island compound to take him out. The game looks straight out of the comic books of that time, giving the visuals a much brighter and more colourful style, as opposed to the two other Bat games that were already out for the system, both based on the dark Tim Burton movies. The music is pretty upbeat and enjoyable, although it's a bit out of place for a Batman game, and the level variety visually is pretty cool. Gameplay is run-of-the-mill though, with lots of robots, weird creatures, and mini-bosses to take out. It's all really quite odd for a Batman game, but still it's much better than the game reviews would have you believe from that time. Tasmania by Sega was based on the Warner Brothers cartoon of the 90s starring Taz, the out-of-control Tasmanian devil. The game's plot is as ridiculous as that show was, with you going out to hunt for a giant seabird's egg so you can have unlimited omelets for breakfast. Yes, that is the plot. The game features your typical action platformer elements, where you simply have to make your way through the end of a level and taking out any obstacles or creatures along the way. You can use your tornado spin, chuck objects at things, or eat chili peppers, which turns your mouth into a flamethrower, frying everything to death. The game is pretty huge also. It has 17 levels, and yes, as per gaming rules of the time, that also includes an obligatory minecart stage, because 90s. The graphics are really good with an exceptional cartoon style to them, and the animation is great too. The music, however, is god awful. It's just a series of short jingles that play whenever things are triggered on screen with some bland background tune. It doesn't kill the enjoyment, but it's pretty damn distracting. If you can somehow manage to get yourself past that, then it's a pretty good representation of the series. Toxic Crusaders was another game based on a Saturday morning cartoon, and a firm favorite of mine, with its bizarre characters and wacky humor, which in turn is based on a Troma film from 1984, the low-budget awesomeness that is the Toxic Avenger. And this game was another US Genesis only release. It features Toxie and a pal, as it has a two-player co-op option trying to stop aliens from invading Tromaville in a standard side-scrolling beat-em-up formula. Its 6 levels, however, overstay their welcome and are way too long and seem to never end. The gameplay is very bland and mindless and becomes annoying pretty quickly. It's really a shame, as I'm a huge fan of the cartoon and movies, so this was a pretty disappointing game. Having said that, the new scrolling beat-em-up for modern consoles is looking like what this should have been, so there's still hope for us Toxie fans, and I got to meet Lloyd Kaufman, president of Troma, recently, so the dodginess of this game has kind of been washed over in my mind. And the final licensed game was another fantastic Konami entry called Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles: The Harperstone Heist, or Return of the Shredder in Japan, and was another entry in the Turtles side-scrolling beat-em-up action formula that Konami first perfected in the arcades. Taking its look and style from the cartoon series of the time, this Mega Drive version is a big mashup of multiple Turtles games all in one. It features levels from Turtles in Time on the Super Famicom, the original 1989 arcade game, and the Famicom Manhattan Project game, plus its own original stuff and extended level design. It has that addictive two-player gameplay intact of the arcade, with its 5 levels overall, and boss encounters featuring favorite bad guys like Krang, Shredder, Baxter, and even Rocksteady, plus many more. This game was absolutely amazing to play at the time at home. It honestly looked and felt just like an arcade game with its fantastic animation and endless action, plus a friend in tow, and came out right at the end of December 92, making it the perfect high point ending for licensed games for that year.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
away from her, you...
And now let's check out a couple of breakout or pinball games. This first title falls into the breakout territory with Bad Omen, as it's known in Japan, but in the West it's simply known as Devilish, the Next Possession. An ancient evil god turns the prince and princess into paddles, and you have to use a new orb of light to blast back against all the demons that have invaded your world. So basically you bounce a ball to break stuff back and forth. It's an interesting variation on breakout with cool twists like being able to flip the paddle into different configurations. And another aspect is that it's like a vertically scroller. As you smash stuff, you move up a level to a boss character before the next encounter. It has a very cool fantasy gothic style graphics and some really cool rocking music by Hitoshi Sakimoto, who also did Gauntlet 4's awesome soundtrack and the Saturn classic Radiant Silver Gun. There are tons of weird power-ups, it has diverse looking stages, and a nice riff on simple gameplay. Make this a must for anyone that's looking for something just off the beaten path. The other title, Crewball, is a lot more traditional pinball game by Electronic Arts, with a weird Motley Crue license slapped on top. It was basically originally designed as a heavy metal pinball game in look and style, and was only slightly modified once they actually received the Motley Crue band license, which also included having a bunch of their songs in the game, with the best being Dr. Feelgood. It's a pretty basic pinball game. It has 9 different tables to make your way through, and was designed by pinball legends Mark Sprenger and Brian L. Schmidt. It's an enjoyable video pinball experience without being too memorable. If you want something truly crazy though and entertaining, then check out Codemaster's Psycho Pinball, which we'll look at later in a lot more detail. As it stands, it's simple and enjoyable, but just don't expect to be blown away. 1992 was a pretty stellar year for shoot 'em up fans, and we're going to dive straight into my personal favorite, which is Thunder Force 4 by Technosoft, also known as Lightning Force for its US release, which was the 4th game in the series overall. The Orn Empire is up to their usual shenanigans, and they send you to take out all their facilities over multiple planets yet again. You can choose which order you want to take the first 4 stages, and after that the remaining play out in a set order. The screen of play is absolutely massive. You can fly up and down and reveal huge areas of play, making it much easier to dodge and escape death, with the addition of being able to change your ship's speed on the fly as well. You can collect and have up to 5 different weapon types, which can be swapped out at will, giving the game a massive amount of quick thinking strategy to take into account when playing. The graphics are sublime, throwing every Mega Drive trick in the book at the screen, and the variety in looks and design is amazing. Music, as per Technosoft's high standards, is top tier stuff. Metal-infused rock tracks that get the blood pumping as the enemies explode with satisfying results. It was the last and arguably the best entry in the series on the system. Next was Soldies by Wolf Team, a port of a 1990 shoot-'em-up from the Sharp 68000. This game was also released on the Mega/Sega CD under the name Soul Feast, and is honestly the better version to play, but the Mega Drive one is still a pretty good blast overall. It features 5 stages with a healthy dose of mid and end-level bosses to deal with. Depending on the angle your ship is moving, you can either open or close your weapon spread, giving you different attack varieties, and features a healthy dose of upgrades with lasers and missiles and more. The music is good, sounding very much in the mold of a Konami arcade game, and the graphics are mid-level. Some sprite flickering here and there, slow down on certain bosses when they take the stage, but nothing that affects the gameplay to a large degree. It's a good mid-tier shooter, but like I said earlier, definitely play the superior Mega CD or Sega CD version instead. And Retrobit also put out a new re-release of this game if you're interested in physical form. And our old friends Toplan were back with a port of Zero Wing based on the excellent 1989 arcade game. It was a horizontal shooter, something Toplan didn't do that often, as they were more well known for their vertical shooters. Toplan themselves though handled this port directly to the Mega Drive. This game is unfortunately more well known for its abysmal Japanese to English translation, which gave us the never-ending meme that is, all your base all belong to us. And bear in mind, that's not even the worst line in the game. As an arcade conversion though, Zero Wing is pretty damn good. It features 8 stages and the unique ability to tractor beam in enemies and use them as shields for yourself, or just launch them back at oncoming foes, plus a host of spread, laser and homing missile variants to pick up. The game has a much slower methodical pace to it, unlike most horizontal games at that time, but I kinda like it. I played the arcade pretty often, and it's overall a a good conversion, and like Soldice also received a physical re-release by Retrobit as part of the Toplan Shooter Collection for the system. Next was the bizarreness that is Biohazard Battle by Sega, known as Crying in Japan. Yeah, I have absolutely no explanation for that. It's a very strange horizontal shooter mixing in biomechanical and organic designs, weird sound effects, and a really odd soundtrack. Everything in this game seems to be made to throw off your expectations, which it totally does. As a shoot 'em up though, it's got 8 stages and multiple bioships to choose from, and can also be played in an excellent 2-player simultaneous mode. Collecting different colored orbs switches weapons, and if you keep collecting the same color, it upgrades them. This game is just weird, almost a cult classic in a sense. It plays well, has interesting levels and looks, and is one of the most unique in style at least shooters to ever grace the console. Next is the Steel Empire, or Empire of Steel depending on your region, a Japanese developed shooter by Hot B. The game itself is a horizontal shooter set in a steampunk style universe where the evil Motorhead dictatorship has taken over, and you have to choose either a biplane or a zeppelin to take them down. You can shoot in multiple directions and also have a massive smart bomb, with both the biplane and the zeppelin having different stats as far as speed and vitality go. There are 7 stages overall, with your usual huge assortment of steampunk style bosses and cool intermission story elements that play out like some old World War II propaganda movie. This is a pretty cool shooter, with the only negative being that the sound effects are really grating after a while, but if you can look past that, you're gonna have a lot of fun. And now on over to a few rapid fire reviews with Gadget Twins, a really annoying game published by GameTech, where you fly a plane and can punch stuff. It's as dumb as it sounds, with annoying gameplay and bland graphics. Uzu Kyobutsuyon is a strange South Korea only release by Samsung. It's weird and has bland graphics and music, and offers nothing new to the genre, and was the only Mega Drive game Samsung ever released. Xenon 2 Mega Blast is an Amiga conversion by Virgin of the Bitmap Brothers classic shooter. It's a bit of a mixed bag of okay gameplay and decent graphics, although the Amiga version is way better, and sports some god-awful music compared to the Amiga's classic score. It's like night and day. And lastly was Twinkle Tail, a Japanese only release, an excellent fast-paced run-and-gun shooter with great graphics and music, and it's really strange that this game never got an international release. And now back to the last 2 big shooter releases for the year, with Super Fantasy Zone by Sunsoft, part of Sega's Fantasy Zone shooter series starring Opa Opa, with gameplay almost the same as the original. Destroy enemy bases, then take out the big bosses, all the while collecting as much loot as possible, which can be used to upgrade your weapons and buy items. With 8 very colorful and cheery stages to shoot your way through, it's a fun game in the Defender mold, and is still, in my opinion, one of Sega's most underused franchises. It has awesome music, tough but fair gameplay, and you have a perfectly addictive arcade-style shooter. And the final shooter is Glaylancer, or also known as Advanced Buster Hawk Glaylancer, was released in 1992 on the Sega Mega Drive and published by Messiah. It was a physical-only release in Japan and Korea. The game was a horizontal scrolling shoot-'em-up developed by NCS, or Nippon Computer Systems, who were a Japanese game developer formed in 1980 and were defunct by the year 2000. The game was released through their distribution division called Messiah, and if you're an avid Japanese import gamer, you probably already recognize them for their heaps of excellent Japan exclusives, such as Cho Anarchy, Star Cruiser, Vixen 357, and many unconverted installments of the Langrisa strategy series. And back to Glaylancer, which delivers 11 levels of excellent shoot-'em-up action. At the beginning, you get to choose your weapon style and the way it behaves and helps you. For example, choosing reverse means extra guns will concentrate on foes attacking you from behind, or follow will target anything and track it until it dies. There's a whole bunch, and I'd suggest trying them all to see what suits you. The weapons are pretty varied, from powerful lasers to twin shots, the short range but brutal lightsabers, bouncing shots, etc, etc. It's a nice mix, and they all have their uses in certain levels. Another gameplay aspect that I like is the speed option, where at any time you can change the speed of your ship to escape or dodge fast, intense bullet situations. Unlike most shooters, this actually has a pretty cool story as well, all played out in anime style cutscenes, and continues between the levels for the whole game. The story involves a girl named Lucia who steals a prototype combat ship, the Glaylancer, in an attempt to rescue her father, who got abducted abducted by an alien race. So it's basically Iron Eagle in space. There's a lot of things to like here, from the impressive graphics and enemy variety, short but intense levels that don't overstay their welcome, and a really cool story which is not common for this genre of game. If you plan on getting a physical copy to play, the game is completely playable in its Japanese form. Even the menus are already in English. The story obviously will be completely lost in translation though, so you have to decide how important that is to you. A Japanese physical re-release was issued a couple years ago, but good luck on finding that. It was extremely limited. An English fan translation though is available, so playing it through emulation will give English speakers at least the full game experience. Overall, it's a pretty good game for fans of the genre to sink your teeth into. It's not the greatest shooter ever made by any means, but the combination of many little features make it well worth experiencing. This year's simulation and vehicle-style combat games had pretty much a mix of highs and lows, so let's rapid-fire quickly two that didn't quite hit the mark. Steel Talon's a helicopter action simulator, heavy emphasis on the action though, and a conversion of an Atari arcade game. It unfortunately is a mess of a poor attempt at 3D graphics, with a frame rate that dips when anything on screen happens, so much so that it almost becomes unplayable to even see what you're doing. F-22 Interceptor proved that the Mega Drive was capable of this style of graphics and came out 1 year earlier, so it's kinda no excuse for this messy conversion, and is definitely one to avoid. Gary Kitchen's Super Battle Tank War in the Gulf by Absolute is an absolute mouthful and an attempt at a tank action simulator, similar to 80s Accolade games that mix these two genres so well. This one also misses the mark, and is just plain boring and extremely repetitive with almost no real tactics or strategy in its action. Gary Kitchen himself made a lot of classic games from Keystone Capers to Pressure Cooker. This one just doesn't work. Play M1 Abrams Battle Tank instead. Luckily though, Electronic Arts gave us a double dose of excellent action strategy helicopter simulators in two completely different styles, with LHX Attack Chopper and Desert Strike. LHX Attack Chopper was a traditional military helicopter flight simulator and a conversion of a 1990 DOS release. It puts you in the role of a US pilot that can undertake 30 missions in all your usual 80s troublemaking hotspots. Your main view is cockpit style and features almost everything from the excellent DOS original. You can also switch to a multitude of outside 3D views with solid 3D graphics and good sound effects and speech samples. The controls also feel pretty good. You have a plethora of missions that vary from night to day and tons of enemy types to gun down or simply rocket to death. It has a very similar vibe to EA's previous flight sim F-22 and feels like a good combination of action and strategy. And if helicopters are more your thing than jets, then this is well worth playing. And next was the start of a whole new popular series for Electronic Arts. Desert Strike burst onto the gaming scene in 1992 on Sega Genesis, courtesy of Electronic Arts. The game's development got going in 1990 with then EA president Trip Hawkins chatting to designer Mike Posen and asking him to create a new game in the mold of Choplifter, one of Trip's favorite games. Mike was initially taken back by the offer, as he had worked for Electronic Arts previously in 1985 designing Deluxe Video for the Amiga, but he had never actually made a game before, and on top of that he wasn't even a fan of the then current linear platform style games that were ruling the consoles at the time. But despite that, he decided to go for it and started programming by himself immediately. I worked for 1 year on my own creating the game engine for what became Desert Strike. During the second year of development, I worked with John Manley of EA to build out the game. I wrote all the code for the game engine and the world builder. John was the creative force behind the plot and the fun factor. We worked together strategizing ways to fit the plot into the game mechanics. John Manley worked worked at EA and was a hardcore gamer and helped with the technical design and was the man behind the stories and writing of the entire Strike series. The one thing Mark didn't want was a linear game. He wanted it to be more open, sandbox in style, with you able to take things on as you wished. I wanted an open playfield where the player was free to roam the world and discover by trial and error how to progress in the game. The trick was to design the game AI and hints to nudge the player in the right direction. And now onto the game itself, which was an isometric helicopter action strategy game which mixed open world arcade style elements and large doses of strategy and planning. It was very different to any console game out at that time. The story for the game was heavily inspired by the 1990 Gulf War, with you, a hotshot military pilot, taking on a mission to stop General Kill Baba, a parody of Saddam Hussein, after he takes over the Arab Emirates and starts producing nuclear bombs which he plans to launch at the USA. You're sent in to take him out. There are 4 main campaigns in total, but each one is made up of many smaller missions and side quests. You have the freedom to go around the whole map, blasting and checking things out, and even completing missions or side missions, but will have to complete all the mini missions to progress the story and end a campaign. I thought you should be able to move freely about the world and just blow things up if that's what you wanted, but we had to have some way to progress through the level, so John and I came up with the mini missions and this snafu system. Each level had a main objective that you accomplished by completing a series of mini missions. When a mini mission was completed, the enemy AI became a little less effective. For example, an enemy's missile system range and accuracy would decrease after you shot up the nearby radar installation. The missions were logical and practical. For example, take out the enemy's radar system, then hit up the electrical grid and communications before rescuing some hostages. You had a map with full mission info, location of targets, and your all-important supplies. You needed to keep refueling to keep flying, pick up armor to fix damage, and of course pick up ammo supplies, both hidden all over the map or from some of your POW drop-off points. You were also equipped with a winch to pick up civilians, down pilots, and other hostages, and came equipped with 3 types of weapons: a machine gun, a smaller fast-moving hydro rockets for taking out vehicles and watchtowers, and bigger, stronger Hellfire rockets for tanks and more intense situations. When you initially start the game, you also get the choice of a wingman. Each has their own strengths and weaknesses, and as you progress through the game, you'll have the opportunity to rescue other pilots, which can be used on further missions. The objectives themselves were fun and varied: knock out strategic targets, escort missions, rescues, etc., etc. Gameplay was excellent, with the perspective giving you a great view of the battlefield and allowing you to pull off some great maneuvering with the slick momentum of your helicopter. Graphics were also excellent, well animated and detailed, with a fantastic intro setting up the story and plenty of cutscenes throughout the game to advance the big plot points. One of the artists on the game was Amy Hennig, who would later go on to work on massive franchises like the Legacy of Kain series and the Uncharted games. The music was absolutely rocking, with one of the most memorable tunes on any Genesis game provided by Commodore 64 veteran Rob Hubbard, who had joined EA a few years earlier. His main score would be remixed for the rest of the 16-bit versions in various forms. All of these things combined to make a dynamite game, and one of my most well-played Genesis games back then. The game was a massive success for Electronic Arts upon release, becoming their biggest selling game ever up until that point. Not bad for Mark, as it was his first video game ever. The critical reception was just as positive, with the game receiving rave reviews across the board in every publication. It did take some flack for supposedly profiting on the Gulf War situation at the time, with even certain UK stores pulling the game off retail shelves. Of course, John Manley and I were inspired by events in the Middle East. Our original script working title was Beirut Breakout. We were surprised when CNN had a news report saying that Desert Strike was a game about the first Gulf War. Of course, there was no such connection in our minds, but the game's story was about a military dictator in a desert region. I suppose it was good publicity regardless, and only helped game sales. Overall, it was brilliant, and Mark's basic gameplay and design would remain almost completely intact for the entire series.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
and the platform action genre saw plenty of cool entries, so let's start checking them out and start with one of the best, Elysia Dragoon. By Game Arts, the Japanese company that was formed in 1985 in Tokyo and gave us the Lunar Silver Star story series and a personal favorite, Grandia, on the Sega Saturn. Elysia is another top quality game from them in the form of a run and gun styled action platformer. The story is slightly different depending on the region, but basically you play Elysia as you have to stop an evil sorcerer who's returned to Earth to cause chaos. The game is made up of 8 very diverse looking and playing stages as you blast your way through hordes of enemies, and features an auto-lock mechanic which helps mow down the scumbags quickly and efficiently with your multiple types of magic. And you're also accompanied by a pet sidekick which can help you out, and you can swap them out at will with 4 different creatures being available. This game just oozes quality from beginning to end, from the impressive on-screen action and level design to the excellent music score provided by Meccano, Game Arts' in-house band, who also did the brilliant Sega CD Sylpheed soundtrack. The game speeds along at a chaotic pace with endless action and hidden areas to explore. It's an absolute joy to play. If you've never had the chance to try it out, you need to add it to your shortlist. You will not be disappointed. The Wonder Boy series continued with Wonder Boy in Monsterland by Westone and published by Sega. It's another very predictable and safe entry and sequel to The Dragon's Trap. The game sticks close to the older console version's roots with a bigger emphasis on story, with you needing to stop a monster invasion of your world. There is a lot of platforming, slicing and dicing, and picking up coins to buy items and weapons at your local shops. It has light RPG elements and design and is equally as fun as a hack and slash and a light adventure game at the same time. It's not going to win any originality awards, but what it does really quite well. Ernest Evans by Wolf Team was the second game in their action-adventure trilogy, started with El Viento and ending with Annette Futatabi, and was published by Renovation in the United States, which were like the working designs of Mega Drive releases, finding interesting Japanese games and bringing them to the West. Out of Wolf Team's trilogy, however, Ernest is my least favorite due to some really dodgy gameplay and design aspects, and reminds me a lot of Paul Norman's mess of a 1980s game called Cabins of Kafka, which relied solely on the main character's diverse set of moves that didn't quite work very well. Ernest Evans is exactly the same thing, just in 16-bit. The game has you scouring the world for 3 different idols. If someone else puts them all together, it ends the world. It's a very action platform style game with really confusing level designs, and Ernest being kind of a living ragdoll flopping around the screen. Even though the game is a bit of a mess, it's still mildly intriguing to see where it goes. And Japan also got an enhanced Mega CD version of this that was only released in Japan. It is definitely the weakest entry in Wolf Team's action-adventure series, but it still may be worth it for the curious-minded.
Hi, Dad.
Where you been?
Jeff's house. New Genesis game. Kid Chameleon. 100 levels. 1,800 screens. Longest I've ever played.
That's good, son.
Every time I changed helmets, I was someone else.
That's nice, dear.
Skycutter, Cyclops, Juggernaut. I kept transforming.
Everybody's saying.
Can't. Later, Mom.
What's with him?
He's just having an identity crisis.
New Kid Chameleon, the multiple personality game, only on Sega Genesis.
Kid Chameleon by the Sega Technical Institute is a unique and often forgotten Sega franchise that deserves a lot more love. It's a typical action platformer of the time, but with the abilities to take on different personas, each giving you new powers to the player to help complete different levels. The story is a new VR arcade opens up in your local neighborhood, but every kid that plays it gets caught up into the game, so you have to go in and save everyone. The game features just over 100 levels, all broken down into small bite-sized areas with lots of secrets and tricks to discover. The transformations are the best part of the game, with 9 in total, all allowing you to become different characters, like a knight with lots of strength, a tiny little fly who can get into small areas, a roving tank, a sword-wielding samurai, and just so much more. The platform elements are pretty standard, but work well, as does the graphics, and the difficulty is set just right. And it features a bunch of decent catchy tunes as well. It's a pretty good platformer that gets better and better the further you go. Learning all your new powers constantly makes the game feel fresh, even if the base gameplay is pretty generic. Overall, it's got a lot of charm and personality, which a lot of games lack. And now a bunch of quick rapid-fire reviews. Magical Teruruto-kun was a Japanese-exclusive action platformer by Game Freak, makers of the excellent Pulseman. It's a very easy and simple game with wonderful cartoony graphics and a nice soundtrack, but was definitely aimed at a younger audience. Green Dog was a generic platformer where you play a surfer dude who gets cursed and has to reverse the effects. It plays like something like a better-looking Pitfall, but is inevitably extremely repetitive overall. Chakan the Forever Man by Sega is based on an obscure comic book and is a dark but decent action platformer, with you having to kill demons across different planes such as Earth, Fire, Air, and Wind. If you like this style of game, it is definitely worth checking out. And a whole bunch of European action platformers next, with Gods, based on the Bitmap Brothers' original computer version. This game is hard as nails, but it's an enhanced version with a newly added intro and some pretty good in-game music, which the original version never had. Risky Woods, based on an Amiga game by Zeus Software, is a bit of a remix of that game with slightly different graphics, sound, and design, but still keeps the extremely hard as nails gameplay over its 12 levels. If you're looking for a challenge, then look no further, and good luck to you, sir. Shadow of the Beast 2 is based on Psygnosis' Amiga version and is a sequel to the original that we looked at earlier. This is a pretty decent action platformer, and I personally think it's better than the original, but that's up to debate. This Mega Drive version is okay, but if you want to play a console version, then definitely check out the enhanced Mega CD version that's vastly superior. And the last of the European ports is Galahad, based on an Amiga game called Leander, published by Psygnosis as well. It was the first game by legendary codist Traveler's Tales, and was ported to the Mega Drive by Electronic Arts 1 year after its original release under the Galahad title. It's a pretty well-made and underappreciated action platformer spread across 3 worlds and 21 levels in total. As you, Galahad, have to go rescue a princess from some mad demented wizard. The game has a much more leisurely pace to it, especially for this style of game, meaning you're not constantly being attacked by enemies, and exploration and finding out all the hidden areas is definitely emphasized. You can also pick up loot along the way and use it as shops on armor and weapons, and the game also adds a lot of parallax scrolling that wasn't in the original Amiga version, as well as changes your main character, Sprite, to fit in with the Knights of the Round Table theme. This is a very cool game that nobody ever talks about anymore. Seed of Valis, published by Renovation, is another entry in the Valis series, although this one is a loose remake of 1989's Valis 2, but done in a cute chibi anime style, with a toned down difficulty for much younger players. It features tons of platforming and basic hack and slash action. You can also collect multiple weapons and armor, which can be switched out for different occasions, and your weapons and life can also be upgraded in an RPG light style. It's definitely not a top tier Valis game by any means, and more of an odd side game. It didn't really sell very well in Japan upon original release, making it the last Valis game to officially appear on the system. Todd's Adventures in Slime World was originally made by Epix for the Atari Lynx, and was an excellent action platform adventure game, and was brought to the Mega Drive by Renovation. It has you, Todd, who has discovered a new planet called the Slime World, which is infested with precious jewels, so you go out there to claim your fortune and glory. It's a big old exploration game with tons of gadgets to use and jewels to rob, aliens and traps to avoid, and even supports a multiplayer aspect. The visuals are definitely not as impressive as they were on the Atari Lynx due to the zoomed out feel of the aspect ratio, but overall the sense of exploration is really what makes this game, and you just never know what's around the next corner, which makes it intriguing to play, and is definitely something different to try out on the old Mega Drive. Next was Splatterhouse 2 by Namco, a direct sequel to their arcade original, an action side-scroller with light jumping sequences and plenty of gore, and was a Mega Drive exclusive sequel. The story is simple B-movie schlock. Your girlfriend Jennifer has been kidnapped and trapped in this haunted house, and the only way to save her is again to don the evil mask and embrace the beast within. Every level plays out like some sort of schlocky scene from a horror movie that you can't quite remember the name. The deadly road to the mansion with the big pulsating slug boss, the dark trap-filled basement with the exploding eye demon, the dodgy elevator from hell, and the maniac Cthulhu tentacle monster from the docks, to name a few. The levels themselves are very cool, loaded with weird creatures to murder, with plenty of shrieking sound effects, and that haunting theme tune intro just pulls you into the game big time, as does the rest of the soundtrack. Gameplay is as simplistic as it gets. Punch and kick stuff to death and use the occasional pickups like chainsaws and lead pipes for a bit of splatter action. My only gripe with the game is a slight delay in button presses to action, although this is probably more of a design choice, as Rick is based after the slow lumbering Jason, who's slow but deadly, and you get used to it pretty quickly anyway. Overall, I love it. Check it out if you're a fan of the original arcade, cheesy horror movies, and gore-soaked games, and I mean, who isn't? November 24th, 1992 was the most important day in the Mega Drive/Genesis's history. It was the simultaneous worldwide release of Sonic the Hedgehog 2, the sequel to Sega's most successful game ever released, on one of their home formats. The stakes were really high in terms of financially, as Sega had sunk $10 million into Sonic 2's marketing campaign, and the future success of the system was going to be measured by this single title, as to whether Sega could hold ground in the 16-bit console war against the juggernaut of Nintendo. Fortunately for Sega, the game was brilliant. You definitely need to check out Sonic 2 if you want to start somewhere. It's just platform gaming perfection. It's absolutely awesome. I love everything about that game, from the music to the graphics. Sonic 2's development was, however, not as smooth or as simple as people may assume. It definitely doesn't show in the end product though, which for me is one of my favorite games on the system ever. After Sonic's original release, Yuji Naka quit Sega over multiple reasons, including salary, time spent on the game, and a complete lack of support from upper management. And also designer Hirokazu Yasuhara left Japan as well and joined the Sega Technical Institute in California, who was headed up by Mark Cerny. Sonic Team essentially was disbanded. Cerny visited Naka in Japan and talked to him about joining STR in California, as he was going to pitch Sonic 2 to the higher ups. Here's what Yuji Naka had to say about it. As a computer programmer, it was always an ambition to work in Silicon Valley. I met Mark Cerny in the lobby at Sega of Japan right after we had finished Sonic. He invited me to visit his development team in San Francisco, and this got me thinking about a move to the US. When I visited Mark, Sega Technical Institute was located in Palo Alto, the heart of Silicon Valley. I found the working environment very attractive and made the decision to move. As for the job itself, I did often find it difficult to communicate with colleagues, but at the same time, the work was stimulating and enjoyable. The experience taught me about the importance of good communication in game development. Now, with most of Sonic Team back together, the pitch was made, which only left the team a very small window of development time to make essentially Sega's most important game. Here's what Mark had to say about the time frame. If I recall properly, the first game took 14 months. To try and create the sequel in 9 months with a culturally divided team was really stressful. One of the best features though that never really gets too much mention is the kind of co-op 2-player mode in that. What I mean is that the second player can control Tails, and he's basically immortal. The player 1 controls Sonic, and if Sonic dies, the whole game is over, so everything relies on Sonic. So this was a game that got played a lot when friends came over, because most of my friends didn't have a Mega Drive. It was, getting gaming stuff in South Africa wasn't as easy. It wasn't accessible to everybody. A lot of people... Also, computer gaming was way more popular back then, so to own a console was kind of weird. Sonic 2 improved on the basic design of the original in almost every way, from the gorgeous and diverse pixel art and stage design, to the music once again composed by Dreams Come True band member Masato Nakamura. STR were completely hands-off on his creativity, letting him do whatever he wanted, resulting in another brilliant soundtrack that's an absolute classic in every way. Here's Yuji on his aims to improve over the original's gameplay. Even by the time I'd left for the US, it had yet to be decided whether Sonic the Hedgehog 2 would go ahead. We were wondering if it was possible to develop a 2-player mode, so I was given 2 months to attempt a split-screen play mode and also try to speed up the game overall. I had experimented with a 2-player mode while making the first Sonic the Hedgehog, but we weren't able to include it in the final game. The 2-month period concluded with a successful prototype, so the decision was made to proceed. If we hadn't had that time to experiment, the second game wouldn't have gone ahead. In creating Sonic the Hedgehog 2, I was determined to exceed the speed of the original game, and so we invented the Spin Dash, whereby Sonic can propel himself forward at speed from a stationary position, which became one of Sonic's most iconic abilities. When my friends came over, we played that because it was the second player could be Tails and they could die as much as they wanted to. Obviously they hadn't played the game much, so I don't know whether that was like Sonic Team's plan when they made that game, to that mentality of that the second player could be somebody that was coming around or somebody that wasn't as good. You could put them on the second player and you could still play the whole game co-op and you could help each other. And I thought that was just super cool. It was very unique for the time. Such a great mechanic and works so well. It's a great game. I would definitely recommend checking that out. So many additions made this a jump over the original, from the new dash technique increasing the insane speed of the game yet again, the pseudo 3D bonus stages, the split screen 2-player versus mode, and of course the addition of the new character Tails, who could be played by a second player without the worry of dying and simply helping out Sonic, and was brilliant for young players or newbies that were joining in on the action without the consequences of dying. Here's Mark on some of the improvements over the original. We knew we needed a flashy bonus stage and ended up creating a pseudo 3D dash down a half pipe. Certainly it was visually exciting, though I never could shake my feeling that the gameplay had been deeper in the rotating bonus stage in the first game. We knew we needed more than that though. Naka-san pulled off some technical magic and created a split screen racing mode that turned out extremely well, and the team added another character, Tails. Sonic 2's development was a mad dash to the finish line, with STR eventually running out of ROM space on their cartridges and having to get Sega of Japan's approval to increase it for the game to remain on its tight release schedule. It all paid off in the end. Sonic made a worldwide debut on November 24th, 1992, although Japan got the game a couple days earlier, and it was a monster hit.
Listen up! Sonic 2 is here with 3D half-pipe, 10 levels, a smoking spin dash, a split screen so 2 can play it, and blast processor. Take up! I love doing it.
Sega marketed the release as Sonic Tuesday and broke sales records in an instant, selling over 600,000 units on its first day in the US and 750,000 units in Europe in its first week, bringing in roughly $450 million in unit sales in 1992 alone, which adjusted for inflation is roughly 940 million, making it the second biggest selling game the Mega Drive ever saw behind the original Sonic the Hedgehog.
Now, when you buy the Sega Genesis that comes with Sonic 1, you'll get Sonic 2 absolutely free. Sonic 2 handles stubborn stains, embarrassing bald spots, no problem. It even slices and dices, makes thousands of julienne fries. But wait, you can play it too. This free Sonic 2 is a $54.99 value. You get 2 Sonics for the price of 1. Sonic 2 fits easily into any tackle box. Made from a space-age polymer plastic for years of family fun, and pets love it too. Buy the Sega Genesis that comes with Sonic 1 and get Sonic 2 free. Act now. Wiener Dog sweaters sold separately.
Racing games were a real mixed bag this year, with some real highs and some dodgy lows. So let's start checking them out and start with...
To win, to be number one, and to have fun at the same time.
Ayrton Senna's Super Monaco Grand Prix 2 is an arcade-style Formula 1 racing game released by Sega and was a sequel to their original arcade game. The biggest difference between these two was now the inclusion of the Senna license and all the multiple modes it offers, as opposed to the original arcade's only one track. You have arcade-style races as well as the Senna GP, which is basically the World Championship, plus a host of other options. Senna's input into the game was designing a few fantasy courses and giving the player his views on each of the real-life tracks. The game is pure arcade racing bliss. It's fast and addictive, with a pretty good learning curve. I've played a lot of Formula 1 games over the years, and even though the cars in this feel more like go-kart than racing cars, gameplay is still solid, making it an excellent expanded sequel to the classic arcade game.
アイルトン・セナスーパーモナコ GP2 メガドライブからレーシングゲームのナンバーワングリッドへ。
Lotus Turbo Challenge was next and published by Electronic Arts, originally based on Lotus Turbo Challenge 2, the Amiga version, by Gremlin Graphics, as the first game never made it to the Mega Drive. The game plays out very much in the style of Outrun, with short point-to-point timed segments spread out over 8 stages with over 60 checkpoints in between. It can be played in both 2-player versus, split-screen or single-player, with a host of options. The game is a bit of a mixed bag for me. The music isn't even in the same league as the Amiga version on any level, vehicle, and the actual racing is pretty good, but again, it simply isn't as smooth and seems to be at a lower frame rate. At least that's what it feels like to me anyway. It just feels like a bit of a rushed Amiga port that could have been so much better. It's still a good racer, but playing the Amiga version is highly recommended over this one. And EA definitely learned from this, and Lotus Rex 2, the sequel, at least on the Mega Drive, is a much better game, which we'll look at later. Next up was Chase HQ 2, published by Taito, and doing what Sega was doing by delivering a direct sequel to an arcade game straight to the home, even though Special Criminal Investigation is considered the arcade sequel, or button name I guess. The formula and gameplay here is a carbon copy of the original though. Get a message from HQ telling you the suspect's car, race through the traffic to get to them, then ram them off the road and arrest the criminal. The only difference now is the sequel lets you choose between 3 different vehicles in the beginning to use. A sports car with speed but with limited ramming damage, a Jeep which is mid-ground on both, and a large truck which is slow but does big time damage to the criminals. The choice is yours. It does vary up the gameplay slightly, but not much. Overall, it sports average graphics and sound, and the gameplay just isn't as engaging as the original arcade game, making it another mediocre racer this year. And now some quick rapid-fire reviews with Championship Pro-Am by Rare, a 16-bit remake of the NES classic isometric racer with 24 tracks, tons of power-ups, and is mostly a simple graphics upgrade of the NES version, and retains all its addictive quick-paced drifting action. Test Drive 2 is a below-average port of a 1989 computer game published by Accolade. The music is pretty awful, the frame rate is chunky, and it just lacks all the atmosphere of the computer versions. Play the Amiga, DOS, or even the C64 version instead. Ferrari Grand Prix Challenge is a completely forgettable Super Monaco Grand Prix knockoff that, despite offering lots of options, is just not a fun game to play at all, with the weird angle of the road making corners almost impossible to judge, and it's super frustrating. And lastly was Turbo Outrun, which was the sequel to Outrun, and an arcade conversion that Sega unfortunately farmed out to Schlockmeisters themselves, Tiertex, which results in a real messy port, with tons of missing stuff from the arcades, a sketchy frame rate that jumps all over the place, and it's just a pretty disappointing conversion overall. My favorite racer this year also happens to be one of my recommended games on the system. It's called Road Rash 2. I suggest Road Rash 2 above the others, simply because it's probably the most well balanced of all of them. It is such a fun game. It's a racing game on a motorbike, but you also get to beat dudes up along the way. It was released by Electronic Arts and a sequel to the previous year's hit. It's again an illegal cannonball run across various US states where racing and fighting your way to the front of the pack is the goal while avoiding the cops, traffic, and stray wildlife. It has so much 90s attitude and style, so much stuff to unlock. The courses are long and full of perils, and stealing weapons from other competitors and laying the smackdown on them is all part of the fun. When you eventually unlock this bike called the Wild Thing and you hit the turbos, the game goes so fast it's ridiculous, you can't even control it. Definitely, it's so much fun. Buying new bikes with your race winnings and stocking up on nitros, which were added in the sequel, just add to the insane speed of the game. The fun part about it, though, the most is the unpredictability of the gameplay. You never knew when cars were going to come out, on the road, or an animal would be crossing, and you could hit that, and you could be in first place, you could go to last. Some people might not like that gameplay, but you could catch up to guys pretty quickly. It was very well balanced. The graphics are really colorful and flow well with a great sense of speed and some really meaty sound effects. The ability to go up and just smash a dude off his bike or kick him and kick him into oncoming traffic. That was so much fun. The wipeouts were amazing. Music again is by Rob Hubbard, another big chunky toe tapper rock track that's just as cool as his Desert Strike theme. Racing wise, there's no other game on the system I've played as much as Road Rash 2, which is always my go-to indicator for top quality. The little cinematics between the levels were awesome. Road Rash 2 is just an amazing game, and it was basically besides having some PC versions and stuff like that, it was basically a Mega Drive Genesis kind of game. That was the place to play it. 1992 was the first year Electronic Arts' Kings of the Sport really got some stiff competition thrown their way. Although in their specific genres, they still ruled the Mega Drive sports game. And like I said earlier, we won't be looking at all their Madden and other major franchises going forward, just due to repetition. And we'll start off here with a bunch of multi-event sports games with Winter Challenge by Accolade, California Games by Epix, The Aquatic Games by Electronic Arts, and Olympic Gold by Tiertex. Winter Challenge is one of the best of the bunch, representing the Winter Olympics, although unofficially. It's Accolade's first of 2 games using this new 3D engine built for this game to deliver 8 events in a really unique perspective, especially for the time. And I think for the most part it works pretty well. Sure, the 3D's frame rate is a little bit ropey from a modern perspective, but it still plays quite well. And it was followed the following year with Summer Challenge, an equally as good summer sports version on the formula. Olympic Gold, on the other hand, by Tiertex, was a bland, characterless rip-off of Epic's fantastic summer games, or the game's summer edition, without any of the detail or charm of those original titles. An officially licensed product of the 1992 Barcelona Olympics, offering 7 events, whose gameplay is directly ripped off from those classics. It has average graphics, really bland music and sound effects, and is another absolutely poor offering from Tiertex as per usual. California Games, based on Epic's original 1987 hit on the Commodore 64, was another cash-in game. It's nowhere near in the same league as the original and features all sports based on Californian activities such as skateboarding, roller skating, BMXing, surfing, etc. They even managed to leave out one of the Commodore 64's events, the Frisbee, for unknown reasons. Like Olympic Gold, it feels like absolutely nobody working on this even cared about the original. All the humor, the small little graphical effects, and the really good music tracks are all gone. It's an extremely depressing version of a classic game to be avoided. And the last multi-eventer here is a really weird one. It's The Aquatic Games, starring James Pond, published by Electronic Arts, based on the Amiga version by Millennium Interactive. Due to James Pond's third outing being delayed by well over a year, they decided to do a side game for the in-between. It's a weird choice to put James Pond, a secret agent fish, in a multi-event sports game. It makes no sense whatsoever. Some people like this game and some people absolutely hate it. I fall somewhere in the middle. It has a whole bunch of bizarre events, and playing it with friends can be a bit of fun in very short bursts. It has nice, colourful, Amiga-style graphics and some funky music. It's not as good as the real James Pond series, of course, but I don't think it ever was supposed to be. But if you want to try some wacky multi-event action on the Mega Drive, you could do much worse on the system.
Sega come sempre ti dà di più. Menacer per Mega Drive, il tuo mitra binoculare a raggi infrarossi con Mega Shooting System e stabilizzatori da spalla. E Menacer ti dà 6 mega giochi inclusi. Menacer e giochi preziosi.
And next we'll check out some rapid fires with Side Pocket by Data East, based loosely on their 1986 arcade pool game. It's an excellent and fun rendition of the sport with multiple modes to mess with and simple but detailed graphics, plus very nice sound effects. And is a game that becomes very addictive very quickly. Hit the Ice is a Williams 1990 arcade ice hockey port, another one of their hyper-violent over-the-top interpretations of a sport. It's basically a precursor to the NBA Jam series. The port is really sloppy, unfortunately, so rather than play this, definitely check out the arcade version on MAME if you can. Super High Impact is also an arcade port from a 1991 over-the-top American football game by Midway. This game is actually pretty fun to play, and being able to beat up an entire football team as a mini-game is just absolutely epic. It has great speech samples and presentation as well, and is a cool, crazy sports game to try out. Some tennis action is up next with 2 titles. Andre Agassi Tennis by Tech Magic is your run-of-the-mill tennis game for the time, with the celebrity endorsement of the world #1 at the time, Andre Agassi. It's got your usual career, exhibition and practice modes. In career, your goal is to win all the tournaments all over the world, and then you'll face off against Andre himself for the world #1 spot. The camera is pulled quite far back so you can see the whole court nicely, although it does feel a bit too far at times, and the usual problem with tennis games arises with judging the ball distance although with a bit of practice it does get much better. It's an average game at best, it lacks a lot of options and isn't really that exciting to play, but it's not too bad overall if you're an Andre fan. The other title, Jennifer Capriati Tennis, is a much more enjoyable and very addictive game. It was published by Renovation in North America under the Jennifer title, but goes under the original Japanese title, Grand Slam Tennis Tournament, for Japan and Europe. Jennifer, like Andre, was also a world #1 player and a multi-Grand Slam winner. This is an extremely fun and cute looking game with a Japanese chibi flair to it, and it plays very well. You can create your own player, there's doubles matches and full tournaments all over the world. Nothing's official like the Andre game, they both feature only one real life player. The speech samples are extremely excellent. The zoomed in look on the court seems too close at first, but once you start playing it really helps you get close to the ball and connect those shots. It makes the whole game flow extremely well. It's one of the top 5 tennis games for sure on the system, and I totally recommend you check it out. And the highs and lows of golf are next with World Class Leaderboard, originally made in the late 80s by Golf King's Access Software, who would later go on to make the 90s Lynx series. Unfortunately for console owners, TierTex made their versions, and I'm sure you can guess how well that went. The 80s Commodore 64 version is still one of my favorite golf games. It's slick, it has excellent animation and sound, and plays so well. World Class Leaderboard on the Mega Drive looks really ugly with its pseudo 3D look. It has about 3 frames of animation for each player. Even the sound effects are unauthentic compared to any of the 8-bit versions, which sound way better. It's just such a disappointing mess of a game, and it just feels pretty unjust for this thing to come out in 1992 when you consider what they could have done, which is something like our next game, PGA Golf Tour 2 by Electronic Arts.
Quiet, please. Yeah, right. Okay, let the big dog eat. Kaboom.
Which is hands down my favorite golf game on the Mega Drive. Further iterations of the series are great and they actually add even more stuff to the games, but this just for me hits the right sweet spot in terms of realism, options and fun.
Give me Freddy, Fuzzy, and the Walrus. Not that one, that one. Give me that, some of that. Oops, here for a drink. Now we're dancing. I'll take that, not that. Eat it up, baby.
The game also ups the ante on all levels over the original, with 7 real-life courses, 5 major tournaments to play in, and 60 real-life pros in the actual game. There's also some really subtle additions to the gameplay, with the draw and fades, and the selection of punches and chip shots, and the wind is now a realistic factor in the gameplay. The sound effects are just excellent, really drawing you in. The background bird chirping just adds so much atmosphere. And the easy to get to grips with putting, which golf games often get wrong 80% of the time. Electronic Arts were just dominating golf over all its competitions, and this is one you should not miss out on.
It's in the game, it's in the game. PGA Tour Golf 2 for Sega Genesis. EA Sports, it's in the game.
A triple threat of boxing games was next, with Evander Holyfield's Real Deal Boxing by Sega, Muhammad Ali Heavyweight Boxing by Virgin Games, and George Foreman's KO Boxing by Beam Software, all of course celebrity-endorsed products. Evander's is a slickly produced game delivering exhibition and full-on career modes, where you design your own boxer. Evander is the only real boxer in the game. Muhammad Ali is also a high-production game, and features exhibition and full-on tournament modes. Ali is also the only real boxer, although there's a ton of slightly altered names and looks of real boxers from the past. George Foreman's is the most basic of the bunch. You can only choose George and fight your way up a bunch of fictional boxers to be the heavyweight champ. It's the most simple game of the bunch. Evander's gameplay is pretty damn good. It's got lots of blocks and punches, really meaty different combo punches, and it works well. It uses a fake 3D ring style, giving you the impression of moving around it, and it actually looks pretty good. Muhammad Ali is also similar, although you can play the game in simulation and arcade style, giving you more freedom for your moves. It also uses a pseudo 3D ring style, making it feel a lot more immersive, and the punch combos are also pretty satisfying to master. George Foreman's gameplay is pretty weak. It feels like a poor man's version of the Punch-Out arcade. You can't even move, you stand in one position, you can dodge and punch. The graphics feel like a first-generation Master System game. On the sound front, Evander is good. The punch sounds are very satisfying. It has a little bit of digitized speech, but not much. It all complements the game though, although Ali, on the other hand, is very immersive with tons of speech samples from the refs, some really good music, and chunky fight hits.
Who's the heavyweight champion of the world?
It wins out easily of the 3 in the sound design department. Lastly, George with its strange cartoony punch effects and ref samples. It feels a bit off, but I guess it could have been much worse. Overall, it's a close matchup between Evander and Ali. Both are very good boxing games, worth checking out if you like this genre. Evander's a little bit more satisfying for me anyway in the gameplay department, but Ali's production values are very impressive overall, and you should definitely just avoid George Foreman's. It's a really weak game, especially when it's put up against these two. A couple of wrestling titles were up next, starting with Thunder Pro Wrestling Retsuden by Human, part of the Fire Pro Wrestling series from the Super Famicom. Unfortunately, this feels like an extremely scaled back bare-bones version of that series. With bland, uninteresting graphics and animation, it's honestly an extremely disappointing version, and there was never another Mega Drive Fire Pro Wrestling game released on the system. If you're a fan of that series, definitely avoid this one. Super WrestleMania by Sculptured Software was also released, based on the American WWF wrestling franchise. This was an updated version of the Super Nintendo version that came out earlier, with an updated character roster and an end goal with you trying to get the championship belt. Overall, it's quite fun. The animation's a bit ropey, but it still plays fairly well. Especially against a friend, it can be quite enjoyable. It's not the best WWF game on the Mega Drive, but it's still a pretty competent addition to the genre. And lastly for sports was a few basketball titles, rapid fire style, with Arch Rivals, a port of an 80s Midway arcade game, a fast-paced 2-on-2 affair with loose rules allowing punching and other shenanigans. It kicked off Midway's trend for violent over-the-top sports games, and is a decent port but could have been a lot better. Jordan vs. Bird was next, a one-on-one basketball game, and an updated sequel of sorts to the Commodore 64 80s releases in that series. It features multiple one-on-one competitions against the two rivals and is a very fun game in 2-player mode. As a single-player game though, it is a little bit limited, but does feature great production values as per EA standards at that point. And 2 more Electronic Arts releases with Bulls vs. Lakers and the NBA playoffs, which is a full-on basketball simulator, and a pretty good one as well. It's essentially an updated version of Lakers vs. Celtics, with updated rosters, graphics, sound, and various other tweaks to the gameplay. It's not a huge jump over the previous entry, but it's still well made and a very satisfying basketball experience with lots of depth. And the final game is yet another remix of sorts of this game with Team USA Basketball, also by EA. It is what I can only assume is an attempt to open up the very Americanized basketball game to an international audience, allowing you to fly all over the world and play different world teams, and of course use the American Olympic All-Star team. It's got a lot of flair and it's really fun. It has tons and tons of options and graphical detail. The gameplay is still almost exactly the same as Bulls vs. Lakers, but that works very well, so there's no problem there. This is yet another great basketball game from Electronic Arts.
I'm kind of torn between Sonic 2 and Sonic 3, but I guess I'd recommend going with Sonic 2 first, just because that game it's just a classic. It's easy to pick up and play, and it's a ton of fun, and the graphics and sound are awesome. An action run and gun, because you gotta have that. It's the 16-bit generation, so I'd probably go with Gunstar Heroes for that, just because it's a Genesis exclusive, and it's especially fun. It's a great game by Treasure, and I think, you know, it's the Genesis. You want to recommend something, again, that has that kind of like 90s fun mascot feel. I'd go with Earthworm Jim. That game is amazing, one of my favorite platformers all time, and arguably a lot better on the Genesis.
The RPG and strategy genre was extremely strong this year, with a lot of heavy hitter titles. But let's jump on over to Koei, the kings of the Japanese strategy games. They gave us an avalanche of their distinctive style with Aerobiz, Gemfire, Pacific Theater of Operation, and Romance of the Three Kingdoms 3. All these games fall under the management, strategy, turn-based affairs, with different scenarios and settings being the biggest difference. You either like this style of game or you don't. There is no middle ground. I personally find them pretty pretty fascinating, although you need a heck of a lot of time to play any of these. Aerobiz is a fantastic management game where you attempt to build the world's largest and most successful airline business. This game is very addictive, and I'd highly recommend spending some time with it and getting to know the ins and outs. It's a very satisfying game overall. Gemfire is a management fantasy turn-based strategy affair. It's known as Royal Blood in Japan. You have to conquer the entire map, choose a family and scenario, and let the excellent turn-based action commence. This is top quality stuff. Pacific Theater of Operation, also known as PTO, is a World War II strategy war game set in the Pacific for the most part, with naval and air combat. You get to choose either the Allies or the Japanese side, with 9 different real-life scenarios from Pearl Harbor to the Battle of Midway, and it also has a 2-player versus mode. And lastly from Koei was Romance of the Three Kingdoms 3, the last entry in this series on the Mega Drive before jumping over to the Saturn. It's the same management China conquering game as before, just with a lot more options and much better presentation overall. It has 33 historical figures to choose from in 6 different scenarios, and is a huge time sucker to say the least. But again, if you like this style of game, it's pretty damn good. Koei would continue to support the Mega Drive right up to the end of 1994, and there's still a ton of really excellent strategy games to look out for later in this video. And now a few quick rapid fires with Tracia, published by Renovation, one of the weakest games they ever chose to bring to the West. A very slow and clunky turn-based RPG that is very boring and seems like an outdated relic from the late 80s Japanese PC RPG boom. Warrior of Rome 2 continues Micronet's Roman conquering simulator with vastly improved graphics and audio. It features 15 different maps and a 2-player versus option with its real-time strategy mechanics. It's a vast improvement over the original, but still a very niche game. Dino Brothers was a Japan exclusive by CRI in the real-time strategy mold, pitting a bunch of dinosaurs that are trying to stop an alien invasion. It's original if anything else, but the language barrier make it almost impossible to play unless you know Japanese. But the best of the bunch here is the excellent Vixen 357 by Messiah, another Japan-only release, but luckily an English fan translation is available, making this, in my opinion, one of the best sci-fi themed turn-based strategy games on the system. It has excellent graphics and music, a very cool storyline, and fast turn-based action. Try this game out, you will not regret it. And now on to the rest of the RPG goodness with King Colossus, a Japan-exclusive action RPG by Sega. It's a decent adventure romp in the Zelda mold, with real-time combat and a pretty big world to explore, with basic puzzles and quests to complete. What's really cool about this game though is the weapon selection, including melee and projectile-based magic, which can be switched out depending on the situation, giving the real-time action a lot of variety, strategy, and just plain fun. It's not the hardest or best game in this style on the Mega Drive, but it's still pretty entertaining and received a full English fan translation, so everyone can now go play it and experience it for yourself. Next was Rings of Power. No, not that dumpster fire, but Naughty Dog's one and only Mega Drive release, Rings of Power, a not so subtle reference to the Lord of the Rings series and published by Electronic Arts. This was a big isometric open world styled RPG in a grand sense, with the story letting you form a party of up to 6 characters that you'll find along the way, and you have to go out and gather all the Rings of Power to free the world from the grip of the Dark Void, aka Sauron. This game was really impressive for the time and received some pretty good reviews back in the 90s, which is surprising considering how this game has so completely been forgotten in the realms of retro gaming. The open world nature of the game is really quite daunting, and it's a challenge with its fast-paced battle system that takes a lot of getting used to, with its action turn-based hybrid style. Exploring the world though is so much fun, using ships on the water and dragons in the sky, or just legging it. There is so much to do and explore, it's almost exhausting. And also features a day-night cycle which affects quests and monsters encountered as well. The isometric graphics are very impressive, and it's more like a PC game of that time than a console style, but it works pretty well and has some great music tracks that are permanently ingrained in my brain from playing this game so much. It's not an easy game though to get into, but once you have a bunch of spells and a few party members, it really becomes pretty awesome. And it's also a fantastic look into a company that made something quite unique for the time, instead of now remaking the same mediocre game 50 times in a row. Next was another game that takes its roots in classic RPG gaming, with the Westward's Associates release of Dungeons & Dragons Warriors of the Eternal Sun, a game designed by Westward co-founder Lewis Castle, and produced by Ed Annunziata of Echo the Dolphin fame, a game very much rooted in DOS-era RPGs, taking its cues from Origin's The Ultima series and Westward's own Aya the Beholder games, for a pretty impressive and deep hybrid RPG like nothing else on the Mega Drive. The game uses the rules and creatures from D&D's Hollow World campaign as its base, with your party and a whole castle being sucked through a void into a new land as a massive battle was taking place. You can create a party of up to 4 characters in immense detail with rolls of the dice and plenty of options. The game employs multiple viewpoints for its gameplay, an isometric styled overhead view for towns and cities, with all your usual quests, chatting to NPCs and buying supplies and weapons. Battles take the form of 2 different styles, which is a pretty odd choice, with the above ground group battles being traditional turn-based slogfests that can be slightly tedious, and the dungeon battles being first-person real-time affairs, pretty much like Westward's own Beholder series. Both these battle systems though require quite a bit of practice, just like Rings of Power, to get to grips with, and this is another visually impressive RPG on the system that will challenge even the most seasoned veteran, but it's another very underrated Mega Drive RPG that, given time and a bit of patience, can be extremely rewarding experience. Another underrated RPG from Masaya was next, called Sorcerer's Kingdom, which is quite a traditional Japanese-styled affair, with your character going on a quest to find your missing dad, who was a legendary adventurer. The game is pretty fast-paced for an RPG, with some witty dialogue and characters. The battles are turn-based, but you can see your enemies on screen, so they can be avoided. They also play out very quickly though, and it doesn't slow down the gameplay, which gives the whole game an action arcade vibe, even though it is 100% an RPG. It's not very original in any way, but if the idea of playing a fast-paced traditional JRPG sounds appealing, then here it is. And now on to the best RPGs of '92 in my opinion, with Landstalker and Shining Force, 2 absolute Mega Drive classics. Both games featuring Japanese studio Climax Entertainment, with them developing Landstalker and co-developing Shining Force with Camelot and Sonic Software Planning.
ついに RPG は高さを持つ時代に入る。未体験バーチャルアドベンチャーランドストーカーメガドライブから。
Landstalker, The Treasure of King Noble is an isometric action RPG, which again during this period of gaming was quite unique and visually impressive. It stars Nigel, a tomb-raiding treasure hunter, as he takes on more and more complex quests for fortune and glory. The gameplay is very action-orientated, with slicing and dicing of enemies in real time, lots of puzzles to solve, pushing around blocks, and platforming action, which takes a bit of getting used to, considering the isometric angle. The game's visuals are gorgeous, with a very similar storybook art style as the Shining Force series, as the art director, Yoshitaka Tamaki, worked on both games. The story is very fun and light with lots of jokes, and is a nice break from the usual doom and gloom approach of most RPGs, and it's a very charming and enjoyable game that got very good reviews back in the 90s and deserves way more attention for adventure fans. It was followed by a Super Famicom sequel, the poorly named Lady Stalker, which is decent but not quite on the same level as this one, and Nigel himself also appeared later in Climax's roguelike dungeon crawler Time Stalkers on the Dreamcast. And our final game was the turn-based juggernaut strategy RPG Shining Force, the second game in the series, but completely switching up its gameplay style from first-person to turn-based strategy, and would be what the series was known for going forward.
人と同じ戦い方は嫌だ。メガドライブからタクティカル RPG 超大作 Shining Force.
The game has the same visual style and whimsical charm of Landstalker, and is something modern RPGs could take note of in terms of storytelling. You have to defend the world of Guardiana from the attack of the invading force of Runefrost, who are trying to resurrect a dark dragon. I know, it's a pretty cliche story, but the way it's told and the characters involved make the whole thing really delightful. The game itself is a clever and unique mix of turn-based battles, which push the story forward once completed, and semi-open world hubs hubs that you can explore in traditional style, talking to people, buying items, and searching out all the hidden recruits you can have to join your party, which can be made up of a whopping 10 characters, with a total of 30 overall in the game to find and recruit. The turn-based battles are the meat of the game, with the story featuring 8 chapters overall to fight your way through. The visual style of the battle sequences and the fast nature of the menus make it such a joy to play, with this first entry in the turn-based affair being much easier than the much harder sequel, so it's a great entry point for anyone wanting to dive into the genre in 16-bit form. It's easily one of the best turn-based RPGs on the Mega Drive, only eclipsed by the sequel in 1993, which we'll look at later.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
This year saw some pretty good puzzle game releases, and we'll start with Lemmings, the strategy puzzle style game, and a port of a highly successful Amiga game from 1991 by Psygnosis. This version was converted by Sunsoft for all regions. If you've never played a Lemmings game before, then the premise is simple. Get the creatures to the exit of a level without killing them, or at least sacrifice the least amount possible. The creatures will instinctively just start marching to their own death regardless of objects or hazards. So you use a multitude of actions at the bottom of the screen to get a single lemming to make some sort of path away from danger and to the exit. Sounds simple, and some levels really are, but they get pretty tricky and you really have to strategize well to solve all of them. But it's very fun and challenging, and it's actually quite an addictive game once you get into it. This Mega Drive version features 100 levels, some from the original and some from Oh No More Lemmings, the Amiga expansion pack. This first release features only controller support, but the sequel we'll look at in 1994 also has full Sega mouse support. Another game, The Humans, published by GameTech in the US only, and clearly a game inspired by the original Amiga Lemmings, with basically substituting cavemen instead of those creatures. You select a caveman and try to get through a level without killing too many of them like lemmings. You have to use a multitude of characters together to solve puzzles and move on, like using one character as a ladder for another to climb up and get an object to solve another problem. It's a kind of chain effect gameplay, with some pretty clever and well designed levels. Visually, it's not going to win any awards, but it does feature some great tunes from legendary Amiga musician Barry Leach, and if you want an alternative to Lemmings, then this is a pretty good pick. And lastly was the Tetris-inspired game Puyo Puyo by Compile, and the start of a long-running series for them and Sega. This was a Japan-only release in its original form, but it was reskinned later for the West in the form of Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine, but we'll get to that story later. This game features a lot of wacky characters from Compile's Mido Monogatari RPG series as you go against a computer opponent or friends in a versus style, matching 4 the same colored slimes to explode them and send chaos onto your opponent's screen. You can rotate the slimes very quickly to the desired angle and bring them down Tetris style. More points are added the faster you go, and it's definitely going to be needed as those opponents get pretty hard. I love the graphic style of these games with all the bizarre creatures and bad guys you go against, and it just has such a fun tongue-in-cheek style to it with its visual design and the fun peppy music. It also received a fantastic sequel in 1994 on the Mega Drive, again a Japan exclusive, and we'll take a look at that one as well. The calm before the Versus Storm was 1992, with Street Fighter II and Mortal Kombat dropping in 93 in homes. This was the last year of the scrolling beat 'em up and one-on-one versus tranquility before the genre took over the 16-bit systems. But with only 2 games I'm going to have a look at here, and one of them just happens to be one of the best games ever released on the system. So let's get going and check out the first one, which was Power Athlete, also known as Deadly Moves by Kaneko, who mainly stuck to arcade games. games, and would give us later the greatest cheese versus fest ever, the Kung Fu Master Jackie Chan. Oh man, I really love that game. This one is a straight up versus fighter with a bunch of unique ideas, and plenty stolen from games that had just hit arcades at the time. You play Joe, a dude who's challenging himself to fight the best brawlers in the world, some in hand-to-hand combat while others sport weapons. You have a fireball Hadouken type move for no apparent reason, can jump between planes just like on a Fatal Fury game, and can even level up your character RPG style by re-challenging opponents. It's pretty slow with some chunky gameplay, and it's a bit too simplistic like most versus games before Street Fighter 2's release. It does have some really nice satisfying sound effects and a real toe-tapping music score with lots of good tunes, but overall it's one of those versus games that is just pretty forgettable. Streets of Rage 2, known as Bare Knuckles 2 in Japanese, was Sega's sequel to their previous scrolling beat-em-up hit. This one again made by Yuzo Koshiro's Ancient Studios, and him of course, contributing to one of the best video game soundtracks ever to complement the action. After the massive success of Streets of Rage in 1991, Sega were keen to have a follow-up as quickly as possible, and in just over a year the sequel had arrived. Designer Makito Ichikawa, who worked closely with Ancient, felt it was a pretty quick turnaround game. I was mainly involved in designing the game, more for the overall gaming design decisions rather than in the details. I think it took only about a year to develop. Sales of the original Streets of Rage were so good, Sega decided to put more effort into Streets of Rage 2 and provide us with a 16 meg ROM. This directly would result in the scrolling beat-em-up's massive jump in the visuals with large detailed arcade quality sprites animated to perfection, rivaling and in most respects outdoing even the arcade games of that time. The game gave you 4 characters to choose from, each with their own stats and specials, and catered to all styles of player perfectly. And of course, the 2-player simultaneous mode is what drove this game to massive success. Makito Ichikawa said, Yuzo played a lot of Streets of Rage 2, so there was a brilliant balance between the music and the gameplay. Yuzo Koshiro is back for another blistering soundtrack and managed to deliver an even more impressive arrangement than before, mixing techno and house beats with a distinctly world and Japanese vibe fused together. He wasn't alone though, it was a collaboration with fellow musician Motohiro Kawashima, as Yuzo recounts. I normally compose music on my own, however, the Bare Knuckle 2 and 3 soundtracks were collaborative works created with Motohiro Kawashima. We worked on the soundtracks remotely. I gave him a PC-88 and a driver I developed called Mucom-88, and we worked from our flats. Even though he had hardly used a PC-88 before that, he picked it up very quickly. I had learned about his work after hearing a demo that an acquaintance had given me. I remember thinking at the time that I'd love to work with him, as he had very good taste. The game is spread across 8 stages, some being nostalgic throwbacks to the original, and others just plain crazy, everyone culminating in glorious boss battles with the likes of crazy fire-breathing chunkers and jetpack flying freaks. The enemies are pretty demented. The gameplay is vastly improved with slick combos helping keep the constant flow of the action moving, almost in time with the music. Ichikawa said, "We concentrated mainly on the rhythm of the gameplay and on adjusting the timings between the characters, balancing between the importance of one-on-one fighting and fights against lots of enemies." Streets of Rage 2 is easily my favorite scrolling beat-em-up of all time, still holding the spot with its excellent sound effects, colorful, well-animated action, absolute top-tier gameplay, and a soundtrack that is pretty much flawless from beginning to end. Ichikawa was asked why he thinks fans still love this game so much, even to this day, and he said, "I believe it's because players were very satisfied with the outstanding personality of the characters, the good speed of the gameplay, and the graphics, and the high level of sound quality. It truly is a legacy game on the system, and something every beat-em-up fan needs to experience firsthand, preferably with a friend in tow."
Young Bobby Engels has a problem. He needs to earn the respect of his peers. So he gets the special Sega Genesis lighting system. It comes with Streets of Rage 2. He saves $40. He gets more moves. He gets more control. Now things are pretty much okay.
I said chocolate chip. Say it. Say it.
And we'll finish this year's look at games with a collection of randos. Games that don't neatly fit into any genre, or simply had no complementary games in that style to pair them up with. And we'll start with Corporation by Core Design. It goes under the name Cybercop for its US Genesis release. It was a first-person hybrid game mixing many elements from FPS action, stealth, puzzle solving, and a little bit of RPG elements, and was a very innovative game for its time when released originally on computers in 1990. This is a port as per usual of the Amiga version. It predates Wolfenstein and System Shock, two games that you could say may have been inspired by its design, especially System Shock. But by 1992, when it got released on the Mega Drive, the groundbreaking Wolfenstein had also just been released, and I feel for this console port it took away a lot of its luster and showed that in only a short space of time, the FPS had already taken a huge leap forward. The game is set in a futuristic society where you have to infiltrate a corporation and find evidence of their illegal genetic experiments they are conducting. It mixes many styles of play, and is a pretty decent romp once you understand what is going on. As a game to play now though, it's very hard to recommend. If you were to check it out, you should definitely play the Amiga version and experience a game that was at the roots of the FPS stealth genre in its infancy. Next was Outlander, published by Mindscape, and a game I always used to swoon over every time I saw adverts of it in my latest issue of EGM. But I never got to play this game originally. It was a post-apocalyptic game mixing FPS driving and side-scrolling on-foot action elements together for the closest thing you could get in the 16-bit era to a fully licensed Mad Max game. It is both impressive and a little bit disappointing at the same time. Driving through the wasteland FPS style in your car is a total blast with impressive graphics and speed. The frame rate is a bit chunky, but that doesn't really matter. You shoot biker punks, helicopters with rockets, and blast bikers right in the face if they get too close. You have to constantly stop to find fuel and supplies as you make your way through the wasteland, which you can check your progress with on a map. When you enter towns, it flips to a horizontal beat-em-up / shoot-em-up stages as you kill gang freaks and steal water and fuel. In bigger towns you can also get upgrades for your car. It's a real mixed bag. The driving is pretty awesome, but the bland and clunky horizontal sections could have been just so much better and take away a lot of its luster. It's still not a bad game and an interesting mix of genres that just misses the mark overall, but still worth it for the curious-minded post-apocalyptic fans out there. Next is a double dose from Electronic Arts with Where in the World and Where in Time is Carmen Sandiego. Both ports, or more accurately remakes, of the classic broader-bun PC releases. Both these games are edutainment titles in disguise, but don't let that dissuade you from playing them because they are really fun and unlike anything else on the system. Both games play exactly the same essentially. You're an Interpol agent that has to track down a gang of thieves headed up by the elusive Carmen Sandiego herself, the ultimate thief. In both games, world and time, they are stealing valuable artifacts from across the world and across time. One as you're traveling the world searching for clues, making up dossiers and piecing together where the thief will go next for their next crime. Time works the same way, just with you being able to use a time machine to travel through history to stop robberies of ancient artifacts. World is basically geography and time is history edutainment. Both are really fun and easy to play, and you learn something at the same time. They are both graphically, animation and presentation wise complete updates of the original classics, but with all the same gameplay intact, and I'd highly recommend checking these titles out in their impressive Mega Drive forms. And now for a few quick rapid fire looks with Death Duel by Razorsoft, who gave us Technocop and Stormlord, and they delivered a really weird FPS versus game where you jump into a giant mech to fight different creatures from across the galaxy in a weird future sports style setting. It's a pretty cool idea, but way too basic and monotonous to keep your attention for more than 5 minutes. Shura no Mon, published by Sega of Japan exclusively, is a mixture of visual novel and turn-based anime style fighting game based on a popular Japanese manga series. If there was an English fan translation, this could be very interesting, but I'm not aware of anyone, so can't really say much else about it as it's very text heavy. 3D and can't really get very far. And another Japan-only game is Kido Kaisatsu Patlabor, based on the giant mech anime series. It again mixes visual novel, RPG and turn-based action into another interesting mix of gameplay, and again is completely unplayable for non-speaking Japanese people. And hopefully one day we'll get a fan translation for this one as well. And lastly is a personal favorite of mine on the system. And a completely original game in so many ways. And that was Echo the Dolphin. Developed by Novatrade and published by Sega, it was a real breath of fresh air in a time where the platformer fatigue was really starting to set in on all consoles. The game was designed by Ed Aniziata, who joined Sega in the late 80s as a producer and had been developing his Echo idea for many years previously. The game eventually got the green light with Sega after Tom Kalinski's company meeting at CES Las Vegas, which Ed recounts. "We met with Tom Kalinski and he gave an inspirational speech. He said, 'Look, the games we make have got to be different.' Ed then decided to share his Echo ideas to the marketing department right then and there, and the game was given a small budget to make a prototype, which was eventually greenlit into a full game. Ed stuck to his own guns though, and wanted to make an action-adventure game about dolphins without the tropes of other arcade-style games. Ed said, "I didn't want to map human culture onto the game. Everybody was like, you've got to put in scuba divers with harpoons and whalers. I was like, no humans. I wanted it to be about dolphins, not humans." The game puts you in the role of Echo the Dolphin, whose entire pod gets abducted by aliens, and you have to try and figure out how to save them and return everyone to their ocean home. It's a sublime game of gorgeous visuals and a beautifully serene soundtrack that draws you into its underworld oceanic adventure. Echo can talk to fellow mammals with his sonar, boost into other enemies to kill them, and use echolocation to map out the areas to explore. Ed said about the gameplay, "The other thing we had was glyph crystals. They were like the locks and keys of the game. They also contained messages and power-ups. The backstory was that they had been planted in the sea by Atlanteans, knowing that in 1,000 years a dolphin was going to follow their breadcrumbs and help them. The way each level plays out, the slow but interesting way you learn about the glyphs and the aliens, plus the history is really well done. The puzzles are challenging and so is the gameplay, but I completed both original Echo games when they were released in the mid-90s and found them to be amazing experiences on all levels. It kind of annoys me how simply due to a few big YouTubers' lack of skill in playing this game, that this game now has a universal reputation for dodgy or overtly difficult gameplay, which is simply not true. Sometimes a little effort can go a long way, so don't fall into the trap of dismissing this beautifully original experience, and is just another footnote of Sega and their willingness to be risky and defy conventions. Echo was followed up by the equally excellent Tides of Time, which we'll look at later. Echo Jr., a kid's version for younger audiences, and an enhanced Sega CD version with another amazing soundtrack, and the very cool and underrated Dreamcast version, Defender of the Future, which I also played and completed, and is definitely worth hunting down to complete out this amazing one-of-a-kind series.
Day 19. I am concerned about the crew. After all, Echo the Dolphin is not just a game, it is an adventure. The graphics are surreal. They don't want to go into the sea anymore. 27 levels of danger, mystery, and beauty, all through the eyes of a dolphin. Simply brilliant. Thank goodness, my trusty skipper Pierre has no interest in this new game.
And that brings another massively successful year to an end.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
And that's it. That is the end of part 1. So look out later in the year for part 2. I just want to thank all my guests for taking the time to share all their experiences. You can check the video link below for links to all their different websites or YouTube channels. And thanks for joining me, Bastish B at 64K. I hope you had a good time. And if you can please like and subscribe, that would be totally awesome. And I'll see you next time. Cheers.